From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring Jane Wyman and Will Rogers, Jr. in the story of Will Rogers. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. If a vote were taken for the most popular American of all time outside of public office, I'm sure Will Rogers' name would head the list. His keen perception, gentle humor, and simplicity made him one of the most beloved men of our time. Tonight, playing his original role in the story of Will Rogers, we have the perfect choice, Will Rogers, Jr. And as his co-star in this humorous drama from the Warner Brothers studio, their glamorous Academy Award winner, Jane Wyman, in her original role of Mrs. Rogers. Now, the story of Will Rogers, starring Jane Wyman as Betty Rogers and Will Rogers, Jr. in the title role. You'll find memorials to Will Rogers throughout the land, everlasting symbols of a nation's love and respect. Yet he did none of the things for which men are usually honored. He wasn't a soldier, a statesman, or a scientist. He invented nothing. He explored no new worlds. Why, then, is this man one of the great folk heroes of America? Maybe the answer is just as plain and simple as the man himself. And who could tell about him better than the woman who married him?
Will rode into my life just after the turn of the century. Oklahoma was still Indian territory, and Oologah, one of the few cow towns that boasted a railroad. If it weren't for that railroad, I wouldn't have been there at all. My sister's husband, Dave, was a station master, and I'd come for a visit. I saw Will tie his horse outside the station, just another saddle-weary drifter, and then he wandered into the baggage room.
Anybody here? Quit hiding, Dave. I ain't the railroad inspector.
Yes?
Oh, I beg your pardon, ma'am. I thought Dave was, he ain't been fired, has he?
Oh, no. Mr. Marshall's on the committee for the Congress from Washington, and they're having a reception at the Rogers home. Now, if there's something I can do for you...
Mean you're the baggage man?
Well, is anything wrong with that?
Not at all. It's kind of interesting. Only ain't exactly got the bill for it, ma'am.
May I have your check, please? Thank you. Is it a trunk or a valise?
Well, it's more like a carpet bag, ma'am. It's about so big, and it's, Can't I help you, ma'am?
Oh, no. No, this is it right here.
Sure is, ma'am. Only where's the banjo?
The banjo?
The banjo was tied here to the bag, ma'am.
Why, it couldn't be here. I'd seen it.
Ma'am, Clint Green once had a baby carriage shipped in here. The infant was 9 years old before they ever found it. And if I remember correctly, it was lost in that corner right over there.
Well, mistakes can happen any place, if it is a mistake. Well, I don't see anything like a banjo.
Well, I'm not saying it's here or it ain't, but it's worthwhile looking for a mite more earnestly. What might that be, ma'am?
Well, that's a bathtub, of course. As if you didn't... Oh, dear.
Here, let me help you.
Well, if you could just raise it up a little higher, please. I can't imagine how a banjo got under the bathtub.
Ain't no harm done except to the case. Bathtub seems to be in good shape, too.
Well, I'm sorry about the case, but the railroad's responsible, so if you'll just fill out this claim fee...
That's all right, ma'am. I won't be needing the case. Don't aim to be traveling far anymore. Can you play the banjo?
No. And if you'll excuse me, I have to go now.
I didn't mean to keep you away from your work.
Well, it really isn't work. I've been invited to the Rogers house for that party, and I'd...
Oh, well, you go right ahead, ma'am. We can finish this conversation later.
Oh, indeed?
Oh, yes, ma'am. We sure will, ma'am.
Sally. And after promising to help with the refreshments and everything.
Oh, you're not late for anything, Betty. Papa and the congressman just this minute wound up their powwow.
But can't I help?
You just get in the parlor. Your sister and Dave are there, and they'll introduce you to my brother. He just got back, and I want you to meet him.
Oh, thanks, Sally. I guess I'm a little curious myself.
Willie, how'd you get here, son?
You ought to know, Pa. You sent me the money to come home.
Oh, that's right. I did, didn't I? Well, it's good to see you, son. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got some news for the folks here. Ladies and gentlemen, as Senator of the Cherokee Nation, it gives me great pleasure to tell you that we've just smoked a pipe of peace with these congressmen from Washington, and in the not-too-distant future, Oklahoma shall become the 46th state of the Union. Now, those of you who want the details, go on in the dining room. As for the rest of you, well, you come here to dance, so get to it, folks. We've got a good reason to celebrate. Come on.
This is my sister, Will. Betty Blake. Betty, this is Will Rogers.
Hello again, ma'am.
Again?
How do you do? Mr. Rogers, I think it was mean of you not to tell me who you were down at the station.
Well, say, a name don't change anybody, ma'am. I don't want you to be fooled by my name. I may be Clem Rogers' son, but the similarity stops right there. Now, for instance, you see how good Pa cuts a caper?
Well...
You come dance with me, and I'll show you the difference. I may not be able to put one foot in front of the other, but I try awful hard. Will you?
Well, thank you. I think I'd like to. Later on, when most of the folks had gone home, I found myself out on the front porch, and Will was next to me, showing me the family picture album.
And this one here, that's Ma and Pa when they were married. Ma died when I was 10. She was part Cherokee, too, so I get it from both sides.
And, who's this little boy?
Well, that's me. All of these are me. Each one was taken when I started a new school.
You must have run out of schools early.
No, ma'am. Those schools, they kept cropping up like mushrooms. It became a case of Pa and me out stubborning each other. This one here is Pa's last fling, Kemper Military Academy. I was there for 2 years, one in the guardhouse and one in the 4th grade.
Mr. Rogers, now that you're home again, well, what is it you want to do?
Well, that's what Pa and I have been debating about a long time. Maybe if we got together, we ought to make a man out of me.
Why don't you try it?
Come on, Betty. I promised Mrs. Petros we'd be home early. She's taking care of the baby for me.
Say, tell me something, Cora. Isn't it going to be kind of hard on you? I mean, raising a wild kid and helping Dave with the station work at the same time?
Oh, it sure will. That's why I'm trying to make Betty stay. There's no earthly reason why she should go back to Arkansas.
Mind if I help out along those lines?
Why, not at all. Do your darndest.
Oh, Cora, for heaven's sake.
Oh, shush. Now help me find Dave, honey, and let's get on home.
That you out there, Will?
Be right in, Pa. Good night, Miss Blake.
Good night, Mr. Rogers.
Sit down, Willie. Glad to have you back, son. And I hope your foolish days are over.
But, Pa, ain't you kind of tired with all this to-doing?
Certainly not. I found it very stimulating. Well, you've been gone for 2 years. I'm interested to learn what you've accomplished.
Well, I worked a lot of ranches, Pa. Met a lot of fine people. Gotten some practice with my rope. I even had an offer to go with a big roundup.
If that's your ambition, that aimless drift in life, there's no use my even talking to you.
You sent me $100, Pa. Don't seem like you're getting your money's worth out of this conversation. I ain't with a roundup. I'm here.
But are you any different than when you left?
Pa, you and me have been making this same mistake for 20 years. You wanted me to be Clem Rogers' boy, and I've just stampeded away from it. I might do better as just plain Will Rogers. Why not give it a try?
Things are happening around here. Big things. We'll need young, new leaders.
Pa, the folks around here are on to me. Why couldn't lead them to a water trough?
I'm trying to be patient, Willie, but I'm blamed if I understand you. It's time you face some responsibility.
I can't argue that, Pa.
Well, I'm opening a bank in Claremore. Between that and our coming statehood, I'll have little time for this ranch. Well, I'm turning it over to you. Run it your own way, but remember, ranching's a business, and the minute anything goes wrong...
Are you threatening me or hiring me?
I'm hiring you, son.
Thank you, Pa. I'm obliged.
So Will took over his father's ranch, and I more or less made up my mind to stay in Ulaga. But less than a month later, Will was down at the railroad station again.
So I'd like 2 tickets, Betty, to Fort Smith.
2?
Me and Dusty here. Howdy, miss.
Dusty. 2 round trips will be $9.80.
One way will do.
Will.
Yeah, it's me and Pa again. Anyways, from Fort Smith, me and Dusty are heading down Texas way.
So you're just going to run away again, hmm? Well, if you had any gumption, you'd stay here and face up to things and take your rightful place in this community.
Like doing what, Betty?
Well, after all, Will, you're a...
Clem Rogers' son. Yeah, everybody keeps reminding me. I kind of got it figured out that I ain't. I'm myself. It wouldn't take much gumption to stick around here. It'd be the easiest thing in the world now that you've decided to stay.
Then why don't you?
I can't. Maybe there's no explaining it, but I just got to get out of here.
Well, here are your tickets. Here's your change, and there's your train.
Thanks. Be seeing you, Betty.
Be seeing you, I was to learn, was a favorite expression of Will's, and his favorite form of correspondence, I soon discovered, was an occasional postcard. They came from Texas and New Orleans, and as the months dragged by from all over the world, South America, Africa, Australia, Will and his friend Dusty were traveling with the Wild West show, and then at long last, he was back in the United States.
Well, where is he now?
He says here that he and Dusty have just landed in San Francisco.
Another postcard.
But look what he says, Cora. Heading for the fair in St. Louis. Getting closer to home anyways.
The St. Louis fair.
Well?
But that's where Sally and Tom are going. Will's own sister on their honeymoon.
Oh, I know.
But you could go with them. Well, at least you could meet them there, and then you could...
I know I could. And I'm going to.
Santa Fe Jack in his Wild West show. The greatest assembly of prairie daredevils ever gathered under one tent. You'll see Honey Girl Kate. You'll see Chief Big Horse of the Untamed Apaches and the one and only Cherokee Kid, the foremost roping artist in the world, fresh from triumphs before the crowned heads of Europe, Asia, and the Greater Antilles. He will assume the tale of the
Yes, Will Rogers was now the Cherokee Kid. I couldn't help laughing. Oh, but the people didn't laugh when they saw Will perform. They thought he was wonderful. And I did, too. Or maybe I was just so glad to see him again.
Surprising me like this? Why, when I saw you and Sally and Tom sitting there in the stands, I like to went through the floor of that arena. At least I wanted to.
Oh, Will, but why?
Well, in that costume and the name they pinned on me, I never felt so silly in my life.
Oh, but you're good, Will. You're very good.
Are you hungry, Betty? Or would you rather just walk?
Whatever you'd like, Will.
Well, seeing you, I'm kind of weak. But let's walk for a little, huh? What about Sally and Tom?
Oh, they deserted me.
Good for them. Say, which of them did Paul finally use the shotgun on?
Both, I guess. Oh, he gave them such a beautiful wedding.
How is Paul, anyway?
He's fine. He used to come down to the station, Will, just to read your postcards. He said he'd rather know the worst than not keep track of you at all.
You know, when I was in all them foreign countries eating their food, I used to think about these Oklahoma black-eyed peas all the time.
Is that all you thought about?
Listen, Betty, for almost 2 years I've been thinking about you every minute.
You have?
Darn right I have.
I thought about you, too.
Betty?
Yes, Will.
What would happen if I was to quit gallivanting around and come back to Oologah to settle down?
What would you like to have happen?
Well, I haven't any money.
Oh, that isn't important.
I love you, Betty. Ever since I first saw you, I haven't had...
I always say ain't, Will.
I ain't been able to think straight about nothing except that I love you. Is that important?
Oh, it's awfully important.
Then you'll marry me?
Yes, Will.
Golly Moses, I feel like hollering.
Well, why don't you?
Yahoo! Yahoo!
We were married not long after, and another dream came true. We were on a train bound for a honeymoon in Niagara Falls. You know, Will, I don't feel the least bit married.
Well, it's all right, honey. It's legal, even if it ain't logical.
You still haven't told me, Will.
Told you what?
Where's it all coming from? The money for this honeymoon at Niagara Falls. It must be very expensive.
Well, now, honey, this ain't no time for a business conference. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go for a smoke.
Why, I didn't know you smoked.
Well, once in every man's life, there comes a time when he goes for a smoke.
Well, did you break it to her, Will?
Not yet, Dusty. I ain't found just the right moment, so you better stay out of sight. Got the horse on all right?
Yeah, he's in the baggage car. Awful nervous, though. One of us ought to sleep up there with him. And if you ask me, you're the one. Oh, all right, but it's your horse.
Sorry it took so long, honey. Somebody must have sewed up the sleeves of this nightshirt.
Somebody like Dusty?
Now, how in the world could Dusty be on this here train?
Oh, I just saw him in the corridor.
You saw him?
Will, for heaven's sakes, what is it?
Well, he's coming with us, honey, to look after the horse.
The horse? What horse?
Well, the horse I'm going to use in the act. You see, that's how I aim to make the money we've been talking about. I'm booked with a big traveling show. It's kind of a circus, I guess. We open in Buffalo. Well, that's right near Niagara Falls.
But what about Oologah? You said we were going home.
We will, honey, at the end of the season, when we've saved up enough money to do it in style. We finish in New York, at Madison Square Garden.
But why didn't you tell me, Will?
Well, I was kind of waiting for the right minute, like now. I'm telling you now. Of course, if you don't want me to... Oh, I should have told you, honey, but I just couldn't go creeping home to Pa broke again.
But it's all right, Will. Everything's all right. But you mustn't ever be afraid to tell me anything. I'm your wife. And wherever you think you have to go, then I'll follow.
Even if I'm following the train seals?
Even then.
Thanks, honey.
And often Will did follow the train seals. But no bride ever had a more wonderful honeymoon. I think the others enjoyed it, too. Will and Dusty and the horse. But we didn't go back to Oologah after Madison Square Garden. No, fate had something waiting for us there. Something that changed the course of both of our lives considerably.
We'll continue with this week's production of the Hollywood Radio Theater in just a moment. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. G.J. Watamool, a naturalized United States citizen, has done much to bring the fruits of democracy to his native country, India. As one of Hawaii's most successful merchants, Watamool, with his American wife, established the Watamool Foundation over 15 years ago to bring Indian students to America. The first year, they offered 14 fellowships, paid for the students' passage to the United States and their tuition at a university of the candidate's choice, and gave them $150 a month for 2 years' living expenses. Since the foundation was begun, Industries all over America have offered their services to the Watamuls in helping Indians learn modern techniques in pediatrics, the control of epidemics, food canning, and the building of machinery. Through the years, the Watamuls have expanded their program to sponsor and exchange goodwill ambassadors between the United States and India. We should be especially proud of G.J. Watamul, who, as an American citizen, has proven to peoples of two nations that by helping others, you help your country. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of the story of Will Rogers, starring Will Rogers, Jr. in the title role and Jane Wyman as Betty Rogers.
Will had said that we'd finish in New York at Madison Square Garden, which we did. He also said that we'd go straight back to Oolaga, which we did not. On the final night of the show, something happened that wasn't scheduled on the printed program. A steer went wild. He broke out of the chute, charged across the ring, and lunged for the crowd. But in a matter of seconds, Will had galloped after him, roped, and dragged the animal back to the ring. Later, while we were walking back home to the boarding house.
You know, I don't know just how to figure things. Here I've been roping night after night. I rope 6 horses all in a bunch, and nobody pays any attention to me. I rope one scared old steer, and everybody gets all excited.
Everybody else just stood around watching. You were brave and resourceful, and, well, my goodness, those newspaper reporters didn't interview you for doing nothing, you know.
Well, honey, it was a good way to finish, I guess. Hard to believe it's all over, isn't it?
I've loved every minute of it, darling. We've been together, and we've made enough money to buy us a nice piece of land back home.
Yeah, but I'd like to have made enough to stock it, honey, you know, so we could be independent when we get back there.
Well, all you have to do is collect the money you've been loaning to all your friends, and
they'll pay it back, honey, just as soon as they can. You feel like eating before we get back to the rooming house?
Oh, we might as well go straight home, Will. I've got some chili up there.
Never knew you were so crazy about chili before.
Well, I get all sorts of funny cravings these days. Do you remember telling me there comes a time in every man's life when he has to go for a smoke?
Now, don't tell me you're getting a craving for cigars. Betty, now correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, of course you're not silly. You're going to be a father, that's all.
That's all? Oh, my goodness. Now I am glad we're going back to Oolaga.
Well, you mean you weren't before?
Well, sure I was. I just mean this puts the cincher on it. Gosh, honey, you know, I feel like hollering again.
Well, I don't think I'd advise that here in New York.
Let's get to home quick where I can kiss you.
Well, I don't think you have to wait that long, even in New York.
You know, I'm going right down and get us 3 tickets for Oolaga.
But it'll be a long time yet before we're 3.
I ain't taking no chances.
The next morning, the newspapers were full of it. No, not about the baby, but all about Will and how he'd stopped the panic when he roped that loco steer. And then, when the carriage pulled up at the boarding house to take us to the station.
Goodbye, Mr. Foster. Thank you.
Been waiting for you, Mr. Rogers. I sure want to talk to you.
Now, Will, not 1 cent. When it comes to complete strangers asking for...
I'm Bert Lynn, Mr. Rogers, Lynn Theatrical Agency. We handle important attractions.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lynn, but we have a train to catch, you know.
But that stunt at the garden last night made him a big attraction. This is a legitimate offer. 10 straight weeks at $125 per.
Well, that's a pretty fair offer, Mr. Lynn. Pennsylvania station driver.
No, you can't. You open at Hammerstein's Victoria on Monday night.
Mr. Lynn, we're not interested in vaudeville. We're going home.
Anybody can go home. This is Hammerstein's Victoria.
I guess you didn't understand my wife. We want to go back to the ranch.
Will.
You say something, honey?
Well, I was just thinking, dear. Maybe if we postponed it for a while, you'll make that extra money you were talking about.
Huh? Oh.
So take the baggage out of the carriage, dear. And, Mr. Lynn, will you pay the man?
Don't change them sheets, Mrs. Foster. We're coming back.
So Will played Hammerstein's Victoria. But this was a brand new audience, and they just weren't impressed. After Hammerstein's came those long, long months when we were just like all the other guests at Mrs. Foster's boarding house, hopeful but unemployed. And every day, Will called on Bert Lynn, the booking agent.
I just can't understand it, Will. 6 months going by and not a sign of a job.
Guess I'm not good enough. That's the answer.
Now stop talking like that. It's the theaters. They just don't want roping acts, that's all.
I gotta get something, Bert. Betty's gonna have a baby any minute, and there'll be doctor bills, and... Bert, I'm desperate and I'm broke.
I know, Will, I know. Just as soon as I... Hello? He's what? But he's supposed to be in Brooklyn. How could a guy get his foot caught in a bar rail? Berkelani again, out on the south.
Yeah, I guess you got your troubles too, Bert.
Troubles? I booked him in Sam Webb's theater. That's only the toughest manager in the business. Now I got to call him up, and I've got to... We'll get those ropes. You're going on in place of Berkelani.
But Mr. Webb,
I'll handle Mr. Webb just soon as we get to Brooklyn.
Yeah, but what about Dusty and the horse? They're all part of the act.
Phone him. Tell Dusty to rush over there. Here's the address. Oh, I've been trying to book you there for months.
But...
Yeah, sure. Tell me all about it on our way over.
I can't do it, Bert. I just can't. I telephoned the boarding house. It's Betty. Well, they've sent for the doctor.
But will you go on in 3 minutes? Besides, what could you do at the boarding house?
Nothing, maybe. But I just can't let her be there alone.
Look, I'll call him back. I'll stay right here on the telephone. I'll let you know the minute something happens.
I can't do it, Bert. Besides, there's Dusty and the horse and no sign of him here
then
yet.
Just go out there and give him 6 minutes with your ropes. Think of your room rent. Think of your doctor bills. Go on. You can do it.
Well, don't leave that phone.
Yeah. Now, pick up your ropes and get out.
Poor Will. I was having a pretty bad time myself, but nothing, I'm sure, to what he was going through. For the first time, he was all alone on a stage. He'd never been so lost or so clumsy in his life. He couldn't blame the audience for laughing at him.
Mighty nice of you to laugh at me. Of course, it ain't no use to pretend I ain't nervous here tonight, because I sure am. You see, we're going to have a baby up at our place. Maybe you women don't realize what it means for a man to have a baby. I don't know why I was so worried about coming out here to Brooklyn. Looks like it's a pretty nice place and full of very nice people. Now, of course, I'm supposed to have a horse out here, and I stand on him and do some tricks. Only the horse didn't show up. I don't know what he's doing, but I'll bet it's something useful. You know, horses are smarter than humans. You never heard of a horse going broke betting on people. Well, lacking the horse, I'm going to try this here rope trick. Gee, I missed it. Got all the feet too.
What'd I tell you, Mr. Webb? What'd I tell you? That fellow's great, huh?
I thought you told me he had a rope act. Why didn't you say he was a comic?
If I had told you, you wouldn't have believed me.
All I know is
Well, what do you think? The people like him.
And I see where they got a new governor back in my home state of Oklahoma. He's a real fine governor, too, and the folks back there sure love him. Especially some of the folks who've been spending their time behind bars. You see, this governor's been sending out a lot of pardons and kind of getting the wardens sort of worried. Anyway, he sent out so many that one old boy sent him back an answer. Why, shucks, Governor, he said, thanks for the pardon, but they ain't caught me yet.
Will, it's a boy, and Betty's fine.
It's a boy, folks, and Betty's fine.
You got here, Mr. Lynn? Me and the horse, we just got here. He don't need the horse, Dusty. Will don't need nothing. He just talked himself into a brand new career.
Yes, Will had a brand new career. He just went out on the stage and kept talking, never knowing what he was going to say until he said it, and always surprised at the success it brought him. In a few years, Will was a headliner, a star. And what people seemed to love most was to hear Will talking about politics and Congress. And then one day, the United States Secret Service ordered him to Washington, the request of President Wilson.
I know I've said a lot of things about Washington, Mr. President. If I've offended you in any way, I'm sorry.
I didn't ask you here to censor you, Mr. Rogers. For a long time, I wanted to thank you for your war work and everything else.
That's mighty nice of you, Mr. President.
And to be perfectly honest, I've always wanted to see the master of the verb ain't. I've heard you've had several offers to write. How is it I've never seen you in print?
Why, Mr. President, as an ex-college professor, you ought to know that I can't put two words together without making them come out wrong.
That may be, but from the quotes I've heard, your meanings come out pretty right. Mr. Rogers, Will, if I may.
Now I feel like I can cross my legs.
You say for people the things they'd like to say but can't quite express. And in helping them think things through, you're also making them laugh. That's a rare gift. That's why I think you should write as well as speak. Whether you like it or not, Will, you've become a voice from the heart of the people. Our country wants to hear it more often.
Why, if the President of the United States had said all those things to me, I'd simply burst.
I'm scared, Betty, honest. When they start taking me serious, that scares me.
Well, it's just because it's something new. And besides, the paper prints what you say all the time, and not just the funny things either, so you might as well let them pay you for doing it.
It's no use, honey. Why, I couldn't sleep nights for worrying but what some poor soul might take me up on something and get himself into a peck of trouble.
Oh, you're nervous, that's all. Just like you are on every opening night.
But I'm not in the least bit nervous.
But you just said you were scared.
See how a fellow's words get twisted? Even you do it.
But I don't notice that your words are being twisted at all. If you're so afraid of getting into trouble, then why do you say the things you do about people and governments and things?
I didn't say I was afraid of getting into trouble. I said some poor fellow might take me serious and he'd get himself into trouble.
It seems to me, Will, that you're just afraid to take the responsibility.
Take my rightful place in the community? This is what you told me years ago. Is that still it?
Oh, Will, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I understood when you left Ulaga, and I understand now. Only a wife likes to see her husband get the best that he deserves, and give the best that she knows is in him.
Look out now. You're beginning to spoil it again.
It's a closed subject, I promise.
I know something else that's going to be closed, too. My big mouth.
Will found a fine way to keep his mouth closed. He deserted Broadway for Hollywood's silver screen, which in those days was utterly silent. We bought a ranch in Santa Monica, and Will settled down to making movies. Well, one day, while they were shooting a scene out of doors, something happened that disturbed the producers considerably.
Crazy. Landing his airplane right in range of our cameras. Harry! Go tell that bonehead he just cost us a barrel of money.
Who is that spendthrift, Tom?
Oh, some half-wit aviator they hired to fly the film to the laboratory. One of your Oklahoma boys, hard Indian. You and that fool plane! You're costing us a young fortune!
What's your name, son?
Me? Wiley Post. Hello, Mr. Bradley.
Don't you hello me.
Us Cherokees are a long way from home, aren't we?
Oh, we sure are, mister.
Say, what's the matter with that kite of yours, anyway?
Oh, you mean all that smoke it was making? Well, the engine needs a complete overhaul. Costs a lot of money, though.
Seems to me, Tom, like the company might be saving itself some money if we got it fixed up for him.
Well, maybe so. If we don't break the company first trying to get this scene shot. All right, Harry, let's try it again.
Don't go away, Oklahoma. I want to have a talk with you.
That was Will's first meeting with Wiley Post, the flyer. You see, Will was interested in aviation, too, especially in General Billy Mitchell and his theories that bombing planes could sink battleships. But just about that time, we had a visitor from Oklahoma, Will's father.
Well, Willie, pretty fair ranch you got here. How many head of cattle you run?
Don't run none exactly, Pa. You see, here in California, they call everything a ranch, no matter what you use it for. This one's just for living.
That's right, Pa, and for raising your grandchildren.
I'm proud of you, Betty. You produced 3 mighty fine offspring.
Well, they had a father, too, you know.
That's the only thing about them that worries me.
To tell you the truth, Pa, it worries me a little, too.
Will, where's all this getting you? You've been making big money for years now. You saved any of it?
Oh, some, Pa, I guess.
Well, forgetting what you've given away, Just what are your assets?
Huh? Assets?
Well, what are you worth?
Well, I don't rightly know offhand. Pa, I think you got this whole thing figured out a little bit wrong. Why, after a few years of making pictures, I'm going to be able to...
In your last picture, you were hit in the face with a custard pie. That's something to be remembered for.
Anybody home?
Oh, Wiley.
Hello, Wiley. Sure glad you dropped in.
You see the paper tonight?
Ain't had time for reading. Been having a business conference with Pa. Pa, this is Wiley Post in Chickasha.
I'm glad to see you, Mr. Rogers. Look, Will, the high brass has ordered General Mitchell to quit making speeches. Here's a man who's only trying to tell his own country that bows and arrows are out of date, and they won't even let him say it.
He's already said it, Wiley. And when he sunk that old battleship with bomb Samara planes, he proved it, too. The country ain't going off to sleep with that on its mind. There'll be plenty of squawking.
Who's going to do it?
Fellas like you, fellas who know about planes, and anybody else that ain't asleep on their feet.
They'd listen to you, Will. It's your beef, too. It's everybody's.
No, I quit popping off that way a long time ago. No, I got too many responsibilities now to go looking for trouble. Besides, I got Betty and the kids to think about.
I never heard such nonsense in my life. You'll have some coffee with us, won't you, Wiley?
Oh, thanks, Betty. I can't. Some of the boys are having a meeting. Oh, so long, Will. Glad to meet you, Mr. Rogers.
Goodbye.
Be seeing you, Wiley.
I'm sorry you couldn't convince him, Wiley.
Thanks for the helping hand, all the same.
From Chickasha, huh?
Yeah. That boy's a great flyer, Pa. Lost his eye working in the Texas oil fields. Couldn't even get a flying license at first. Now everybody's looking for one-eyed pilots. What's nonsense about it?
Everything. You're a good, kind man, darling, and you have a God-given talent. Now, if you haven't the courage to use it, that's up to you. But don't blame it on me and the children.
Willie, you remind me of a fella. There's one in every little town. The fellow who stands on the curb in front of the barber shop and makes fun of the parade going past.
Yeah, I know. You want me to join it?
Join it nothing. Your mother and I always figured you'd lead it.
Well, Betty, I guess I got to get down off that curb.
Yes, dear. I thought you would.
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act 3 of the story of Will Rogers.
We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of the story of Will Rogers, starring Jane Wyman as Betty Rogers and Will Rogers, Jr. in the title role.
And so Will started his campaign to help wake up America. In days when disarmament was the popular theme, Will spoke for defense and for aviation. Being a wife, I never reminded him that at last he was doing what President Wilson wanted, making people laugh and think at the same time. And somehow, he also found time to start writing his column for the newspapers. Then in 1927, Warner Brothers made a picture called The Jazz Singer, which revolutionized the film industry. The screen could talk, and talking pictures made Will its biggest star. But it wasn't long before Will was on his way again, this time overseas. He talked to prime ministers and shopkeepers up and down the continent.
I'll have to stay in Europe a long time to find some country that don't blame America for everything that's happened to them in the last 15 years. Here in Germany, they got a fella named Hitler. He began in a beer hall, and he'll give the whole world a hangover before he's through. The whole thing, as I see it, all over the world, is that the little nations has just got no business being little.
Home in the fall of 1929, just in time for the Wall Street crash. But I didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. I brought him back to Ulaga. I was being selfish, I know, but Will was tired, and I wanted to keep him with us as long as I could. Ulaga was the place he loved best. It was home.
Look at them, Betty. Look at those kids ride. Well, they never look so good in their lives.
You must have looked pretty good to them, too. I thought they'd tear you to pieces last night. Oh, yes, it's been wonderful for them here. I wish we could stay straight through the summer.
Yeah, be like a second honeymoon. I owe you one without a horse on it anyways. Say, ain't that the Farleys out there going down the road?
Mm-hmm. Yes, they're trying the cities, Will, to look for work until things pick up again.
He's giving up the land?
Well, lots of them are giving up the land. They've got to eat. Paul was saying that Orville Jones is leaving this afternoon. I guess men can't afford to go to a barber shop anymore.
Betty, let's ride to town, huh?
Now?
Now.
There were others in town in front of the barber shop saying goodbye to Orville and his family.
Well, Orville, you're getting smart. Going out to California to be my neighbors.
We ain't looking for no handouts, Will.
I know you ain't, Orville. That don't mean we can't be neighborly when you get out there.
I guess I'm a little touchy. So many things change around here. Seems a fella sort of changes, too.
Say, Will, what about this depression? What do you suppose caused it all?
Wish I could answer that. Of course, the Democrats are trying to pin it on the Republicans. But them Republicans ain't smart enough to think of all the things that's been happening lately. One thing, though, you sure can tell the two of them apart these days. The Republicans say, well, things could have been worse. The Democrats say, how?
Well, doesn't anybody give a hoot what's happened to us? Back east and out west, they're calling us Okies. Well, it just don't sit so good, Will.
Spell back, I did a newspaper piece on George Washington. How proud he'd be of his country if he'd lived till his 200th birthday. Guess I didn't know what I was writing about. If old George was around today, I bet he'd sue us for calling him father.
Maybe you don't make no sense, Will, but you sure make a fellow feel better. Even if he is on his way to the poorhouse. Well, so long, Will. Betty.
Goodbye, Orville, and good luck.
And when you get your barber chair set up out there, Orville, look me up. I haven't had a decent trim since the stock market crash.
I'll do that. Now, come on, boys. Give me a hand loading up the car. Come on.
Well, dear?
It ain't right what's happening. It just ain't right.
What can you do about it, Will?
I don't know, but somebody's got to do something. I guess we'll just have to postpone that honeymoon, dear.
Will left Ulaga, and some weeks later, the first of several huge benefit shows was produced at the Ziegfeld Theater in New York. Yes, Will was on the move once again, raising money and pleading with people not to sell their country short, then rushing back to the plane so Wiley Post could fly him to the next town. It went on for 151 days and nights, and one night in San Francisco, I surprised
Betty, but how in the world did you find me?
by trying every hotel in town. Will, why aren't you in bed?
The rally wasn't over till long past midnight, and I got to meet Wiley at the airport at 4 o'clock. It just didn't seem worthwhile messing up the sheets.
But you can't keep driving yourself like this. You're not a boy anymore. Why do you have to leave at 4 o'clock?
Well, we're having a big breakfast get-together in Denver. All the big moguls going to be there. Say, what are you doing, honey?
You're going to bed.
But I just told you I got to...
You have to be in Denver for breakfast, I know. Well, I'll call the committee and tell them that they can have a luncheon instead. I'm sure they'd rather have you there alive instead of half dead.
Well, I guess I am a little weary.
Oh, you're such a fool, dear. Oh, maybe I'm the fool, worrying about you so much.
You know what, honey? If it hadn't been for you, I'd be scattered all over the prairie someplace. Never amounted to a hill of beans. Somehow you always manage to piece me together again.
Oh, don't be silly. I just want you to keep your health, that's all. You know, I don't think you realize all the wonderful things you're doing. It's not just the money you're raising. You're giving people back something they've lost. It's kind of a courage and morale and hope all rolled into one. People are beginning to laugh at themselves again. Maybe that's it. But whatever it is, you're doing it. And if you're... Will? You sleep, darling?
Huh? Huh? Oh, now, if that ain't just exactly like a woman. A minute ago, you bawled me out for not being asleep.
Well, not in the chair, dear. Now get undressed. Yes?
Sorry, Mr. Rogers. It's not permitted to have a lady in the room. Hotel rules, you know.
But this ain't no lady. This is my wife.
Huh? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Mrs. Rogers, please, I hope you don't think
Now,
that
don't spoil it by apologizing. I've never been so flattered in my whole life. Well, there's something else that some of you may remember. The Democratic National Convention in Chicago in 1932, and the nomination from the state of Oklahoma.
Mr. Chairman, the state of Oklahoma would like to enter the name of its favorite son and favorite American for the presidency of the United States, Will Rogers.
For once in my life, I'm kind of stuck for something to say. Of course, there's no honor in the world like being nominated for President of the United States. Even if this is just a favorite son nomination, and even if my being up here is just sort of a joke, I couldn't be prouder. It's been my lot in life to play the fool and to make people laugh. I've kidded an awful lot of big men, but I've had mighty few complaints. I guess that's the sign of a big man. I've tried living my life so that whenever I quit, I'm ahead. I've been an awful lucky fella. I've been all over the world. I've met kings and rickshaw boys, senators and farmers, more people than most people would meet in 10 lifetimes. And I never met a man I didn't like. I'd like to thank the delegates from Oklahoma. The two finest things that can happen to a man is to have a good wife and to know he's been accepted by the people he comes from, and it looks like both of them have happened to me.
Not long after that, Will was back home, back to the ranch in California.
You know, honey, I used to regret that we didn't live 30 or 40 years earlier in the old Indian territory where we met, but now I know it ain't true. I guess I wouldn't change anything. Not since that first day, darling, when you broke my banjo with a bathtub.
Do you realize that after all these years, that's the first time you ever called me darling?
I know, but I've been thinking it over.
Oh, Will, what's that plane doing over there?
That's old Wiley, showing off his new ship. I forgot to tell you, honey, he's dropping in tonight for supper.
Not just for supper. Wiley's like Pa. He doesn't drop in unless he has something on his mind.
Well, maybe. We have been kind of figuring on a little trip up to Alaska.
Well, why way up there?
Well, you see, honey, when I was a kid, I flunked the geography exam, and ever since then I've had a hankering to go up there and find the right answers.
Look, if you don't want me to read the letters you get from Washington, then don't leave them open on the dining room table.
What letters?
Well, for instance, the one about the appropriation bill for Alaskan defense.
Huh?
Well, isn't that a pretty unpopular thing for you to be backing? Nowadays, everybody's talking about saving rather than spending.
This is the best country in the world, honey, but you can't live in it for nothing.
And so Will and Wiley Post went to Alaska. How many times had I said goodbye to him? And yet, as we stood there at the airport, somehow never before did we seem so close. I had the feeling our whole life together was being summed up in this moment of parting. I think Will must have felt it, too, as though a premonition. Because after they took off, they came back over the field again to wave one more goodbye, as if reluctant to end something that I know now can never be ended.
Will Rogers never came back from that flight. And yet, in a sense, he never left us. There's a statue of Will Rogers at the Memorial Museum in Claremore, Oklahoma. It says, Will Rogers, 1879, 1935. And the simple legend, I never met a man I didn't like.
In a moment, our stars will return. Up in Newfoundland, there's an Air Force base called Fort McAndrew. 2 tech sergeants were out on the field one day and noticed a 9-year-old girl hobbling around on a pair of crutches. She was a polio victim and a cripple. Her father, whom they finally located after much questioning of the girl, was a civilian employee on the field. He had 8 children and simply couldn't afford the costly treatments that would be necessary to help his little girl. Well, that was enough for the 2 sergeants. They got up entertainments, collected donations, and, well, soon every enlisted man, officer, and civilian worker around the place was in on the project. They raised $4,300, enough to fly the little girl to the United States and provide treatments at Warm Springs, Georgia. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
Jane Wyman and Will Rogers, Jr., you were simply great. Please come forward for a bow. Well, I never dreamed when your father and I were at the Fox Studios years ago that you and I would appear together on a radio program.
Did you direct some of Dad's pictures?
No, he was king on the lot then, but I directed The Little Princess, Shirley Temple.
Well, I should think you'd know all these things, Will.
All I know is what I read in the papers.
No wonder you just read one paper, the Beverly Hills Citizen.
Largest weekly in the West, and the best paper in Beverly Hills.
Stop, you're killing me. It's the only paper in Beverly Hills.
And still the best. And if you'll read it...
If you read it, you'd know Stop You're Killing Me is Warner Brothers' latest picture starring Broderick Crawford and Claire Trevor.
Plug.
And if everybody read it, they'd know that Will is the publisher, and that he was only persuaded to act because he's so like his father. You know, Will, I once asked your father why he never kissed his leading lady in pictures, and he said because he saved his kisses for your mother.
That's right. But he'd had a hard time resisting Janie here.
You kissed Janie in the picture.
Yes, but when I did that, I figured it was like I was kissing my mother. I mean, it was like my father kissing my mother. Oh, what's playing here next week?
A taut, suspenseful story that will keep you right on the edge of your seat. Because it's that exciting Paramount picture, Appointment with Danger. And as our stars, one of your outstanding favorites, William Holden. And one of our most charming young actresses, Colleen Gray.
We'll be listening, Irving. Good night.
Good night, and all our stars.
Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. To brief you on case number 914029, here is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of Scotland Yard's Black Museum.
Good afternoon. When taken out of context, the exhibits in the Black Museum seem often far removed from the murder cases in which they played most important parts, either as clues or as actual weapons that caused someone's death. Now, these things here are examples. You would think that a set of false teeth, an upper plate to be exact, and a small bottle, which once contained about 2 grams of petrol, you would think that such a collection of items would have very little connection. But I assure you, you'd be wrong. They both had something to do with a woman's death by murder. She never dreamed that these familiar things would one day encompass her death. Nor could she have known they would be the death of her son, whom she loved. But they're here in the Black Museum today. They've done their part in committing a crime, and then in punishing it. Chief Inspector Leslie Cameron Underhill had a great deal to do with case number 914029. He will tell you more about it.
I don't suppose one could say that a man has been hanged in England in a long time at least because he ran away leaving an unpaid hotel bill. But it is certainly a fact that an unpaid hotel bill was a contributing factor in this man's death. No, he was not hanged because he defrauded the hotel, but it is true that he might have escaped had he paid it. I was called to Margate by authority of the Chief Constable of Kent, who had asked for the CID's help on the 1st of November. Inspector Charles Hatcher of the Margate Police told me what was happening.
We've got him safe in jail on a charge of unlawfully obtaining credit. We shall be able to put our hands on him when we want him, all right?
I don't understand what you need a CID man for on a charge like that one. A misdemeanor, Inspector?
It isn't a misdemeanor we want him for, sir.
What do you want him for?
Murder.
Uh-huh.
We can't prove it, of course, yet. So we can't charge the blatter. But as long as he's in jail, we can look about a bit. And we're hoping that perhaps you can find out if we're right in our suspicions, Mr. Underhill.
I'm glad you know my name, Inspector.
Eh?
I got the impression you thought it was Holmes.
Oh, really now, Inspector?
Well, what's it all about? I know nothing, of course.
Well, he did the hotel people, the Metropole here in Margate, out of, I remember perfectly, £8, 13 shillings, 11 pence halfpenny. food and lodging for himself and the old lady for a week.
Yes?
And then he got an advance of £40 on their insurance.
Was she dead?
Of course, in the fire.
What fire?
When her room caught on fire.
When?
Last week, the 23rd.
What happened? She died?
Suffocated. Carbon dioxide, smoke, etc. 2 doctors certified her dead by misadventure. Well, then...
I don't understand it.
He took her away to bury her, but instead he rushed up to Norwich.
Buried her at Norwich?
Her home was at Great Frensham, but he didn't go there. He went to Norwich.
Yes, you said that.
Well, Norwich is the headquarters of the insurance company. There he got an advance of £40, but he didn't bother to come back here and pay his bills.
Oh, I see. And you went up and pinched him?
He is in jail here now, awaiting trial on the fraud charge.
Well, then...
Well, we have an idea that the old lady didn't set herself on fire, accidentally.
You think he murdered her for her insurance?
With your assistance, we hope to prove that. Let me tell you what we already know. Now...
excuse me. Who was the old lady who got murdered?
Oh, I thought I told you. His mother.
Inspector Hatcher took me over to the jail in which the prisoner, whose name I neglected to tell you, was Sidney Bahola Wolf, was being held on a fraud charge, and I was permitted to speak to him. Now, I would remind you that according to the judge's rules, by which all prosecutions are conducted, an officer is forbidden to speak to a prisoner on any subject concerning the crime or misdemeanor with which he is presently charged. The prisoner is under no compulsion to speak except of his own free will. He is warned at the time of his arrest, anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. But he may be questioned freely on other subjects. That is not evidence. So he was brought in from his cell.
This is Wolf, Chief Inspector.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Now, Wolf, I'm Chief Inspector...
Underhill's your name, yes.
Oh. Did Inspector Hatcher tell you who I am?
No, sir. I met you when you was a sergeant in the CRD 7 years ago. Remember me? At Woking, sir?
Well, I remember you. Forgery, wasn't it, Wolf?
I got 2 years for it. But it wasn't your fault.
It did seem to me you had something to do with it, Wolf.
Well, they said I did.
Sit down, Wolf. If you don't mind, Inspector Hatcher.
Right ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Remember, you've been warned, Wolf.
Yes, sir. Soft chair feels good.
Not very soft, that is it?
Well, softer than them back there in the cell, sir.
So you had your mother insured, Sid?
I don't think
It's a matter of record, Inspector.
Right. Go ahead, sir.
What about it, Sidney?
I wish I could have afforded more. It was only £3,000.
Where'd you get enough money for an insurance policy?
Well, I generally get money when I need it badly enough.
How long has this policy been in force, Sid? Well, you might as well tell me. I can find out from the insurance company.
Since the 22nd of April this year.
You kept it paid up?
Yes, sir.
How have you and your mother been living? I remember it. You two had a rather rough time in the past.
We've had that.
Go ahead and answer him, Wolf.
Well, I had a pension, sir.
Oh, yes.
8 shillings a week from my disability in the war.
And what about your mother?
Well, she had 10 shillings pensions a week on account of my brother Horace was killed with a London Irish rifle, sir. You remember?
18 shillings a week between you.
Well, there's other ways, sir.
I dare say.
Well, when I was sent down last year for 15 months...
By mistake,
Well... My mother went to the workers when I was at Dartmoor. She was sick.
Oh, I'm sorry. And then when you got out?
Well, we came up here. A lot of other places before, though.
I think I'd look up some of those other places if I were you, Hatcher.
I'll just do that, Wolf.
When did you come here to Margaret?
About 10, 11 days ago.
Where did you live?
At the blasted Metropole.
The place where your mother died.
God rest her soul.
Were you there when your mother was killed, Sidney?
I tried to rescue her. I was overcome by the smoke.
That was on the 22nd of October, wasn't it?
22nd of October at 9:07 in the evening.
Was your hotel bill paid then?
No, sir.
Why?
Because I hadn't any money.
Wasn't next day, the 23rd, the 6th month after you'd taken out your insurance policy on your mother's life?
Yes, sir.
Did you have the money to pay that?
No, sir.
And so she died. Wasn't there double indemnity in case of accidental death, Sidney? Wasn't there?
I think so.
Curious coincidence, isn't it, Hatcher?
What?
She was killed on the last day her insurance policy was good. Wasn't she, Sidney?
You're accusing me of murdering my mother.
Uh-huh.
I didn't. I didn't. I didn't have anything to do with it. How can you say such a thing?
Why, Sidney, you were the one who said it.
I didn't. You can't make me say I did. I didn't do it. It's a dirty lie. She died of her own self, of suffocation she did. Well, I even tried to pull her out.
That's true, Inspector.
Did you, Sidney?
Why, all but got my own self suffocated in the smoke.
He did get quite a lungful of smoke.
I nearly got myself killed.
Well, now, let's not scream and shout, Sidney. I want to know what happened when your mother died, if you please.
She was reading the newspaper, I told you.
You didn't tell me that.
What? Well, I've told everyone else. She was reading the newspaper and the paper caught fire from the gas heater.
You said she was suffocated.
So she was. I went right...
Does paper make enough smoke to cause suffocation?
Well, there was a lot of smoke, Chief Inspector.
Enough to cause a person's death, do you suppose?
Well, the easy chair caught on fire, too. I saw it after the fire brigade put it out. It was burned quite badly and made a lot of smoke.
Her clothes were burned, too, I expect.
Why, I don't recall that they were.
Must have fallen away from the chair.
That's right, sir. She fell out of the chair, away from the flames. Mother wasn't burned at all, suffocated by the smoke. That's what the doctor said.
And where were you, Sidney?
I was unconscious.
He was knocked out by the smoke.
What did you do, Sidney, when you discovered the smoke?
Huh?
First, I mean.
Oh. Why, I ran into the room. I'd been taking 40 winks in my room next door, and I see my mother lying there.
Through the smoke?
Yes, through the smoke, yes, sir.
Where was she lying?
Huh? Alongside the chair.
Go on.
Well, I tried to drag her out and...
to the hallway?
No, sir, through my room next door, but she was so heavy and I was coughing so... I couldn't. And so I staggered out into my room and closed the door.
And left your mother lying there in the smoke?
What? Well, sir, I was fair perishing, all right.
So was your mother, wasn't she?
Well, sir, I didn't think.
You left your mother unconscious on the floor of a smoke-filled room with the door closed and the place on fire.
Well, sir, I tell you, I didn't think.
I'd like to ask you something else, Sidney.
Yes, sir?
What would you have done if your mother hadn't died?
What, sir?
You hadn't any money, had you? Either of you.
I hadn't thought of that, sir.
All right, Sidney, that's all for now.
What? Don't you want me...
You can send him away, Hatcher, if you please. I'll talk to him again later.
Right. Come along, Wolf.
Yes, sir.
Take him away, Constable.
What's going to happen to me now, sir?
You're going to be tried for defrauding a hotel keeper. If they don't decide to hang you.
The crime of matricide is probably the most atrocious one I can think of. Because of its enormity, it's even more important that a man suspected of it be protected from guesses and inferences. Guilt or innocence must be established within a reasonable doubt before a man can be accused. It behooves those who pursue crime and criminals to walk softly. I talked to the man, Mr. Adam Gunn, who carried Mrs. Wolf's body out of the hotel room the night of the fire.
Adam Gunn. That's the name, sir. Great Dunedin.
Mr. Gunn, you're a guest at the Metropole Hotel.
Aye.
I understand you carried the body of that Mrs. Wolf out of the fire the night...
Aye, sir. I am that man.
Was she dead then?
I think she was, sir. At least when the doctor examined her after I laid her body on the pavement, he said she was.
Of suffocation?
So he said, sir.
Was she burned? Her clothing or anything?
Well, she didn't appear to be, sir. She was lying on the bed when I came in. And
I thought she was lying on the floor.
I was the one that went in the room, Inspector. She was lying on the bed, a good 6 or 7 feet away from where the fire was smoldering and...
Smoldering?
Aye.
What was burning?
Well, the bottom of the chair appeared to be, sir, and some papers beneath it.
And the carpet?
Oh, I don't know about that, sir. The room was quite full of smoke. Oh, it's no wonder she was suffocated. I nearly was.
You had to open the door to get in?
Aye.
You saw no signs of her having been burned?
No.
She was unconscious, though?
Aye.
Where was Mrs. Wolfe's son?
Oh, him. Oh, he was yammering and havering out in the hallway. I gathered the smoke had overcome him. He did say his mother was inside.
With the doors closed?
Aye, the one to the hall was locked, but the one to her son's room was only just shut.
And you are sure she was unconscious at the time you found her?
Okay. She was unconscious enough.
What's funny?
Well, I wouldn't say anything ill of the dead. But I think the old lady died happy.
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Gunn?
She was lying on an empty whiskey bottle, sir. She was drunk.
I talked with Dr. Edmund Whittaker, the physician who had examined Mrs. Wolfe.
Yes, I examined her. Immediately afterwards, she was brought out of the room. I was passing by on my way home from my Oddfellows Lodge, and
you certified that she died of suffocation?
Of heart failure superinduced by the effects of suffocation, yes.
Was her heart weak?
Huh? She was 67 years of age, sir.
Do you have evidence that she suffered from heart disease, Dr. Whittaker?
What? I had already prescribed medicines for that, sir. She had a very bad heart.
She was not burned?
No, sir. That I can be sure of, too.
Could anything else have induced a heart attack of this type, Doctor?
Well, the whole effect of the shock might have, sir.
Could drink have done it?
What? In my opinion, no.
Could carbon monoxide poisoning have caused her death?
What? Well, undoubtedly carbon monoxide poisoning might have, yes. The fact that I certified suffocation in this case implies that carbon monoxide was present and had a great deal to do with her death.
I'm not cross-examining you, Dr. Whittaker. I'd like to know if she breathed carbon monoxide in sufficient quantities to kill her.
If one breathes in the presence of a fire of this sort, my dear sir, one must necessarily breathe carbon monoxide.
Then there is even now carbon monoxide in traceable quantities in her body.
Huh? Well, unquestionably, sir. The inner passages of the woman's lungs will be coated with soot and smoke, and the mere process of breathing would introduce carbon monoxide into her blood.
But you didn't look to see?
Of course not. That would have required a post-mortem operation, and I saw no need whatever for that. Besides, I'm not a surgeon.
Do you suppose, Dr. Whittaker, that you could supply me with the name of a competent surgeon?
Here, sir?
No. In Great Frensham.
Why, that's where the woman was buried.
Precisely, my dear doctor. It wasn't necessary to find a surgeon at Great Frensham. I asked the Home Office, and they sent Sir Hubert Crosby, the best known of the Home Office pathologists, up there. A crew of local laborers conducted the exhumation, and the body was taken to a room in a temporarily vacant school building for the post-mortem. While Crosby went to work with his assistant, Hatcher and I studied the blackboards in the adjacent room.
Takes me back to my kid days.
It doesn't take me back to mine.
Why not, sir?
We didn't have dead people in our schoolroom.
Come to think of it, I don't believe we did either.
Did have a master we often wished dead.
Yeah, it's one of those in every school.
I wish that hotel manager hadn't been in such a hurry.
What are you talking about?
I went over there yesterday to have a look at the room where the old lady was burned up.
She was suffocated, sir.
Killed, let's say, till Crosby finds out. I went over there to have a look, and the blighter's got it all repaired already.
Well, that helps.
Got new flooring put in, carpet before the gas fire replaced, the burn chair thrown out, everything cleaned up like new.
What were you looking for?
Evidence, old man, remember?
Oh. I wonder if he threw it on the corporation dump.
He didn't say.
Like me to find a telephone and call him?
Why, if you would.
And if you did, I'll put a constable or two onto the dump to see what they can find, shall I?
Do. Ask them to bring back anything at all that they can find.
Righto. Back at once.
And I'd better see someone from the fire... Oh, they didn't hear me. Oh, well, if they find anything. Who... Oh, hello, Sir Hubert. Found out anything?
I thought I heard someone come in.
No, it was Hatcher going out.
Oh.
Find anything yet?
Come in and see.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I find out she's dead.
Yeah. What'd she die of?
I don't know yet, old man. I can tell you what she didn't die of.
What?
Suffocation.
I mustered up courage enough to open the door where Crosby was holding his post-mortem and went in. How do you know, I asked.
Look here. Oh, come closer, man. She won't hurt you. Now, where are the forceps? Here. See here?
That's her throat?
Excellent, old chap. Now, I ask you to look very carefully. If that formaldehyde bothers you, breathe through some cotton wool. See? There isn't a sign of soot or smoke discoloration on the inside of the mouth passages. See? If she'd breathed smoke at all, unless the passages had been carefully cleansed, there'd be unmistakable signs of it here, and here, and here. Do you see?
Yeah.
Apparently, she didn't breathe any smoke at all.
Well, what does that mean, then?
Well, it could mean she was dead when the fire started.
Are you sure?
Ammerman's testing a sample of blood over there for traces of carbon monoxide. Find any yet, Ammerman?
No indications so far, sir.
And if we can't find any, then we know she was dead when the fire started. I don't know what killed her yet. Sure of one thing, though.
What's that?
She was full of alcohol when she did die.
And what does that indicate?
She didn't know either.
Sir Hubert Crosby returned to London and his laboratory that night with certain specimens he wanted to examine more thoroughly, and the remainder of the body of Mrs. Rose Wolfe was reburied in the churchyard at Great Frensham. I went back to Margate with Inspector Hatcher, who told me that the corporation dump was already being examined. A man from the fire brigade called on me early the next morning, and, well, he wasn't much help. Yes, he'd been at fire. No, he hadn't seen body. No, nothing had been burned except few scraps of newspaper on the easy chair. Well, how about the carpet between the gas fire where it started and the chair? Hadn't been damaged at all. Not at all, I said. Not at all. He remembered that. Well, that was strange. Sir Hubert Crosby telephoned me.
Crosby here, Chief Inspector. Look here. This old lady wore false teeth, didn't she?
I'm not sure. Wait, I'll ask Hatcher. Hatcher, did Mrs. Wolfe wear false teeth?
I'm sure she did, yes.
Hello, Sir Hubert. Hatcher says she did.
I'm sure she did. Where are they?
Where are they, Hatcher?
Her teeth? Wasn't she wearing them?
Wasn't she wearing them?
I never saw them.
Well, we'll look around. I don't mean to be impertinent, Sir Hubert, but does it really make any difference?
I rather think it does. There are definite bruises inside the mouth, which I believe to be from false teeth. And she wasn't wearing any in the coffin, so where are they?
Well, I'm afraid I don't quite get it, sir.
Look here, old man, you let me do my job, and when the time comes to do yours, I'll let you do it.
Yes, sir.
These aren't the ordinary marks, you see. They're more in her throat than actually in the mouth. Do you know what that means?
She swallowed them?
It's impossible to swallow a set of false teeth, man. Wasn't a throat in the world big enough.
Well, what happened then, sir?
Someone pushed them down her throat. Where'd they go?
It was almost time to talk to Sidney Wolfe again, I told Inspector Hatcher.
The information about him being up for obtaining unlawfully has got into the police gazette. He'll be wanted in half the towns in England when we get through with him.
If we do.
Forgery, too.
I picked him up for that once.
Yes, I remember. Offering false checks, defrauding hotel keepers. He and his mother both. They've been living on their wits for years.
What was he up for just before he came here?
Seems he went to visit a widow, a friend of his mother, and walked out one evening after she'd gone to bed.
They got him for one, then.
Walked out, thoughtfully leaving the gas turned on. If she hadn't waked up and smelled it, he would have been down to Wandsworth long before this.
I think he'll be there soon enough.
I think we'd better telephone the Metropole. They should have some information by now.
Oh, the hotel, yes.
Come in.
Constable Harris, sir, from the corporation dump.
Yes, Harris. What'd you find out?
We found a lady's dress, sir. Here.
Oh, where was it?
Where they throw the rubbish from the fire. The exact spot, the hotel dustman said. He remembered this dress, too. Recognized it, in fact.
Whose is it?
Mrs. Wolfe, sir, he says.
Oh.
He'd seen her wearing it that very day. She always stopped and had a word of greeting from him.
Is he sure about it?
Yes, sir. He'll testify to it.
Oh, excuse me. Inspector Underhill here. Where were they? Are you sure they're the ones? Good. Send them over here at once. Thank you. Thank you very much. I beg your pardon? Oh, you have. Hers, of course. Would you send it over too, please? Yes, right away. Thank you.
What is it, sir?
Let's have Wolfe in here.
Right. Go out and get him, Harris.
Yes, sir.
What was it, sir?
The hotel people called us. They found something.
Oh, what?
Let's let Sidney Wolfe try to guess. Hello, Sidney. Bring him in here, Harris. Oh, no. Don't sit down, Sidney. We won't keep you long.
I don't know anything.
We'll see. Where are your mother's false teeth? You remember now, don't you, Sidney?
She had them on.
No, she didn't. You know perfectly well she always removed them and put them in a glass of water before she went to bed.
She had them on. She didn't go to bed. She was sitting in the armchair.
Not after she drank the whiskey, Sidney. The whiskey you bought her for a present.
I didn't.
You knew she'd go right to sleep, didn't you, Sidney? After all that whiskey that she wasn't used to.
I never gave her.
Didn't you?
But I didn't kill her.
You said she was lying on the floor. She was lying on the bed. Drunk. Unconscious.
No.
Wearing her dressing gown. Her dress hung up quite peacefully.
No, I said.
Quite unconscious from the liquor her son gave her and choked to death with her son's hand.
No!
It's true, Inspector Hatcher. Then he went over and set the fire that he claimed killed her.
No.
Oh, yes, he did, Sidney. We found the bottle of petrol. Your mother used to clean that dress. And it's empty now. Her insurance was due to expire, and you didn't have much time, so you killed her. Choked her with her own false teeth.
I didn't.
We can prove it, Sidney. You said your mother was wearing her teeth.
She was. I've seen them, I tell you.
So you did, Sidney, when you choked her. You didn't notice they dropped out of her mouth afterwards, did you? They found them on the floor. Behind the bed. No, Sidney Wolfe. It won't wash. I arrest you on the charge of murdering your mother, and I warn you that anything you say will be taken down and may be used in evidence. Will you have this man taken away from here, Inspector? Yes, of course he was found guilty. He was hanged at Wandsworth 37 days later. I wonder if the Lord did have mercy on his soul.
Heard today in the order of their appearance on Whitehall 1212 were Harvey Hayes, Horace Braham, Winston Ross, Lester Fletcher, Pat O'Malley, Ronald Long, Carl Harbord, and Edward Ashley. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. There's a critical shortage of scientific and engineering manpower. American industry will need 30,000 engineers annually for the next decade, and only about half of this need will be supplied, according to present estimates. The Engineering Manpower Commission of Engineers Joint Council urges the American public to consider the scope and the seriousness of this problem, and consider also the effect it will have on the nation's economy. You high school students are urged to consider careers in science and engineering, and consider the advantages of engineering training for positions of leadership in many, many fields. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
We invite you to listen to a program about free speech, first produced on the Columbia Network a few weeks ago. Free speech. Two words that seem to have new meaning since December 7th, 1941. Or have they? Perhaps the meaning of the words free speech is so deep and timeless that it changes not at all, that it remains valiantly the same today as yesterday, tomorrow as today.
This time and these words are dedicated to the men and women throughout history who have been willing to pay any price, even death itself, rather than surrender freedom of speech. Their voices, speaking out to us from all the days and all the times, drown out the rantings of tyrants whose names no longer frighten even schoolboys. They are with us, and they speak today, these liberated voices. We hear them and understand, for we too are free and mean to remain so. Let us begin in the Mother of Parliaments in the year of our Lord, 1941.
Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Winston Churchill.
Mr. Speaker and members of the House of Commons. Certain members of this Parliament have been questioning of late whether their democratic prerogatives of free speech are not being imposed upon by this government in the present crisis. If these honourable gentlemen really believed what they pretend to believe, I do not imagine they would have the courage to speak out on this subject as they have spoken. It has been pointed out that in wartime, criticism is the lifeblood of a democracy. Well, in war, it is very hard to bring about successes, but very easy to make mistakes or to point them out after they've been made. And so I say this, not so much in answer to the honourable members' questions as for the guidance of those in countries abroad. No one speaking or voting against this government will be assaulted with rubber truncheons or sent to a concentration camp or otherwise molested. We shall keep our parliamentary institutions intact, come what may. And if we stand by so doing, we shall have afforded the final answer to mankind's age-old conflict between slavery and freedom.
In the folded and quiet yesterdays, how many times has it happened? How many times has it happened?
Yes, how many times has it happened? And in the folded and quiet yesterdays of how many lands? Did you read about Socrates in a book? Is it too far back for you, the 399th year before Christ? It needn't be. A man jailed by dictators on trumped-up charges, speaking calmly, freely to a friend on his last day. That voice never stopped speaking, speaks to you now.
Why have you come at this hour, Crito? It must be quite early.
Yes, it is.
What is the exact time?
The dawn is breaking.
I wonder that the keeper of the prison would let you in on this morning of all mornings.
He knows me because I come here often, Socrates. Moreover, I have done him a kindness.
Oh, certainly. You will pardon me for having forgotten.
Socrates, I come to bring a message which is sad and painful, not as I believe to yourself, but to all of us who are your friends.
What? I suppose that the ship has come from Delos, upon the arrival of which I am to die. Very well, Crito. If such is the will of God, I am willing.
Oh, my beloved Socrates, let me entreat you once more to take my advice and escape. For if you die, I will not only lose a friend that cannot be replaced, but there is another evil. People who do not know you and me will believe that I might have saved you if I had been willing to give money.
Good men, and they are the only persons who are worth considering, will think of these things truly as they happen.
Then, Socrates, will you not, I adjure you, at this last time, call unto you here your judges. Say to them that you will cease your inquiries and criticisms. You know that they will grant you your freedom once again on this provision?
No. I am afraid that if they were to come into this chamber, I would say to them what I said to them before. I would say, Lords of Athens, you have nothing of which to accuse me. I have concealed nothing. I have dissembled nothing. I know that this plainness of speech makes you hate me. And what is your hatred but a proof that I am speaking the truth? I would say, all men that have condemned me, I would fain prophesy, for I am about to die, and that is the time in which men are gifted with prophetic power.
Socrates, I entreat
you have killed because you wanted to escape criticism and not to give an account of your lives. But it will not be as you suppose, far otherwise. For I say that there will be more accusers of you than there are now. Acquit me, or do not acquit me. But be sure that I shall not alter my way of life. No, not if I have to die for it many times.
How many times has it happened? How many times has it happened?
Yes, how many times? The thinker forbidden to think, but thinking all the same. Books burned in the public square at Athens, but always a copy unburned somehow. Left unburned to be discovered a century, 7 centuries, 20 centuries later. It's hard to stop people from thinking. The crackling roar of the burning drowns out your thoughts for a while. But there is the thought again when the quiet returns. Burn the books, burn the printing press. Burn a woman's body, too, if there's no other way.
When did you last hear the voice speaking to you?
Yesterday and today.
At what time did you hear it yesterday?
3 times. Very often I hear it. More often than I tell you.
What were you doing when you heard it?
I was asleep, and the voice woke me.
In what way? Did it touch your arm?
How could a voice touch my arm?
You claim to have seen these saints, Mademoiselle Jeanne. In what shape do you see them?
I see their faces.
Can you describe them? Do they wear robes or garments of some sort?
Do you think our Lord has nothing to dress them in?
But surely they must have something besides faces.
I see only their faces.
Have they hair on their heads?
Why should their hair have been cut off?
Jeanne d'Arc, I hardly need tell you that if you persist in this heretical contention that the voices of saints are speaking to you, and to no one else in France, you will die by fire at the stake.
Speak now, Jeanne d'Arc, and be saved.
My lords and bishops, I will speak what the voices bid me to speak, but no more. That I, Jeanne d'Arc, was bidden by the King of Heaven to make my country free, that the voices spoke to me, and even now bid me speak, and that your threat shall never interdict them. For were I to see the fire, and I tied to the very stake, I would still say what I have said, and would not do otherwise.
A woman burned for saying, I listen to my voices and obey them. But men learn slowly. There came an age of reason, or so they called it, and in a century or so there were politer ways to go about the throttling. Torture went out of fashion, but there were still ways, legal ways perhaps, other ways to keep a man from speaking out too freely. Exile. Exile will do very well. The threat of exile came to one of Britain's most illustrious men of science, Joseph Priestley, at a quiet dinner given in the home of another great free thinker, the pamphleteer Thomas Cooper.
Ladies and gentlemen, I should like to propose a toast to England's greatest scientist, the discoverer of the extraordinary vapor called oxygen, Dr. Joseph Priestley.
Hear, hear, Dr. Priestley.
Speech.
Thank you so much. Now that you've toasted my generation, let me toast yours. On this 14th day of July in the year of our Lord, 1791, I salute the future of liberty, equality, and fraternity that will one day be realized all over the world, the future that was given to us on Bastille Day by the French Revolution.
I don't know that I like that.
Dr. Priestley, surely you must be joking.
Dear lady, I couldn't be more serious.
But then I'm afraid the Duke and I have no alternative. We must leave.
Good heavens, madam, we are not living in medieval times. Surely today a man may stand up in a room and express an opinion freely on any subject he chooses.
I'm sorry. Are you coming, sir?
Quite right, my dear. Sorry, Priestley. I think
You'll excuse us too, Dr. Priestley.
Come, my dear.
Well, Cooper, that leaves you, Mrs. Priestley, and me.
Gentlemen, a toast. Liberty, equality, and fraternity.
Liberty, equality, and fraternity.
Church and king, down with Priestley. Turn the traitor out. Listen to them. Mobs in the streets outside our own house.
Oh, let them shout. They shout my name. They don't even know who I am. I can walk through the mob without being recognized. They've been shouting it for 5 days now, ever since that night at Tom Cooper's.
Oh, there'll be worse violence, though. They set fire to Tom Cooper's house, and they broke up his printing office because of the pamphlet he wrote and published defending you.
What are the Coopers going to do?
Oh, they're going to America. It seems the government's friendly to journalists over there.
Are you afraid, my dear?
Oh, yes, I am, Joseph. I'm terribly afraid. All your scientific work, this new element you've discovered, this oxygen, it might be terribly important, and it might be lost
If what?
Open! In the name of the king! Open! Oh, Joseph, what are you going to do?
I'm going to let them in.
Oh, no, Joseph, no.
Come in, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Priestley, I've been sent by the government to warn you that you are in acute danger, and that you and Mrs. Priestley will be better off out of this country.
Well, sir, this may surprise you, but I think you're right. I think perhaps I shall be better off outside this country.
Out of England?
Yes, my dear. The Priestleys will be sailing to America on the very next ship. In America, they will be very interested in learning what will happen to me here for speaking my mind.
Very well, sir. I shall report your decision to my superior officer. Good night, sir.
Good night.
Oh, Joseph, what's happened to our England?
My dear, the fight for the freedom of the human spirit has been fought many times. Sometimes the forces of liberty appear to be losing, but they're never lost, really. England still has her lesson to learn from the French Revolution, but she'll learn it, and she'll still have it when Europe shall have gone into the darkness again for a little while.
How many times
promises are made of words, and promises are broken. Words can be treacheries, but as long as true words can be spoken, something will come of it. Men in the New World spoke of a greater freedom. We recall words spoken over a pint of ale in a tavern in Williamsburg, Virginia, between two gentlemen with little in common. The one, a fiery revolutionary, Patrick Henry. The other, a staid landowner, James Madison.
I tell you, Mr. Madison, the Constitution as it stands is milk and water.
You think so? I have a letter from Tom Jefferson, Mr. Henry. I marked a passage there especially for you. Read it.
A Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against every government on earth, general or particular, and what no just government should refuse. Well?
Mr. Henry, an unjust government could suppress freedom of speech and freedom of press, and of commerce, and all the rest of it. Bill of Rights or no Bill of Rights.
It's the guarantee that counts, Mr. Madison.
Well, it seems to me that the Constitution is specific enough as regards liberty.
There are too many definitions of the word liberty, Mr. Madison. What if a tyrannical government took it to mean liberty for them to put other people in jail without a trial? Mr. Madison, we need your vote, and we need your help. Jefferson and I are known as radicals. The Hamilton crowd are afraid of anything we support. But you, a conservative, one of the biggest landowners in the country, they'd listen to you.
You think so?
I know it.
But what have we to fear from a government composed of men who fought a revolution for just these rights?
Nothing, but there will be other governments. There will be men with different ideas of liberty. We cannot forever remain isolated from Europe as General Washington hopes.
Do you really believe this Bill of Rights is the answer? You seem to have a good deal of faith in the words on that piece of paper.
Words on a piece of paper are all that bound us to the tyranny of the old world. Words on a piece of paper declared this nation's independence.
Not words alone.
The idea must come before the action, Mr. Madison. Words alone cannot guarantee the liberties of this nation through the centuries. But they can tell men, come what may, that once they were free and can be free again.
Mr. Henry, I think I'll join your forces.
Thank you, Mr. Madison, thank you. This means much to me and to our country, too. Oh, Mr. Phipps.
Coming, sir, coming.
Come over here.
What is it? Anything wrong, sir?
On the contrary, Mr. Phipps. Mr. Madison and I are about to drink a toast to you.
To me?
Yes, to you, Mr. Phipps, in whose excellent tavern upon a night in 1791, slavery and the opposition of the human spirit were abolished for all time.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Because of what we decided here tonight, the shape of things to come may be a different thing. Who can tell what may happen when men are free to speak their minds?
And so it was done, and a nation was built upon it. In one nation, at least, men were free to speak their minds, and still are free. Unhappily, in many other nations, even as we speak to you, it is not so.
Prisoner Niemöller.
Yes?
Herr Niemöller, you are going to leave this concentration camp. The Fuhrer has decided to make an exception in your case. He feels that the intense popularity which you enjoyed as a minister of the gospel...
Enjoyed? Past tense? Has my congregation forgotten me already?
I'm sure, Herr Pastor, they will welcome you back with open arms. Reichsbishop Müller feels that you have learned your lesson, and the Fuhrer has personally pardoned you. You are free to return to your church at any time.
Free? Are you sure of that?
Absolutely. Of course, you realize what is expected of you in return for the Fuhrer's kindness.
Yes. Yes, I know exactly what is expected of me.
Good, good. Well then, good luck, Pastor Niemöller. Heil Hitler.
Good day, Commissioner. Dearly beloved, I stand before you again, hardly able to keep back the tears of joy that are welling up at the sight of you, my brothers in the communion of Jesus Christ. I am free because you wanted me to be free, and there are so many of you. I ask you not to forget that. If I go to a concentration camp for what I say here today and in the days to come, be they many or few, you will know that you too are no longer free.
For in a land where one man is not free to speak his conscience in the sight of Almighty God, who is my Führer, in that land no man is free. Dearly beloved, my text today is from the Epistle of St. Paul to the Romans.
To the right! Halt! Halt! And you prisoners, step out. Herr Captain, these are the new men. Left to right. Schiller, Reinmann, Niemöller.
Niemöller? Bring that man over here, Lieutenant.
Niemöller, step forward. Get a move on.
Let me look at your face.
Eyes up, you fool. Salute your captain. Did you hear what I said?
Let him alone, Lieutenant. It is you, Niemöller. Pastor Niemöller.
I remember you. Yes. Pastor Schmidt. You preach at Rothenburg.
I was Pastor Schmidt. I was formerly preacher at Rothenburg. But we need soldiers, you know. And now I'm a captain with our forces.
I see, yes.
Pastor Niemöller. Well, well. What are you doing in a concentration camp, brother?
Brother, what are you doing out of a concentration camp?
In the folded and quiet yesterdays, put down in the book of the past, is a scrawl of scrawny thumbs, and the smudge of clutching fingers, and the breath of hanged men, of martyrs saying, "Welcome," as an axe fell, of men made to drink bitter death for teaching truths to other men.
Socrates!
Of traitors cut in 4 pieces according to the ancient Anglo-Saxon formula for the crime of treason.
Thomas More.
Of persons covered with filth in due exaction of a penalty.
Martin Niemöller.
Of ears clipped, noses slit, fingers chopped.
John Huss.
Of wanderers seared with a hot iron in the breast.
Abelard.
Of violence as a motive lying deep as the weather changes of the sea.
Mary Dyer.
Of gang wars, tongue wars, civil tumult.
Wat Tyler.
Of agitators outlawed to live on thistles.
Lovejoy.
Of thongs for holding plain-spoken men.
John Brown.
Of frenzied thought and speech being held a crime.
Peter Zenger.
And a woman burned for saying, "I listen to my voices and obey them."
Joan of Arc.
And the thinker locked into stone and iron for saying, "The earth moves."
Galileo.
And the pity of men learning by shocks,
Semmelweis,
by pain and practice, by plunges and struggles in a bitter pool.
The Son of Man.
In the folded and quiet yesterdays.
How many times has it happened?
How many times has it happened?
The leaders of the people estimated us to price and fought with bribes signed and delivered, or waylaid or shot, or meshed by perjurers, or hunted and sent into hiding, taken and paraded in garments of dung, fire applied to their footstools, their mouths pasted with rebels, thrown into solitary, fed on slops, hung by thumbs.
Till the mention of that uprising was casual, so, as though the are ready. In the folded and quiet yesterdays, how many times has it happened?
You may burn my flesh and bones, throw the ashes to the four winds, smiled one of them, yet my voice shall linger on, and in the years yet to come, the young shall ask what was the idea for which you gave me there, and what was I saying that I must die for what I said.
No, he didn't last long after that. 5-man firing squad finished him. 4 o'clock one morning.
Didn't hear much about his family after that.
Who are you talking about, Father?
I hear his son turned up in another country, preaching the same things.
What was he preaching, Father?
They say he was a pretty straight, hard-working man, treated his wife well.
I remember the time he was talking to a few of us down in front of the town hall.
Why, that must have been just before they arrested him the second time.
Why did they arrest him?
What was he saying?
Something about the rights of the people, as I remember, son.
What's the rights of the people?
Some of it's written down, and some of it isn't, son.
But why'd they kill him, Father?
What was his idea? What was he saying? Why did they kill him? What was the idea? What was he saying? Why did they kill him? What was the idea? What was he saying? Why did they kill him? They shouldn't have killed him.
And his voice shall linger on, the years yet to come. The young shall ask, what was the idea for which you gave him death? And what was he saying? That he must die for what he said. How many times in the folded and quiet yesterday.
In the folded and quiet yesterdays, men have died for the right of free speech. We are grateful to be living in a country in which we can speak and write and broadcast with freedom and without fear. A country whose president, in the very week which brought war to us, could assure us that all confirmed facts, except those which would prove valuable to the enemy, would be told to us, and could invite criticism from anyone who feels that the government is not disclosing enough of the truth. Yes, we who are speaking and we who are listening are free and mean to remain so. This hemisphere of the Americas is strong and courageous and unafraid because of it. And across the seas, too, even now, there are men whose souls remain free. Men underground in Europe are saying what they think, even with the threat of death hanging over them for saying it.
How big an audience do you suppose you have? After all, the penalties for listening to a freedom radio station could hardly be more severe.
We must have a tremendous audience. We have a good wavelength, and our transmitter is strategically located. The people can't help hearing us, even if they are forbidden to hear us.
Aren't you afraid that you'll be caught?
Not anymore. I think that if we were located, somebody would let us know there was danger. We have many friends.
I know. That's how I was able to locate you and offer you my services. But supposing they do find you, what could you do?
I could die, of course. But there are other transmitters like this one. There will always be more and more of them.
Sometimes, as you work here, it must seem futile. The air is so crowded with voices, and the punishment for listening is so decisive.
No, I never feel discouraged. I believe that any station broadcasting lies will lose its audience in the long run to the stations that broadcast the truth.
You have just heard a program dedicated to the men and women throughout history who have been willing to die, if necessary, rather than surrender their freedom of speech. The composition, In the Folded and Quiet Yesterdays, is from The People, Yes, by Earl Robinson, Carl Sandburg, and William C. White. The soloist was Lansing Hatfield. Lynn Murray conducted, and John Daly was the narrator. Earl McGill directed the production for the Columbia Network.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please, for today is called If I Should Wake Before I Die. I am a practical man. I want you to understand that I am practical, utterly practical. That I believe nothing that cannot be proved beyond the shadow of a doubt. I know that men live because the lives of many of them impinge on me, who also live. I believe that they die because I've seen them die. Beyond that, there is nothing of life or death that can be proved to my satisfaction. And speculation does not interest me. Whether men die or do not die is of small concern to me. My abiding interest is knowledge, pure knowledge. I've devoted most of my 47 years to its pursuit. The application of the knowledge I gain is of small moment to me. I may say that it's of no moment whatever. The experiment, the deduction and proof of new natural laws is the be-all and the end-all, as I believe the poets put it. And their application is not my province. Don here does not share my opinion. Don's interest is in the applications of the laws that I and others have discovered and proved.
You don't care, Dr. Anderson, whether 1 million men and women die as the result of the application of your discoveries?
It is a matter of no interest whatever to me, Don.
I wonder if you really mean that.
I mean it. Implicitly.
You know what the world is doing with your discoveries?
Obviously, I know something of what they're doing. But I assure you, it does not interest me.
It doesn't interest you that 3 men are circling this Earth in a satellite rocket as a result of your research?
I am interested only in the data they may bring back from outer space. Data on which I may base further research.
It doesn't interest you that those data may become the basis for the building of fortresses out there in space, from which the Earth can be bombarded by some of the new weapons that have derived from your studies?
I didn't invent the weapons, Don.
Other men did, using your technical data.
Yeah, that's their concern.
But does it interest you that those 3 men may never come back to Earth? That they may be facing a horrible death out there 700 miles away from this Earth, alone out there in the dark?
I have no time to contemplate their troubles, Don.
You sent them there?
I did not.
They wouldn't be there if it hadn't been for your formulas and your work.
I tell you again, that is their concern, not mine.
Do you know who they are?
John, I'm very busy. Would you please go back to your office and let me finish my work?
Ernst Macy and Dan Seymour.
Please go away.
And your brother.
My brother?
Your kid brother, Edward.
Will you hand me that slide rule, please?
Will you listen to me?
The other one, please.
Dr. Anderson, I tell you that... I'll answer. Yes. Oh, this is Don, Major. When? You sure? Yes, he's here. No, I don't think so. I'll tell him. Yes. Thank you. Dr. Anderson. Well, that was Major Hilton over at the center. They had another message from the satellite rocket at 14:55. From your brother, Edward.
What did you say?
From 700 miles out in space. From a rocket that's been circling the Earth for 3 months now, alone out there in the cold void, with such a little hope of ever coming back to warmth and light and friends. From the dark and the cold.
What are you talking about?
Your brother Edward. He's dead. Somewhere out there in space, he's dead. Do you hear me? He sent you a message. He died before he finished it. Tell my brother, he said. Tell my brother, if I should wake before I die, and he died before he finished it. Do you know what that means? Do you hear me? Your brother!
Just hand me that notebook there, will you? No, the one with the brown cover. Thanks. Knowledge is all. The application of the knowledge is unimportant, unless it leads to further knowledge. I have no theories of life or death or of creation. Explanation or the attempt at explanation is futile and unnecessary. There are no secrets of life or death. They're chemical processes peculiar to man. They exist, and that's all. Perhaps someday I or one of my colleagues will discover the principles of this living and dying. But there's a long, long apprenticeship ahead of us before we can turn to that phase of science. And in the meantime, there are problems to be solved, answers to be proved. And it's of no importance what temporary use is made of the results of our researches. The space rocket would have been useful, no doubt, in charting the effects of cosmic radiation. When it's gone, we must dismiss it as an expedient that failed. Knowledge. Knowledge is the goal. All else is unimportant. Never forget that. It's worth any price.
Doesn't it depend just a little, Dr. Anderson, on who pays the price?
What?
The ones who die in the search?
Well, as long as the important ones don't die, the price is reasonable.
Who is to decide which are the unimportant ones?
I am important.
Yes, to yourself.
To the world.
The others are important to the world, too.
Nonsense.
There wouldn't be any world without them, Doctor.
Well, in that sense...
People like your brother.
He was dispensable to science.
To you, personally?
Are you implying that I didn't love my brother?
Am I?
I did.
I wonder.
Now, please don't try to involve me in an emotional experience, Don. I have work to do.
It might do you some good, Dr. Anderson, if you did get involved in an emotional experience. It might wake you up.
I'm awake, thank you.
No, you're not.
Kindly explain what you mean by that.
No. I don't think I will, Doctor. I don't think I will.
Well, I don't know what you mean.
You know what you're doing.
I do.
You know that the application of your research and experiment is producing the most frightful weapons the world has ever seen.
That's not my fault. That's application again.
Well, they wouldn't exist without what you know, what you've proved.
In that case, I am only helping my country.
That's what the others say.
What others?
The other scientists in other countries, they're helping their countries, too.
Well, that's their privilege.
You realize that you and the others are distilling destruction for the whole world, don't you?
That's the fault of you young military men who are converting pure research into weapons for war.
I grant that. But you are the ones that gave us that research. It's your dreams, not ours.
I wish you'd stop talking of dreams.
Well, I wish...
You wish what?
I remember what your brother sent to you from way out there in space. Dying in a rocket ship. A spaceship that grew out of your dreams.
Yeah, I've forgotten it.
Why, Dr. Anderson, you must remember it.
No.
It's like that little prayer that kids say at bedtime. Only your brother changed it around a little. He knew what he was talking about. You remember it?
Something sentimental. I remember I used to say it when we were children at night. I know it. Now I lay me down to sleep. If I should die before I wake...
That isn't what your brother said. Dying out there in the cold and the dark.
Why don't...
I'd try to remember it if I were you, Doctor. Your brother said, if I should wake before I die...
It doesn't make sense.
Oh, yes, it does, Doctor. He was telling you to wake up before you die. Wake up, doctor, before you die and the world dies with you.
There is nothing I can do. I have committed myself to this, and I've gone too far. The others, Barshoff and Beveridge and Delaplane, they have gone too far, too. We cannot stop. It's no dream at all. It is pure science. What if they have perverted our dreams? Not dreams. What if they have perverted our studies, our equations, our living thoughts to weapons of destruction? It was not our fault. I was not my brother's keeper.
But he died far, far out there in the illimitable reaches of immeasurable cold, out where the cosmic dust lies in great cold clouds. There is no time.
The alchemists tried for thousands of years to transmute base metals into precious ones. I only carried out their fumbling task.
But you succeeded, you and the others.
I didn't pollute the waters of Bikini.
No. You sat in a snug office 8,000 miles away. And the reports of the awful upheaval of the sea came to you. And you read them and smiled. You leaned back in your chair and smiled. They've proved what we knew could be proved, you said. You smiled.
It was not my fault.
You dreamed that destruction leaked from the floor of the sea and the waters were charged with death, and you smiled in your dream.
It was no dream.
And your brother and 2 other men shook hands with you and stepped into the rocket shell that was to be their tomb, and that tomb was the reality of your dream.
No.
And you dream now of more wonders upon the earth, upon this earth that one day you will destroy, you with your own hands.
No,
Your dream grows brighter and greater until the whole universe is blotted out, and you stretch out your hands for reality. And there's only black.
Attention, please. Attention, please. In 30 seconds, Project Phaeton will be activated. In 30 seconds, Project Phaeton will be activated. 30 seconds.
Wait. I tell you, no, not now. Come over here to the window.
No,
you must.
28
Bring your...
seconds.
No, take those binoculars from the desk. Quick, come on.
Is this the end, then?
This is Project Phaeton.
What is it?
Over here, where you can see the moon. Hurry.
23 seconds.
What is it?
22 seconds.
We're going to reach the
21
moon.
seconds. What? 20
Here.
seconds.
Watch the radar.
19 seconds.
No, the binoculars won't do you any good.
18 seconds.
Here.
17
Watch.
seconds.
This is the project I heard about.
Where did you hear about it?
There's been talk.
I'll have somebody's head for that.
13
Watch.
seconds. 12
Watch.
Is it just another radar contract?
We're going to reach it. We kept it a secret for so long. Only 10 seconds.
What are you going to do?
The beam is on.
What are you going to do?
Going to reach the moon with a projectile. Atomic fission projectile.
6 seconds. 5 seconds.
Watch.
Oh, Dr. Anderson. No.
3 seconds. 2 seconds.
If we do this...
1 second. Time.
I did hear. Wait.
They're on the way. It took a little time for the sound to reach us. Now watch. Watch.
240,000 miles.
Watch. Watch the radar. What will happen? An explosion we can see with the radar, I hope. It's nearly there now. A second or two.
Dream goes on.
Look. Don, look.
I pray the Lord my soul to save.
One does not always accurately foresee the results of a projected experiment. Yeah, that, however, is the purpose of experiments, to prove or disprove a theory, a scientific conception. If it were possible to conduct all one's experiments personally, the margin of error would naturally be reduced to the minimum. But when a large number of other individuals enter into the operation, error and the possibility of error is naturally multiplied. Now, that's an interesting thought. I must make a note of it. In what ratio does probable error increase with the addition of new minds to a particular project? I must deduce a formula. At the moment, I do not know exactly what went wrong. It's within the realm of possibility that I might have made a slight miscalculation myself, although naturally I doubt that. It's possible that fissionable material reacts with greater celerity where atmosphere, as we know it, is lacking. It is possible that there were on the moon certain elements unknown to us, elements that do not show up in spectrometric analyses, elements particularly amenable to chain reaction of unprecedented violence. It's mildly shocking to realize the extent of the damage done by Project Phaeton. However, I'm reminded of the theory of the philosopher Berkeley that one must doubt everything outside the circle of one's own consciousness. Certainly, I have the evidence of my own consciousness. The image of the moon instantaneously disappeared on the radar screen at the precise second when my calculations showed that the projectile had reached the moon's surface. And although this is the time of the full moon, for 3 nights now in succession, it has not appeared in its customary place in the firmament. Therefore, I am led to an ineluctable conclusion, which is corroborated by other hearsay evidence. It is a fact, and I state it positively, that the moon has been utterly destroyed as a result of Project Phaeton.
Never again the sweet moonlight for the lovers. Nevermore the harvest moon rising above the hills on an October night.
But science is vindicated. Science has done it. Pure science went into the calculations. The great thinking machines ground and chattered, and the data poured out. The data that I alone knew would come. Equations no human mind could imagine. Beautiful, pure mathematical thoughts far beyond the conception.
Far beyond the conception of the ones who die.
Calculations of mass and energy and the cosmic movements of all the planets. Allowances for the gravitation of stars 40 light years away. Corrections for the rotation of the Earth. The absolute cold of 240,000 miles of space. Pinpointed on the great crater of Copernicus.
That man has gazed on and pondered since the world began, and that no man shall ever see again.
The hand of man has reached out into space and found a target. Pure thought that sought out the farthest reaches of a mind and devised a weapon.
And in every harbor of the world the tides rushed out, and the very floor of the sea was plain to human eyes for one last look. And far out on the breast of the ocean, great tidal waves that overtook and destroyed everything that floated.
Man has at last conquered space.
And thousands dead for miles inland from the shore when the waters returned. And the moon...
I did not know we would destroy the moon, I tell you. I thought there would be a small explosion that we could see.
And man has destroyed what God hath wrought. You've dreamed well, my doctor, my scientist, my brother.
It was an experiment.
And well done. Well completed.
For the price of progress.
So they are.
There will be no more wars, Don. Don't you understand that? We have proved that modern war is so destructive that no nation can afford to fight them. That's no dream.
Yes, you have proved that. You have destroyed one world. Very pretty demonstration.
It was no world. It was the moon, the dead moon.
Dead, yes. Gone, yes. But perhaps it was a world, Dr. Anderson.
Nonsense.
Vegetation on the moon, you knew that. Radar proved it long ago. Way back in 1948.
Well...
Why could there not have been people?
It couldn't be proved.
It will never be proved now. There's only dust. And our own world. Can you think of what has happened on our own world and look any man in the eye?
I didn't intend that.
But you accomplished it.
I know it, but...
You have other experiments in mind, I assume?
Well, not immediately, of course.
Of course.
Not for years.
Of course not.
We have to go on.
Do you? You know the end of it all.
We can't stop now. We started this thing, and there's no turning back.
The point of no return.
Exactly. We have accomplished a thing that human minds could never imagine.
You have dreamed, and you'll go on dreaming of destruction.
Oh, no. We'll take care next time.
You will.
Of course we will. This is an unfortunate accident.
An accident? 10 million people killed on this continent alone. Cities destroyed that can never be rebuilt. The very moon, the ageless satellite of the Earth, blown to dust. Haven't you dreamed enough?
It is not a dream.
You will not wait before you die, before we die?
What can I do?
You can stop it.
Don, it can't be stopped.
It must be stopped. Man wasn't put on Earth to die by his own hand, to be murdered by his fellow men.
But what can I do?
Stop!
We can't stop. We've started a chain reaction among people. You know what chain reactions are. You know what follows. You know that a simple fuse lit by a tiny match can set off an explosion.
That will destroy the world.
There's nothing to be done.
Nothing?
Marshoff and Beveridge and Delaplane and I say it in all humility. We know all there is to know about these cosmic forces. We know more than any other foremen in the world.
Do you four know how to stop this progress?
I know. I think they know.
But you won't stop?
How?
Well, if you four could agree to put a sight on.
We can't. There is no hope.
We must go on to destruction?
We must go on.
How do you know you must go on?
I know.
How do you know?
I have been told.
By the others?
Yes.
They'll go on if you give up?
They will. I know.
What if they died?
They are the directing brains of all the research in their countries.
And?
If they died, their programs will be set back so far. They won't die.
They have died.
What did you say?
I said they have died.
It's impossible.
They did.
How do you know they died? When?
They died on a ship in the Atlantic Ocean.
When?
When everybody else died on the Atlantic Ocean.
In the tidal wave?
Yes. You disposed of them very neatly. I didn't. You killed them just as you killed all those others.
They're dead.
It's my business to know about that, Dr. Anderson.
Marshall. And Beveridge. Delaplane.
You have no rivals now, Dr. Anderson.
Why, that's right. We're in front of the world.
What's left of it?
There's nobody to carry on their work.
Are you sure?
I know. But now...
Yes, now.
What were they coming here for?
I didn't say they were coming here.
They were, though. I know they were. But what... Why were they coming here?
Don't you know, Dr. Anderson?
To kill me. To murder me. Why, of course, they knew me. They heard about Project Phaeton. They knew if they murdered me, that would stop all our developments here. And they would ally themselves against us, and without the weapons that I could devise, they would... Why, they'd win the war.
What war, Dr. Anderson?
What war? Why, they'd declare war on us. No, they wouldn't declare war on us. They'd just destroy us overnight.
No.
What?
No. They weren't coming here to kill you.
I know they were.
No.
What then?
They were coming here to make a deal with you.
A deal?
Yes. They were afraid.
Of what?
Of the thing that killed them.
Tidal wave.
But that, they didn't know what it was to be, but they... Well, maybe they were afraid of it. Maybe they were afraid of what you'd do next.
Well, they'd better be afraid.
Oh, they're not anymore. They're dead.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Well, remember what your brothers did?
Yes, I remember. But what?
Why, they awoke before they died, Dr. Anderson.
It didn't do them any good.
No, it didn't, did it?
No, it certainly didn't.
Because you didn't awake. Now you're the only one left. You know all the secrets. You know more than any other man in the whole world.
I do. Don't I?
It's in your power now to go ahead and do things that the others can't duplicate, that they can't even come near.
That's my patriotic duty.
Is it?
I've got to. Why, Don, if I could tell you some of the things I've already planned, some of the most amazing things, what? I tell you, your mind couldn't even begin to comprehend what I can do.
And not worry about competition.
That's right.
But there may not be any place left for you to do these wonderful things, Doctor.
Why not?
Why, there might not be any world left, don't you see?
But I can't just sit here.
No, of course not.
I can't stagnate.
I agree.
Well, I spent my whole life studying, learning, thinking and studying again. I've gone farther into nuclear fission than any other man in history. I know more than even they knew. Do you mean that I should give this all up and just sit here?
Not at all, Doctor.
Listen to me. I'll show you. There's one little thing. One simple little operation. One... Why, it's as simple as turning a switch the wrong way.
Yes?
It would neutralize every single atom of fissionable material in the world today.
Really?
I mean it. It would neutralize every stockpile in the world, and it would be 100 years before anybody could prepare even one little bomb. Do you realize that?
There's only one catch in it.
What?
You. If you were still around, you and only you in all the world could, well, shall I say, unneutralize it.
That's right.
Yes.
And you want me to give it all up?
Yes.
I can't do it, Don. I've explained that to you. There's nobody left to carry on but me.
Nobody but you. That's right. Dr. Anderson, do you want to die?
What?
I say, do you want to die?
Die? Why, I've never particularly thought about dying, Don. Do you know that?
Not personally, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. It's curious.
But you don't mind bringing death to a great many other people, do you? Do you? To our brother Edward.
I didn't.
I'm your brother too, Sam. I'll die too, and everybody else will die, and you'll die by your hand if you don't give it up.
I'll die. Why? But I can't do it, I tell you.
You're still dreaming, Sam.
I tell you, I'm not dreaming.
It isn't too late to wake up, Sam.
I'm not dreaming.
Yes, you are, Sam, and it's time to wake up.
I tell you. The title of today's Quiet Please story is If I Should Wake Before I Die. Written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And my brother Don was played by Don Briggs. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Herman. Now, for a word about next week, if you can get through the door, here is our writer-producer, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, I have a story for you about the man who knew everything.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a homicide detail. You receive a complaint about the owner of an apartment building. He signs leases for the apartments, then he threatens to kill the tenants if they move in. Your job? Investigate.
Comparison proves Fatima quality.
Yes, comparison proves Fatima quality.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs. 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you are now smoking.
In Fatima, the difference is quality. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, May 9th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Captain Warman. My name's Friday. It was 6:47 p.m. when I got back to the Capitol Avenue Auto Court. Cottage number 11.
No reason in the world for it. I tried to reason with him. He wouldn't even listen. It's the craziest thing I ever saw.
Yes, sir. George, you find the phone all right?
Yeah, I checked the office. Lope says they picked up Daniels a few minutes ago. They're bringing him downtown now.
Well, they got him, did they? They're going to put him in jail?
Well, it depends, ma'am. It's going to take a little more investigating first.
I don't see what else you need. He threatened us with a gun, me and Doris Ashby. If that isn't a crime, I don't know what is.
A few more questions we'd like to ask you, ma'am, if you don't mind. A couple of things we'd like to clear up.
I told you just how it happened. Doris will tell you the same thing. He's just a crazy old man, if you ask me. Ought to be put away.
Did you ever have any trouble with Mr. Daniels before this afternoon, Miss Cameron?
Excuse me, the baby.
Yes, ma'am.
What is it now, honey? Can't you sleep? You try now. Won't you? Daddy will be home pretty soon. That's a good boy. You try and sleep now.
Miss Cameron?
Yes. Oh, you be quiet now. I don't want any trouble from you. You heard me. Be quiet now.
You got your hands full, ma'am.
Don't I know it? A canary, a 4-month-old baby trying to keep house in an auto court. I knew it was going to be like this. I never would have left Paso Robles.
You've only been in town a week or so, is that right?
It's closer to 2 weeks. Seems more like 2 months trying to get along in a place like this. A room and a bath, no place to cook, rinse out diapers. It's terrible. I told my husband he should come down here alone, find us a place to live first. Then we could move. No, he had to have it his way.
Mm-hmm. You say your husband made the first contact with Daniels. He gave him a deposit on this apartment, is that right?
That's right. The same day he started work at the aircraft plant in the valley. We've been living in Paso Robles since we got married. A month ago, Pete, that's my husband, he got a lead on this aircraft job down here. Him and Ralph came down and signed up for it.
Ralph, who's that, ma'am?
Ralph Ashby. He's Doris's husband. Doris Ashby. She's my best girlfriend. We were neighbors up in Paso Robles.
Oh, I see.
They're not doing much better than we are right now. They're staying in another court up the street. Same thing, room and a bath. Doris is expecting, too, poor kid. Did you hear me? You be quiet now. You want to wake up the baby?
About the arrangements your husband made with Daniels to lease this apartment, Miss Cameron. When was all this?
A week ago Monday, the day after I moved down here. My husband and Ralph Ashby saw the rental ad in the paper, and they went over and talked to Daniels. He said, all right. He had an apartment for the Ashbys and one for us. Nice places, too.
I see.
Ralph and my husband signed the leases, gave him the first and last month's rent in advance. It was all decided.
Well, how is it you couldn't move in right away, Miss Cameron?
Well, he said he was having the apartment house redecorated. Daniels did, I mean. He told Ralph and my husband the apartments would probably be ready for us on the 8th. That was yesterday. He said the 9th for sure, and that's today.
And you tried to move in this afternoon, and Daniels refused to let you in. Is that it?
I had the movers get all our things out of storage and move them out to the apartment. So did my girlfriend, Doris. The movers were just starting to get our furniture out of the van and move it into the apartment when Mr. Daniels showed up. He acted like a crazy man.
Well, did he give you any reasons why he couldn't move in?
He tried to give us a lot of reasons. None of them made any sense. You could ask Doris. She'll tell you. She was there with me.
Well, what did Daniels say, now, just for instance?
He said a lot of things. First, he told us there was no water in the apartments. It hadn't been turned on yet. He said the gas wasn't turned on either. Well, I knew that was a lie. I was in the apartment late in the morning. Everything was fine. The gas was working, so was the water.
I see.
When I caught him in that lie, he got madder than ever, made some more excuses. Then he started yelling and swearing at me right there on the sidewalk. Said the apartment just wasn't ready yet. I told him they would climb a tree. We signed the lease, we paid the rent, we were moving in anyway. Told the movers to go ahead, take in the furniture.
Well, what'd Daniel say then?
Nothing. He just got real purple in the face, and he put his hand in his coat pocket, and he took out a gun, pointed it at me and Doris, and I had the baby in my arms. Imagine that.
He actually told you he'd shoot you if you tried to move in the apartment, is that right?
In so many words, yes, he did. He threatened the moving men, too. They tried to talk to him. He wouldn't listen. We all tried to talk to him. We didn't make any sense at all. I wasn't going to take any chances with the baby in my arms. Doris and I got in the car and drove away. So did the movers. They left with us. Can't say I blame them either.
Yes, ma'am.
That Daniels must be out of his mind. It's the only thing I can figure. A real nut.
Well, did either you or your husband have any arguments with him at all before this afternoon?
No, everything was fine. This afternoon was the second time I ever spoke to the man.
And he had no objections to your having children or pets in the apartment?
None at all. That's one of the first things my husband told Daniels when he went to look at the apartment. We had a baby and a canary. Daniel said it was all right with him. He didn't object at all.
I understand there's 6 apartments in the building, Miss Cameron, that right?
Yes, that's right. They're all vacant as far as I know. Daniels just bought the building a month ago. That's what he told my husband, anyway. He had the place redecorated, and the work was all done. The apartments are just sitting there. That's why I can't understand it. Why won't he let us move in?
Yes, ma'am.
We paid our money, signed the lease. If he gave us any kind of a good reason why we shouldn't move in, I could understand it. But to keep us out for no reason at all, to stand out there on the sidewalk and threaten to shoot us if we move in, me with a baby in my arms, I don't know. He must be crazy.
You say you were in the apartment this morning, Miss Cameron. Did you notice anything unusual about the place, anything out of the ordinary?
No, nothing.
And you say Daniels couldn't give any reason at all why you shouldn't move in?
Just one. It convinced me.
Yeah.
That gun.
Before we left Mrs. Cameron, we took her crime report and had her sign it, and then we drove back downtown to the squad room where Gene Bechtel and Lloyd Bond were waiting with the suspect, Edward Daniels. They'd already checked him through R&I. He had no previous criminal record. They gave us a .22 caliber H&R revolver along with 6 shells which had been found on the suspect at the time of his arrest. The gun had been loaded. Pawn shop records showed that the weapon had been purchased by the suspect and had been registered in his name. We had stenographer Eleanor Eastlack type up the crime report, and Ed and I took Daniels down the hall to the interrogation room. He was a small, thin man, blue eyes, gray hair.
Don't know what all the fuss is about. I own the building. I can keep people out if I want to.
Well, we saw the lease you signed with the Camerons. The other couple, too, they paid their rent. Why the sudden change of heart?
I don't think that's any of your business. Matter between me and the tenant.
It's our business when you threaten him with a gun, Daniels. Assault with a deadly weapon, that's a felony.
Didn't hurt the woman. Just wanted to scare her, that's all. Just a couple of farmers anyway. Never should have given him the lease in the first place. Lousy kid with him and that bird chirping all the time.
How'd you happen to have that gun with you this afternoon?
Didn't happen to have it. Carry it all the time. It's my business, isn't it? Registered down here.
You mean you got a permit to carry this gun?
Don't need a permit. It's registered, isn't it?
Who gave you the idea because the gun's registered you can carry it around your pocket?
Friend of mine. Nothing wrong with it, is there?
Having a gun registered is nothing more than keeping a permanent record of it. You can keep the gun in your home or in your office, but it doesn't give you the right to carry it around with you.
Oh? Why didn't they tell me that when I had it registered?
You were told, Mr. Daniels. You know that.
Well, I don't remember it.
Doesn't make much difference if you remember or not. Nobody has a permit to threaten people with a gun.
I told you I wasn't going to hurt her. She just kept arguing with me. I'm a sick man, you know. Thought she was going to hit me.
You mean while she was holding that baby in her arms? Now, come off it, Daniels. What's this thing all about?
Told you before. I think that's my business.
You signed a year's lease with the Camerons. You accepted the first and last month's rent. You took their money. You advised them they could move in this afternoon. When they try to move in, you meet them at the front door and threaten them with a gun. Now, what's it all about? None of this makes any sense.
Changed my mind. I'm not ready to rent them out yet.
Well, then why'd you sign that lease with the Camerons? How about it, Mr. Daniels? If there's something in that building you're trying to cover up, you might as well tell us. A couple of men out there now checking it.
They can go ahead and check. I don't care. They won't find anything. Got nothing to hide.
How long you lived here, Daniels?
18, 20 years. Why?
Where'd you live before you came here?
Ohio. Cleveland, Ohio.
You ever been arrested?
Yeah, a couple of traffic tickets. Cop said I went through a stop signal. I wasn't guilty, though. What's the point, anyway? What are you trying to get at? Trying to force me to let those people in that apartment?
I'm not trying to force you into anything, Daniels. Business about the lease is a civil matter, and that's between you and the Camerons.
And what are you holding me here for?
We told you. You threatened that woman with a gun. She signed an ADW report.
What do you mean, ADW?
Assault with a deadly weapon. Now, that's a pretty serious charge, Daniels.
Didn't hurt the woman. Didn't even touch her.
Pointed the gun at her, didn't you?
Yeah.
Gun was loaded, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Capable of being fired?
Yeah, but I wasn't going to shoot her, I told you. Just wanted to scare her off, get her out of there. It's the truth. I wasn't going to shoot her. What do I have to do to convince you?
You don't have to convince us.
What do you mean? Who do I have to convince?
You got your choice, a judge or a jury. Ed and I took the suspect, Edward Daniels, down to the main jail where we booked him in on suspicion of 467 PC ADW. Before he was locked up, Daniels asked us if we would take the keys to his car and the keys to his apartment house to an Oliver Randall, an employee of his who acted as a janitor and general handyman at 2 other apartment houses Daniels owned. We told him we would. After we left the main jail, we checked with the office, and then we drove out to the location of the apartment house to interview the neighbors and deliver the keys to Daniels' handyman, Oliver Randall. Other than telling us that they considered Mr. Daniels a little eccentric, the neighbors were unable to give us any additional information that might help us in the prosecution. After we finished talking to the neighbors, we went across the street to the apartment house. There were lights burning in the upper rear apartment. We tried the bell, but there was no answer. From the set of keys Daniels had given us, we found the one that fit the door and let ourselves in. We heard somebody moving around on the floor above us. We went up and found a man there who identified himself as Oliver Randall. He appeared nervous and upset. There were papers and rags scattered over the floor of the room.
Oh, yeah, I was just cleaning up here. Mr. Daniels told me to be sure and clean this up, papers and junk. I see. Well, here's some keys for you, Randall. Daniels asked to get them to you. Oh, yeah, apartment house keys. Mr. Daniels was supposed to meet me here. He said 8 o'clock. I think that's what he said. I wonder where he is. You know where he is?
Yeah, he's in jail.
Oh, what's he doing in jail? Did he do something wrong?
He's had a complaint filed against him, assault with a deadly weapon.
What happened? He got mad at somebody? Mr. Daniels got an awful bad temper. When he gets mad at somebody, he doesn't forget it. I know. I worked for him. How long have you worked for him, Randall? I don't know. A long time. Maybe 5 years. I forget.
You say Daniels has a bad temper. Have you ever known him to be violent, Randall?
How's that?
Well, have you ever known him to be violent? I mean, have you ever known him to hurt anyone?
Well, I don't know. I don't remember. A lot of times he says he's going to do things. I work for him, you know. A lot of times he gets mad at me. He says I don't work fast enough or I don't do the right things. He always carries this gun, you know. Once he said he was going to shoot me, I was pretty scared. You live with Mr. Daniels, do you? No, I have a room downstairs in another apartment house. He owns a place over on South Hoover. It's a nice room. It's got a window in it. You're on a regular salary, is that the way you work? Yeah, $15 a week. I get the room free, too. It's not bad.
You ever been arrested, Randall?
Me? No, I've never been arrested.
You ever been in the state hospital, any kind of an institution?
No, I was up at Camarillo for a couple of years. I didn't like it too much. I came down here to live with my sister. She's dead now. She died about 4 years ago. She's the one that got me this job, you know. That's all? Oh, yeah. This isn't a bad job at all. Jobs are pretty hard to get now. That's what Mr. Daniels says. Real tough to get a good job now. That's why I do what I'm told. I better get on fixing up this place.
Well, how'd all these rags and papers get here, Randall? The painters leave them behind?
I don't know. I guess so. I guess somebody left them here.
We understood the apartments were already cleaned up. They were ready to move into.
What's that?
I say we understood the apartments were all fixed up, that they were ready for the tenants to move right into.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't know about that. Mr. Daniels takes care of renting the places. I just help him. I do what he tells me. Joe?
Yeah?
You notice that smell? Seems to be stronger out in the hall.
Yeah, I think I do. How long has it been since the painters were working here, Randall? Do you know that?
The painters? I don't know. A couple days, I guess. What's the matter?
That's a pretty strong smell. Might be paint there or something like that. Don't you notice it?
Oh, yeah, I've been wondering about that. I noticed it when I came in. It might be from upstairs, the attic. Painters were working up there, too, I think. Don't you think you ought to check it, see what it is? Mr. Daniels didn't tell me to. I guess I better, though. Smells pretty strong. I guess I better see what it is.
Well, how do you get to the attic from here?
Down the end of the hall. There's a stairway there. It goes right up into the attic. I'll show you.
All right, fine.
Yeah, Smells like gasoline or something. All the apartments are vacant, is that right? No one living in the building at all? Yeah, that's right. You go up the stairs here. Mr. Daniels had the whole place worked over. Nobody here at all right now. I guess they'll be moving in pretty soon. Going to be a lot of work. Got the other 2 apartment houses to take care of, and there's going to be this place. It's going to be a lot of work.
Daniels hire anyone else besides yourself to help out with the work, I mean?
No, I don't think so. Just me. I keep pretty busy. Here's the attic. This must be where it's coming from.
Yeah, it's strong enough to knock you over, isn't it?
The light switch is over here. Just a minute. Yeah, it's sure a mess. Papers, boxes, pile of old rags.
That 5-gallon can there on the floor.
Kerosene.
Yeah, it's just about empty, too.
It's all spilled all over the floor. Mr. Daniels ain't going to like that. He's going to get mad.
You usually keep this stuff up here, do you, Randall?
No, I guess it was with the painter's stuff. Those cans and things on the table there, I guess it got knocked off and spilled. Spilled all over the place, didn't it? Well, how come the painting crew didn't take this stuff with them when they left, all this equipment here? They're all finished with the job, aren't they? I guess so. You'd have to ask Mr. Daniels about that. They're all finished on the inside. I know that. They have the outside to do, though. Maybe that's why they left their stuff.
Well, it's not a very safe way to leave it. Rags, papers, look here, kerosene spilled all over. You better get this place cleaned up first, don't you think, Randall?
Well, I don't know. I sure wish Mr. Daniels was here. You won't let him know, will you?
What do you mean, let him know what?
Don't tell him I'll let you see the attic, huh?
9:35 p.m. Ed and I left the handyman, Oliver Randall, at his apartment house, went outside and got in the car. Neither one of us could find any explanation for it, but we both had a hunch there was something wrong with the setup. We drove to a neighborhood service station, called the office, and told them that we were going to stake the apartment house. We drove back and found a place to park where we could keep the building under surveillance without being seen. We waited. 10 p.m., 10:30, 11 o'clock. At a few minutes past 11, we saw Randall come out of the front door of the apartment, get in a blue sedan, and drive off. We followed him to an apartment building on West Pico and saw him enter a rear door. We waited. At 12:15 a.m., Ed got to a phone, called Captain Bernard at the business office, and notified him of our location. At 12:45 a.m., 2 men arrived to relieve us, and we briefed them on the facts. We drove back to the office, made out a 15.7 to Captain Lorman, and signed out. At 4 o'clock the next afternoon, we reported back in for work. We checked the book and found a message that the suspect, Edward Daniels, had been released from jail that morning on a writ, bail $2,500. The writ was returnable Thursday, May 10th. There was also a message in the book for us to contact Daniels' attorney, Richard Tiernan. Ed put in the call.
Yes, sir. I see. What's that? Yeah, I know. All right, Mr. Tiernan. Yeah, thank you. Goodbye. You were right, Joe.
What do you mean?
Daniels' lawyer wanted to know how serious the charges are. He says Daniels is pretty upset. Seems he had some trouble lately. His insurance company.
Well, what's the matter? You have an accident?
The insurance company doesn't seem to think it was an accident. Happened 2 months ago at an apartment house over on South Union.
Yeah.
Burned down.
You are listening to Dragnet. Authentic stories of your police force in action.
Fatima, America's first largest-selling blended cigarette. Now, best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Prove it yourself today. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
To show our confidence in Fatima, we make this money-back guarantee to every king-size cigarette smoker.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas before August 1st, 1952, and we'll give you your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Remember, because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers now insist on Fatima than ever before.
Insist on the best. Fatima, extra mild and soothing, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Smoke Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Thursday, May 10th, 4:30 p.m. We contacted the fire department's arson squad to find out if the fire at Daniels' apartment house on South Union Avenue 2 months before was under investigation. After checking back, they told us investigators from the arson squad had found a large amount of kerosene to be present in some of the burned timbers found in the debris after the fire was put out. They said that Mr. Daniels had admitted after the fire that the apartment building had been recently redecorated and that kerosene, paint, and other inflammables had been stored in the attic of the building. Ed and I contacted the insurance adjuster handling the case, a Snyder Peebles, and he told us there wasn't any doubt in his mind that the fire at Daniels' apartment house 2 months before was of incendiary origin. But he said so far the investigators were unable to prove it. The one thing that seemed to puzzle him was if Daniels planned on burning down the building, why did he go to the trouble and expense of redecorating first? Well, as soon as it was dark, Ed and I drove out, relieved the men on stakeout at the apartment house on West Pico, where the handyman, Oliver Randall, had his room. They reported no unusual activity during the day. 7:32 p.m., Randall came out of the apartment house, got in a car, and drove off. We followed him.
If we got this Randall made right, it shouldn't be too long before we find out. Daniels is using him to work something out. Pretty sure we can count on that.
Yeah, maybe. I'll watch it, Ed. He's turning down Union.
Yeah.
He's pulling up ahead. Don't crowd him out.
There's a good spot here. Shouldn't be able to see us.
All right, pull up in here.
All right.
That's fine. He's getting out of the car. He's going over the house.
Down the driveway. Going around back. He's out of sight now.
All right, let's go.
Still no lights in the place. Oh, yeah, there they go, in the basement.
All right, easy. Let's take it easy.
All right.
Yeah, I think I can see the back door from here. All right, come on, easy now.
What is it?
All right, easy with this door, Ed. Don't let it bang.
Where now?
Sounds like somebody upstairs, doesn't it? All right, come on, watch your step.
All right.
Come on, next floor up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up in the attic. Come on. All right, come on. Through this door. Back in the corner, Ed.
All right, hold it, you.
What's the matter? There's a fire, Ed, over in the corner. I'll get it. Hold on to him.
Right.
Well, don't put it out.
You need any help, Joe? You getting it all right?
No, I'm getting it all right. Just a minute. Here, I got it.
Okay. You want to get the lights?
I got them. All right, Randall, what's the story?
He told me to do it. He told me to come back tonight and burn the whole place down.
Who told you?
He said, Ollie, you go back to the place, to the attic, light a match, that's all, and then get out. Mr. Daniels, that's just what he said.
Daniels told you to do this?
He told me just light a fire and nobody'd know. He said there wasn't going to be any trouble. No trouble at all.
Well, it gives you the edge, doesn't it?
No trouble, he said.
Yeah, well, next time you see him, you can call him a liar. 8:50 p.m. After making sure that the place was secure and that there was no danger of fire from the recent arson attempt, Ed and I took the suspect, Oliver Randall, outside and put him in the car where we questioned him. He made no attempt to disguise the fact that he had been directed by his regular employer, Edward Daniels, to commit arson by setting fire to the attic of the apartment house. In addition, he told us that Daniels had threatened him with bodily harm if he refused to obey the order and set fire to the building.
He had this gun, you know, Mr. Daniels did. He always had it with him. I was scared of it, I don't mind telling you.
Well, he threatened to kill you if you didn't do what he wanted, that it?
Yeah, I guess so. He used to get mad a lot of the time, and he had this gun. He always had the gun. He'd get mad at me and tell me he was going to shoot me. I'm afraid of guns.
How about the fire at the other apartment house, Ollie, the one over on South Union Avenue?
Yeah, that was a big fire.
Did you start that one?
Daniels told me there was nobody living there. He said nobody'd get hurt. Nobody did get hurt, did they?
Did you start the fire?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess I did.
Mr. Daniels tell you to do it?
He said it was his building. He owned it. He could do anything with it he wanted to. I didn't want to do it. He told me I'd have to. He said he'd hurt me with that gun, and he said he'd fire me, too. I didn't want to lose my job.
You knew you were doing wrong, didn't you, Ollie?
Well, I guess I did, yeah. What could I do, though? I didn't want to lose my job. Good jobs aren't too easy to get nowadays. You know that.
Where's Mr. Daniels now, do you know?
You're not going to tell him what I told you, are you? He said not to say anything about it. He said nobody believed me anyway. Nobody. He said he'd tell everybody I was a liar. Said they'd believe him before they'd believe me.
Well, where's Daniels now?
If I tell you, you won't let him hurt me, will you?
No, we won't let him hurt you. You're going to have to help us out, though.
What do you want me to do?
I'd like to find out where Daniels is first.
He's in a movie over on Pico by his house. He's waiting for me.
You mean he's waiting for you in the show?
See, in the center section, 10 rows from the back. He's waiting for me now.
Well, how's it you're supposed to meet him there?
I don't know. He said if anybody wanted to know where we were tonight, this would prove we didn't start the fire. We were at the show. I was supposed to start the fire and then go to the show and meet him, 10 rows from the back, the center section.
You want to show us where this movie is, Ollie?
Yeah, okay. Mr. Daniels won't tell you anything. No, he's going to be mad. He won't tell you anything.
Well, that's where we need your help, Ollie.
What do you mean?
We'll let him tell you. 9:44 p.m. Ed and I, along with the suspect, Oliver Randall, drove to the movie house on West Pico. On the way, we explained to Randall what he was supposed to do. 9:55 p.m. We parked our car half a block from the movie house, bought 3 tickets, and went inside. The feature picture was still on. There wasn't much of a crowd. We sent Randall down the aisle ahead of us and watched him move into the 10th row and sit down next to somebody. Ed and I followed him down and found seats in the row directly behind him. We recognized the man sitting next to Randall as Edward Daniels.
Oh, Mr. Daniels, I did it just the way you told me up in the attic. It was okay.
Nobody saw you? You didn't have any trouble at all?
No, it was okay. I don't feel so good about it, though.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I don't know. Maybe somebody might find out. Don't you think we'd get in trouble if they found out?
You just keep your mouth shut. I'll attend to that. Nobody's going to find out.
All right, Daniels, you mind coming outside? We'd like to talk to you.
What? What are you doing here?
Come on, we'll talk outside.
What's this all about?
We'll let you tell us.
All right, what do you want? You arresting me?
That's right, mister.
Why? What's it supposed to be this time?
Think you know, arson, conspiracy. Caught Randall here, caught him right in the act. He told us the whole story.
What? Ollie? What story? What is this?
I told you I didn't want to do it, Mr. Daniels. I told you we'd get in trouble.
Fool, stupid fool. Should have known better.
Yeah, you should have.
Just 2 questions for you, Daniels. Why'd you burn down your own property? Why'd you redecorate the buildings first?
I never forgot it. Told them when it happened. I wouldn't forget it as long as I lived.
What do you mean, forget what?
24 years ago, I was just starting out. Small store back in Ohio burned down. Real fire. Lousy insurance company that wouldn't believe me. Had to sue. Lost the whole thing. Had to start all over again. I told them I'd never forget it. Told them I'd make them pay.
And you've been nursing this grudge for 24 years?
Why not? Why shouldn't I? Lost everything I had.
Well, why'd you redecorate the apartment houses if you planned to burn them down?
Simple. Gave me a good excuse. Could have all those things stored in the buildings. Paint, kerosene. Besides, you'd think I'd burn down the building right after I got done redecorating. Not a bad idea. Worked pretty good, didn't it?
Yeah, you're going to jail. You figure it.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On August 18th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 86, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here's our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, comparisons are often very helpful in modern police work. Now, for instance, a suspect may be identified by comparing his M.O., or method of operation, with the known facts of a case. Comparisons are important to you in choosing your king-size cigarette. Compare Fatima for quality. You'll find Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection. Cools the smoke for your protection. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size. And you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima. I'm convinced that you'll agree Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes.
Edward John Daniels was tried and convicted of 2 counts of conspiracy and 1 count of arson and received the sentence as prescribed by law. Conspiracy is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not more than 2 years. Arson is punishable by a prison term of not less than 1 or more than 5 years. Daniel's accomplice, Oliver Randall, was examined by 3 psychiatrists appointed by the court and was found to be mentally incompetent. He was placed in a state hospital for the mentally deficient. The charge of assault with a deadly weapon against Edward... You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Barney Phillips and Vic Perrin. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Now, it's Counter Spy on NBC.
Carol Lombard, Dorothy Lamour, W.C. Fields, Joseph Bentinelli, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, Werner Johnson, Don Amici. This is the Chase and Sanborn Hour, presented by Chase and Sanborn Coffee, a blend of the world's choice coffees, sold at a very reasonable price.
This is the Chase and Sanborn Hour, and this is Don Amici greeting you on behalf of all those present. It's quite a list, for tonight we're honored to have with us Miss Carol Lombard, Paramount's brilliant comedienne, the world-famous tenor of the Metropolitan Opera Company, Joseph Bentinelli, and the regular company, our own little plum blossom, W.C. Fields, Edgar Bergen and his incorrigible little pal, Charlie McCarthy, Hollywood's newest singing star, Dorothy Lamour, and America's foremost conductor, Werner Johnson, with a typical Johnson treatment of George Gershwin's latest hit, You Can't Take That Away From Me. Thank you, Werner Jansen. I'm very happy now to make way for Edgar Bergen, that most unusual fellow who always brings along his little pal, Charlie McCarthy, sits Charlie on his knee, and proceeds to speak for both. Well, Charlie, isn't it nice to be together again with all these interesting people?
Well, yes, it's swell except for one thing.
But life is not without its thorns.
Yes, well, in this case, it's a red nose.
Charlie, listen, I must ask you to remember that we're all just one big family.
Yes, and I know who the black sheep is, too.
Charlie, did you read that book I gave you on how to win friends?
Yes, I did.
Well, that's fine.
Yes.
And you understand the rules?
I certainly do.
Yes, well, that's fine.
Yes, I remember everything. Let's see. Winning friends, the first one is be a good listener.
That's right.
The second one is talk about things that interest other people.
That's right.
The third is make them feel important.
And the fourth rule is don't argue.
That's right. It's a cinch. Watch me try it on Don.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Amici.
Yes, Charlie.
Don't you think the cinema, well, and by the cinema, of course, I mean the motion pictures, well, don't you think it's making great strides in business?
In what respect?
Well, in making motion pictures, especially, simply marvelous at forging ahead spirit. It's pioneering stuff like that, isn't it?
Well, just what do you mean, Charlie?
Well, I don't know. What I mean is, do you think the magic lantern will ever come back?
Yes, Charlie, I even predict that someday pictures will actually talk.
Is that so? Well, it only goes to show you. Well, then you'll be all set with your singing voice, and I want to compliment you on that splendid singing last week.
Oh, well, thanks, Charlie, but really, I didn't think it was so good.
It was simply marvelous, that's all.
No, I disagree with you, Charlie.
It was simply superb, now, that's all.
Charlie, rule number 4, don't argue.
Oh, yes.
Well, no matter what you say, I don't think I sang very well.
Well, now that you mention it, it was pretty bad. That ought to stop it.
Well, I didn't think it was as bad as that, Charlie. You know, several of my friends suggested I go to Italy.
To hide?
No, Charlie, to study.
Well, I'm for you, Don. For my money, you're the top. You're the real McCoy, pal. That's rule number 3, the oil.
Yes, I know.
Well, I'm awfully glad to hear you say that, Charlie.
I don't like to talk about people, but as a singer, you have it all over that Ray Middleton, just like a tint.
Oh, now that's ridiculous. Ridiculous. I only wish that I could sing like him.
Listen, Hal, this is confidential. But I heard people after the broadcast last week, they were saying it was a shame the way he murdered that song, Never in a Million Years.
But he didn't sing that.
Don't try to shield him now.
No. I sang Never in a Million Years.
Wow. Oh, my.
There you go again.
Yes, I don't know. I try so hard, but nobody understands me.
No, I see that. I'm almost afraid, Charlie, to take you on this yachting party Tuesday, even as a servant.
Well, why? I didn't insult anybody as your butler last week, did I?
Of course, nobody called. No. Well, if I do take you on this yachting party, remember, you must follow the orders to the letter.
Oh, very good, sir.
Yes. And here are the duties for the day.
Yes. How late can I sleep?
Oh, yes. Well, you won't have to get up until 5:30.
5:30. In the morning?
In the morning.
Woo! What do I do?
Well, the first thing you do is get dressed.
Oh, thank you. I'd never thought of that.
Then you run the dog around the deck for 2 hours.
2 hours?
Yes.
That's all. That's enough.
And then after breakfast, you promenade the dog for another 2 hours.
What, again?
That's right.
What's the idea?
Well, running the dog around builds him up.
Yeah, but it tears me down.
This is a very valuable dog.
Oh, forgive me for being...
After promenading the dog, you give him a bath. And then you press my clothes.
Mm-hmm.
And before lunch, you run the dog around again.
What, again?
Yes. And now, after lunch...
I know. Run that seahound around the deck again.
Yes, and after an hour of bridge, you serve tea. Then you give the dog another bath.
Another bath? What are we on, a cold guard?
Then you lay out my dinner clothes, and...
Mr. Burgess, don't look now, but I think that dog wants to run around the deck again.
That's the idea.
I'm getting the knack of it now.
Yes. Then it's time to serve dinner. Wash the dishes, and at midnight you scrub the deck.
Very good, sir.
Now, you know what to do. Remember, the deck must be scrubbed every night.
Very good, sir. But I might suggest if I didn't run that dog around so much, I wouldn't have to scrub.
That will do it. In less than a year, Dorothy Lamour has risen from obscurity to a place of importance in the Hollywood sun. As you may have heard, Dorothy is to be starred in the new Samuel Goldwyn picture, Hurricane. And tonight, Hollywood's newest star sings, of all things, There's a Lull in My Life.
Oh, there's a lull in my life. It's just a void and empty space when you are not in my embrace. Oh, there's a lull in my life the moment that you go away. There is no night, there is no day. The clock stops ticking, the world stops turning. Everything stops but that flame in my heart that keeps burning, burning. Oh, there's a lull in my life. No matter how I may pretend, I know that you alone can end the ache in my heart, the call of my arms, the lull in my life. The clock stops ticking. The world stops turning. Everything stops but that flame in my heart that keeps burning, burning. Oh, there's a love in my life. No matter how I may pretend, I know that you alone can end the ache in my heart, the call of my arms, the love in my
Thank you, Dorothy. That was lovely.
Yes, lovely. Lovely, Miss Lamore. It was really lovely. Tell me, is there a lull in your life?
Well, not really, Charlie.
Then you don't know what it means to be lonely, huh?
Are you lonely, Charlie?
All day I have nothing to do. At night I just walked and walked and home to my empty room.
Oh, you poor darling.
Oh. No. My dear little diary, filled with nothing but empty pages. All those blankety blank pages.
Charlie, you're breaking my heart.
Every night the same thing. Nothing ever happens. Oh, Miss Lamore.
How about having dinner with me some night?
Oh, wonderful. Any night, Miss Lamore. Any night at all.
All right, then tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow? No go. Mae West is penciled in for tomorrow.
Charlie, you certainly get a lot of fun out of being the world's greatest imaginary Romeo. But all of us are interested in things that make life more enjoyable. And here's what Donald Briggs has to say.
Good meals make life pleasant in two ways. Through the flavor of good food and the agreeable way it revives you. And in both these ways, your meal is better when you serve rich, satisfying coffee. Your food tastes better and does more to refresh you. But be sure you serve coffee that really does add to your enjoyment. Get the blend made from the world's choice coffees, Chase & Sanborn coffee. It gives you finer flavor at a very reasonable price. And you get Chase & Sanborn dated coffee at the very peak of its goodness. It's rushed to your grocer straight from the roasting ovens, guaranteed fresh by our dating plans. What's more, dating and rapid delivery do away with the need for expensive containers. Instead, we pack Chase & Sanborn dated coffee in the economical paper bag and give you the cash saving. The choice coffees used in this blend give you finer flavor. Dating assures freshness, and the economical dated bag cuts down the cost to you. Try this superb blend. Buy a pound of Chase & Sanborn dated coffee from your grocer tomorrow.
When the famous playwrights Ben Hecht and Charles MacArthur put their heads together and wrote their play 20th Century, they delivered the swellest satire on show business ever produced. The motion picture of this play gave Carole Lombard one of her greatest and most successful roles, that of the tempestuous, temperamental actress Lily Garland. Tonight, Carole Lombard is Lily Garland again, and I am having the pleasure of playing opposite her. And really, it is a pleasure indeed to meet, greet, and act with Miss Carole Lombard.
The place is mine.
20th Century, with Carole Lombard as Lily Garland and Don Amici as Oscar Jaffe, the egotistic Broadway producer. Lily has just completed a very successful picture. She's returning from Hollywood aboard the famous 20th Century Limited. Jaffe, whose most recent play is another failure, gets the drawing room next to Lily's in the frantic hope that he can lure her back under his management and thus save himself from bankruptcy. Lily is reading when the door to the adjoining room slowly opens and Jaffe appears.
I thought I heard your voice, Lily.
Oscar Jaffe, you sneaked on this train on purpose, but it isn't going to do you any good because I'm free from you, Mr. Jaffe, and I'm going to stay free.
Lily, how can you misjudge a friendly gesture as of two ships that pass in the night?
Well, what do you want, Scorpion?
If it makes you any happier to call me names, go ahead.
Oscar, you're complete. The most horrible excuse for a human being that ever walked on two legs. I have nothing to say to you.
You have always misunderstood me, Lily. I am an Oriental. Love blinded me.
Oh, that's what it was it? But how about your name in electric lights bigger than everybody's? Your grand illusion that you were a Shakespeare, a Napoleon, and the Grand Lambert of Tibet all rolled into one.
You are absolutely right.
What?
How small, how cheap I was. Oh, what egotism. Not to know that it was Lily Garland and not Oscar Jeffrey that mattered.
Listen, Oscar, if all this adagio is by any chance leading up to a contract, you can save your breath.
Who said anything about contracts? Oh, shame on you, Lily.
What are you talking about? You'd do anything to get my name on a contract.
I came in here with a dream we both had long ago. The thing we planned as a climax to your career. The last golden stare.
What is it this time? The big drama about Hairpin Annie, the private gas house?
No, Lily. This happens to be about the greatest woman of all time. The Magdalene. Lily, I'm going to make it my greatest production. A desert scene with 100 camels and real sand brought from the Holy Land. A Babylonian banquet. You standing before Nero with all the lights pouring down on you. Oh, Lily, it is sublime. Tell me, Lily, have I reached the artist in you? What is it?
You're crazy.
What do you mean?
Coming in here with camels and sand from the Holy Land. You're a scream. Why, you haven't $100 to your name.
I can raise $1 million, $2 million.
Yes, and I know just how you intend to raise it. Get my name on a contract, go out peddling it, shake down some new backer on the strength of my reputation. Well, no thank you. I'm through being your meal ticket.
I am offering you your last chance to become immortal. Lily, please.
Thank you, but I've decided to stay mortal with a manager who isn't bankrupt.
Who?
Max Jacobs.
I can't believe it.
No, read the paper small then.
Max Jacobs, he's illiterate. He can hardly write his own name.
But he writes it all right on checks, great big checks, too.
So you're just another Broadway ham. Money is all you want.
That's right, Oscar. Now get out before I have you thrown off the train.
You cheap little shop girl. I'll tell the world who's a fake. You are. I taught you everything you know. Your voice, your walk, your cheap little talent. They're mine. Even your name, Lily Garland, I gave you that. 4 years ago, you were Mildred Platka. 4 years ago, you couldn't even walk across the stage. Do you remember that first?
Listen, I'm telling you for the 100th time, Oscar Jaffe, you'll never make an actress out of that Platka dame.
You mean Lily Garland, Webb? Please remember that's her name now. And I'll make her act, or... Where is that chalk?
Here it is, a box full.
Now, Miss Garland, let's go. Now, don't be nervous, child. You and I are going to do some work.
Oh, gee, Mr. Taffy, I'm tired. It's way after midnight.
Nonsense. You'll get your second wind in a minute. Now, let us start where Michael is shot. Now, remember about the scream. Your insides turn to jelly when you get that news. All right, now, I'll play the other parts. Emmylou enters.
Mary Jo. Oh, where are y'all, Mary Jo?
What is it, Emmylou?
Your daddy just met Michael.
Oh, Emmylou, what are we all going to do?
Bang, bang. Now, wait. Stand there. Sway. Now, scream. What was that?
What?
That squeak.
Oh, but that's as loud as I could scream.
Oh, is it? Then we're going to stay in this theater until you learn to scream, Miss Garland.
I can't stand it. Oh, I've done it 1,000 times. You can't hammer at me this way any longer. You've done it all day.
You squalling little amateur, you. Get up. Get that hump out of your back. You're not demonstrating underwear anymore.
I've taken all the bully from you. I'm going to. No man living can mop up the floor with me. Kick me around for 8 hours until I can't see straight. I wanted to be an actress, but I'm a human being. Do you hear me? My name is Plotka, and it's a good name. It's just as good as Jeffrey. I'm through. You find somebody else.
Marvelous. Oh, the gold is all there, Lily, but we've got to mine it. Oh, dear Lily Garland. I only heard one thing you said, that you wanted to be an actress. That is all I want to. Now we're going to teach Mary Jo to scream. I'm going to find the soul that's in there and release it so it can fly. Here, now, give me that coat. We're going into action, Lily. Ouch! Ooh. There's a pin in it. Oh, a pin, huh? Now we'll start again. And when we come to the scream, Lily, you'll be in the mood. Now, Emmylou comes on.
Mary Jo. Oh, where are y'all, Mary Jo?
What is it, Emmylou?
Your daddy just met Michael.
Oh, Emmylou, what are we all going to do?
Bang, bang. Now, remember the pause now. Sway, sway. Now, scream, darn you. Oh, marvelous, marvelous, perfect.
You stuck me with that pin.
That is the scream I want every night. Webb, run out and get some mercurochrome. We'll go right on, Miss Garland. We'll go on. You see, Lily Garland, I gave you everything. I made a star of you. If it hadn't been for me, you'd still be selling underwear. Hey, Oscar. Oh, so it's you, Webb. Come in, you gray rat, and close that door.
Look at this check, O.J., for $200,000.
$200,000? Where did you get it?
Matthew J. Clark, the patent medicine king. Got acquainted with him up in the smoker. He's going to finance the new show.
Give me that check, Webb. Where is he?
Yes, where is he, Webb? Oh, this is not one of your tricks, Oscar?
Lily.
It's on the level, Lily.
Go back and stay with him. I'll see him in a little while.
Make it snappy. $200,000 isn't something to be kept waiting.
Look at this, Lily. Nice check, isn't it? And if you have time, you might glance over this. It's a little agreement that I've drawn up for you.
My dear Oscar, what's the use of even discussing it? You know, I'm not playing for matches anymore.
Just take a look at this clause. $10,000 down on signing.
What about my dressing room? Pure white curtains everywhere.
Oh, yes, I know. Like Bernhardt. You shall have it, my dear.
Oh, it's a good contract, Oscar. But signing with you is like jumping off a cliff.
What are you talking about? This is not a contract. It's a coronation. Now, pull yourself together, darling, and sign it while the ink is still flowing in my pen. Come on.
Excuse me, but...
I can't see you now, conductor.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Jaffe, but there's a lunatic on board, and we're trying to track him down.
A lunatic?
Yes, he's given us the slip. Oh, it's all right, Miss Garland. He's harmless. A fellow named Clark.
Clark? What Clark?
Is that Mr. Clark, the patent medicine man?
Yes, he escaped from the asylum. His nephew wired us he was on board. Kindly overlook this inconvenience, Mr. Jaffe.
So your millionaire backer is a lunatic.
Oh, Lily, this is all news to me. I've been bamboozled.
Mr. Jaffe, this is the last time I'm ever going to speak to you. You have insulted me like no man has ever dared.
Listen to me, please, my beloved.
You have almost made a fool out of Lily Garland. All right, if you ever bother me again, I'll get a gun and shoot you.
All right, Lily. I guess this is the end of Oscar Jaffe. If anyone looks for me, I'll be in my stateroom right next door. Goodbye, Lily.
The old faker. Oh! Oscar, what happened?
Oscar, what happened?
Shot. I'm bleeding. The lunatic did it. He was hiding in my room.
Quick, get a doctor.
I'll get one. Don't move, Oscar.
I had the gun. I was aiming it at myself, and he grabbed it away and shot me. That is the final irony. Killed by a lunatic.
Oh, my poor Oscar, my dear friend.
I think it's right through the heart. Oh, who is that crying?
Oh, your friend, Lily Garland. Speak to me.
Oh, Lily. Lily. Oh, it's getting dark.
Why did you do it, Oscar? It's all my fault.
Dear, lovely Lily. No, it is not your fault. I only wish... Where is that contract? The last one I drew up for you.
Oh, here it is.
Lily, ask the boys to bury it with me.
No.
Lily.
Yes, Oscar.
Where is that contract?
Right here, Oscar.
Would you write your name on it? My last request.
Yes, of course I will, Oscar. Oh, there. Does that make you happy?
Oh, yes, Lily.
The doctor's coming right away. Where did it get you, O.J.? Let me take a look.
Oh, he mustn't die. He mustn't.
Why,
Why, that's just a little flesh wound. Oh.
It's nothing serious.
Serious? He'll be as good as new in the morning.
Oh, it was written in the stars that I should live to bring Lily Garland back to the stage in triumph.
Oscar, what courage you have. What genius. You faker. Speed on playing to the theater. To the theater.
For Miss Lombard and myself, thank you. The Chase and Sanborn Hour with W.C. Fields, Carol Lombard, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, Joseph Bentonelli, Dorothy Lamour, and Werner Jansen continues in just a moment.
Bum, bum, bum. Bells ring. Everything happens, but I haven't spoken to Carol Lombard yet. Something must be done, Mr. Amici.
Oh, now, Charlie, listen. Carol Lombard wouldn't speak to you. Well, why, she's dated the best man in Hollywood.
Why, she hasn't met the best man in Hollywood yet.
Very well, then, Charlie. Miss Lombard. Please. Miss Lombard, this is Charlie McCarthy.
Oh, Charlie, at last we meet.
Oh, Miss Lombard. I have so much to tell you.
Oh, Charlie.
Oh, Carol.
If I wouldn't be intruding...
Yeah, but you would be.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, and you scram too, Amici.
Amateur all the way, Charlie.
At last, Carol, we're alone. So long I've wanted to tell you how beautiful you are. How charming and stuff like that.
You're not just saying that, are you?
Oh, believe me, I swear by the stars above. Your smile, it's like a rose wet with the morning dew.
Oh, then you do love me. Say that you do. Tell me that you love me.
Well, what I meant to say was that you and I, that the both of us...
Oh, Charlie, from the first time I heard your voice, I fell madly in love with you.
Is that so? Well, it's nice. It's nice to be friends, isn't it?
Friends. Oh, this is love, really, real love.
Well,
undying love. You do love me.
Oh, gee. Well, I was... well, now let's be sensible about this.
Oh, you do love me.
Well, what I had in mind was a lemonade when I...
Lemonade? Oh, how can I think of that with you so near and
yeah?
with the passionate, burning love I have for you?
Yeah. You poor thing. How she loves me. Oh, you'll meet someone else?
No, there can never be another. I must have you. Oh, let me hold you.
No.
Crush you.
No.
Without you, I shall follow you to the end of the world and scream out my love for you.
Wait a minute.
Charlie.
Wait a minute. Oh, Mr. Bergen. Oh, Mr. Amici. Help.
Well, I'll save you, Charlie, but let that be a lesson to you. And thank you, Miss Lombard, for calling Charlie's bluff. Werner Jansen gives some of his unusual musical color to a medley of unforgettable melodies written by America's great composer, Stephen Foster. Swanee River, Old Black Joe, My Old Kentucky Home, and Oh, Susanna. The first performance of the Foster Suite, which is dedicated to Anne Harding, Mrs. Jansen. Werner Jansen and the orchestra. Thank you, Werner. Thank you. Last week, I had the great pleasure of welcoming back to good health our friend W.C. Fields. His hello was so hearty that we insisted that he give us more of his inimitable humor. So tonight he's back with us, and one of us, W.C. Fields. Mr. Fields, it's great to greet you as a permanent member of our company. Yes, sir, it certainly is.
Yes, sir, it certainly is. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, that's all right. Say anything you please. Or maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Anyway, thank you, Dan.
The name is Don.
Oh, yes, I know. Don't tell me. I know. Go ahead, Dan.
All right. All right, Bill. Say, you don't mind if I call you Bill, do you?
Oh, no, not at all. Any name but that other one.
Oh. You don't like that WC, do you?
Occasionally. Go ahead.
Say, by the way, Bill, I just want to tell you that I got word from Paramount that they don't want you to keep dragging in their name like you did last week.
What's the matter with those guilt things? Are they stuffed?
Well, no matter what you think, please don't mention, you know what I mean.
Yeah, Paramount.
Now, please, Bill.
Okay. You all right if I mention Chase and Sanborn?
Well, truthfully, even Chase and Sanborn prefer that you don't mention their names.
Oh, nobody wants me to mention anybody's name.
Well, I think it'd be best if you didn't mention any names.
Is it all right if I use words?
Yes, that's perfectly all right, Bill.
Well, when C&S give a dinner, what do they serve?
C&S coffee, of course.
Nothing else? When I give a dinner, I generally serve cocktails, a little wine. Afterwards, I always serve a liqueur. Means demi-tasse. Half cup.
Yeah, I know. Go on, Bill, will you?
I serve about sometimes,
What?
50-50 coffee and liqueur.
Yeah, all right, go ahead now, Bill. Go ahead.
Sometimes, down on 25-75. Coffee being in the minority. Nothing like a couple of drops of coffee in your liqueur.
Say, Bill, here's Dorothy. You remember Dorothy, don't you?
Oh, yes. Hello, Dorothy. How are you? Dorothy Dixon?
No, Bill. This is Dorothy Lamour, right beside you.
Oh, yeah, Dorothy Lamour, to be sure. Sometimes I forget a face, but I never remember a name. How are you, Dorothy? I guess you didn't hear me.
Oh, it's funny. I never saw Dorothy act that way with anybody she really knew.
Neither did I. She's a very silly girl. She asked me up to have some tea and crumpets with her the other day. If she'd have played her cards right, we might have formed a very dear friendship. Yeah, she's a silly little girl. She just let me slip right through her finger. I guess me being so friendly to her has gone to her head.
The lug.
She evidently didn't recognize me. These white shoes threw her off. I usually wear black pumps. Patent leather. Which is right, patent or patent?
Well, at this point, I wouldn't care. Will you please go ahead, Bill?
Oh, I like this. I could sit here all evening and reminisce.
Say, not changing the subject, Bill, but how do you feel?
I feel rather dicky.
Clang, clang, clang?
Yes. Clang, clang, clang.
Pull yourself together now.
What is this sound I hear?
Bill.
Out at the house the other day, I told him to get me a couple of pills.
What for, Bill?
I was, suffering from swollen thighs. Sitting down too much, I suppose. They made a mistake and brought me camphor balls instead.
Did you swallow them?
Yeah, and every time I sneeze, dozens of moths fly out.
What?
Yeah, a colony of moths closely followed by a bevy of silverfish.
A bevy?
Flying in V formation. Fly on the wing.
Hey, Bill.
Here's a sign
Bill,
of
now look, wait a minute.
When the little
Bill,
children...
now look, hold everything. Please, Bill, let's cut out the poetry. Nobody wants to hear anything about moths.
Moth in the flame?
No.
Don't you remember Maeterlinck's poem about the moth?
Oh, now, Bill, Maeterlinck wrote about bluebirds.
It's practically the same thing.
Yeah, I guess it is. Anyway, you shouldn't sleep with your mouth open.
I don't. I sleep with my mouth closed. They crawl in through the nostril.
Well, that gives them more room. Do you do anything about it?
Yeah, I usually drink a couple of glasses of flip before retiring.
And does that kill the moth?
Doesn't help them any. I'm usually awake all night. There's one consolation, though. The moths suffer as much as I do. I feel them flying around in my stomach, screaming with pain.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Fields.
Oh, hello, Werner. Where's your Auguster?
No, that's Edgar Bergen.
Oh, yes, I know. Don't tell me. Hello, Edwin.
Edgar.
Don't prompt me, I know.
Mr. Fields, Charlie wants to say something to you.
Yes.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Fields.
Hello, blood poison.
I've been reading a book, Mr. Fields.
Who hasn't?
Yeah, well, this book taught me a lot of things. I want to apologize for the nasty way I talked last week about your nose being made of redwood.
Make nothing of it. Forget it. What were you saying, Mr. Michi?
I can't forget it, though. I've been thinking about it ever since last Sunday.
Perish the thought. Forget about it.
That's big of you, Mr. Fields. And now do you feel sorry that you said I was full of termites?
I guess I do. I really haven't had time to give it much thought.
You know, Charlie really loved you, Mr. Fields.
Yes, I do. But I don't think Mr. Fields loves me.
Now listen, that's gone far enough. I've been a gentleman up to now.
Why, what's the matter, Bill?
Well, he's not going to tell me I don't love him. I'll break every knot in his body. I want to tell you something. He didn't know that I was in the dressing room this afternoon, and I heard him telling Dorothy Lamore that from the looks of my nose, I must have been weaned on ketchup.
On ketchup?
Ah, that dirty little rat. He's a wool, and sheets are wool.
Oh, now look, Bill, consider Charlie's age. Consider his size.
Ah, he's a dirty little rat.
Oh. Look, really, Bill, you shouldn't say that about Charlie.
No, I really shouldn't say that about him because I love snakes. Some of my best friends, Don, are snakes.
Your best friends are snakes?
Yeah, particularly rattlesnakes. I'll never forget the time I found a rattlesnake imprisoned under a rock. He was there begging for succor. That means help. So I freed him, and with a grateful look in his eyes, he followed me home. Before I went to sleep that night, I made him a bed of one of my old undershirts. Yes, it was the undershirt. I wear woolen underwear, you know.
Yeah, go on, Bill, go on.
Summer and winter.
Now, look. Look, Bill, no one is interested in what you wear.
Well, that's funny. No man is interested in what another man wears. I had a blind dance.
What about the rattlesnake, Bill?
Don't be impatient. And as I bade the little rattlesnake good night, I patted him, it, on the head.
Was it a him, her, or it?
To tell you the truth, Don, I don't know. I never looked. You know, he actually licked my hand. And just before the little fellow curled up to sleep, he tried to kiss me.
Oh, this is very, very romantic, Bill. You're really touching the strings of my heart.
Oh, it was a beautiful night. I went to bed.
Yeah. You went to bed.
Yes, I remember that very distinctly. Suddenly I woke. A ruffian had entered my boudoir with a fowling piece. He said to me, reached for the ceiling. He didn't know the roof was blowing off 2 days before.
But, what happened to the ruffian, Bill?
Oh, he had his back to my beautiful little rattlesnake. There he lay, sweet little chap, breathing in pain, the tears running down his cheeks.
Well, I didn't know snakes had cheeks.
Call them what you may. Cheeks by any other name would still be cheeks to me. There he lay, as sick as a boiled owl.
Well, how do you know he was sick?
Oh, I really called a doctor. Oh, I forgot to tell you that. The little fellow sunk his fangs into the marauder's fetlock, held him tightly, whilst the marauder screamed with pain. My little friend, the snake, stuck his tail out the window and rattled for a constable.
Yes, Bill, that is indeed gratitude.
And may I say in conclusion that I always smoke Jason
Thank you, Bill, thank you.
Drink.
Thank you, Bill, thank you.
That little punk thinks I don't love him.
Thank you very much, WTP.
Among the most popular tenors in America today is Joseph Bentinelli, star of the leading opera companies on both sides of the Atlantic. Equally at home in New York's Metropolitan Opera House and the Royal Opera House in Rome, Joseph Bentinelli climaxes a triumphant coast-to-coast concert tour tonight by singing for the whole nation. As his first selection, he sings Recondita Armonia from La Tosca. Mr. Joseph Bentinelli. Bravo, Bentinelli. As an encore, Love Went A-Riding.
Sprang to birth, and the frozen river
all the youth and the maidens cried, "Stay here with us, stay here with us, King of Kings." But love said, "No, for the horse I ride, for the horse I ride has wings." Went a-riding, went a-riding over the earth on the Pegasus.
Bravo, Joseph Bentonelli, and thank you. As you listen to this hour each Sunday, you're a welcome guest of Chase and Sanborn Coffee. Now, Donald Briggs speaks for our host.
Thank you, Don Amici. When you make up your shopping list tomorrow, be sure to include Chase and Sanborn Coffee, the rich, delicious blend that gives you so much value for your money. Buy this superb blend of coffee every time, and you'll be able to enjoy finer flavored coffee and cut down your food bills, too. Chase and Sanborn Dated Coffee is a blend of the world's choice coffees. And our dating and rapid delivery system guarantee that you get it fresh at the peak of its delicious flavor. What's more, this system does away with the need for expensive containers. Instead, we pack this superb blend in an economical dated bag and give you the saving. That's why you get this finer, fresher coffee at a lower price. Try it. Enjoy its rich, satisfying flavor. Buy a pound of Chase and Sanborn Dated Coffee from your grocer tomorrow.
Almost any song would fit the singing talents of Joseph Bentonelli. But tonight we have a novelty that makes temporary Carusos of us all. Dorothy Lamour, myself, Charlie McCarthy, yes, and even W.C. Fields. In the course of this song, we all take a deep breath and get a try at holding one note. The song is Johnny One Note, and here is the story. Johnny could only sing one note, and the note he sang was this. Poor Johnny One Note sang out with gusto, and just over, Lord, there's the place. Step in, Dorothy.
Poor Johnny One Note yelled willy-nilly until he was blue in the face. For holding one note was his ace. Couldn't hear the breath, couldn't hear the drum. He was in a class, I felt my God.
Poor Johnny One Note got in Aida, indeed, a great chance to be brave. Get in on it, WC, come on.
I can't sing this. I'm used to singing with an organ, Don. You know, the kind of one with a handle on it. Clang, clang, clang. What is this noise I hear? Well, take it.
Let a man sing. Couldn't hear him trombone. Couldn't hear the flute. Everyone was mute. Got into the whole room.
And stop yapping lions in the zoo. All were jealous of Johnny's big thrill. Thunderclap, stop laughing, traffic ceased its roar, and they tell us Niagara stood still. He stopped the train whistle, boat whistle, steam whistle, pop whistle, fall whistle, bow to the hill.
Here we go on a musical marathon. All right, Werner, let's go. Oh, I can't make it. Take it, Dorothy, quick.
I'll show you the difference between singing it and making a fool of yourself.
Windbags without wind. Joseph Bentonelli will have to leave it up to you. For our guests, Carol Lombard and Joseph Bentonelli, I'm saying au revoir. And for our regular company, W.C. Fields.
I fly on the wing. Nobody appreciates poetry. Next week, I'm going to steal that little punk's monocle.
Confidentially, Michi, I still don't think he loves me.
Oh, W.C. may learn to love you yet, Charlie. Next Sunday, W.C. Fields, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, Dorothy Lamour, Werner Jansen, and I will have as our guests Ray Middleton and Mary Boland.
I wonder if she likes lemonade.
We'll all be looking for you. This is yours sincerely, Don Amici, saying au revoir until next Sunday at this same time.
Heard on tonight's program, where you can't take that away from me, from Shall We Dance, there's a lull in my life from Wake Up and Live, Johnny One Note from Baby Arms, and Jerome Kern's The Big Show from Head Over Heels. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
The NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild Assignment, Production, The Exile, Director, Max Opels, Star, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr.
This is the Screen Directors Guild presentation of the adventurous legend, The Exile, starring Douglas Fairbanks and introducing the director of the film, Max Opels. The statement that art acknowledges no national boundaries is particularly true of the motion picture medium. Thus it is with a great deal of pleasure that the NBC Theater welcomes tonight a director who received his film education in Germany and France. In him is exemplified the rare combination of talents which are the starting point of the screen director's art. Among his American motion pictures are Letter from an Unknown Woman, the soon-to-be-released production Caught, and, of course, tonight's story, The Exile. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Max Opels.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very pleased and flattered that tonight the Screen Directors Guild presents The Exile, with Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in the screen role of Charles II and Jeanette Waldo as Kay. For many years, I have had an idea about how history should be presented in the dramatic form, and The Exile is that idea come to life. For me, over centuries, parts of history take on the flavor of an old ballad, singing the deeds of brave men who lived in a kind of fairyland. But if such a quality is to be placed upon the screen, it requires a special sort of actor. He must possess a certain flair, a certain something I can call only Fairbanksism. Fairbanksism is a very vital substance in movie making. kind of glorious energy which escapes from most of us when we lose the dreams of childhood. Well, fortunately for this idea, Douglas Fairbanks came to me one day, and he said,
Max, I want you to direct a picture for me. Listen, I'll tell you the story. The story begins on a stormy night in the year of our Lord, 1660. It's night, a storm with thunder and lightning, a slashing downpour of rain, and a horseman. A horseman fleeing across Holland in the middle of the 17th century. The fate not only of a nation is riding tonight, but of a way of life. A horseman riding the whole fugitive night. And the name of that horseman, Charles II, exiled King of England. In the bright morning, the exiled king is at his ease, pretending to sleep on the bank of a Dutch canal. Pretending to sleep because an enemy, a mounted man in a black cloak and a round hat, with ascetic, suspicious eyes, is riding slowly toward him. Stops withoat dismounting.
You, peasant.
Huh? Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Greetings in God's grace.
Greetings, greetings.
And have you seen aught of a man about 2 yards high with black hair and impudent manner?
Excuse me, but I am a stranger here, far from home, and enjoying the hospitality of these Netherlands.
English?
Indeed.
Far from home? For what reason?
My health.
God heal you, sir. And have you seen aught of the fugitive English King Charles Stuart, banished from England and hiding here?
What? That scoundrel among men, that lazy, self-indulgent wastrel of... Imagine England in the hands of a man like that, eh?
Not if Cromwell's men discover him. You have not seen him?
Is he about?
We found his horse wandering exhausted in a wood.
Knave, tyrant, tormentor of dumb beasts. Speed you on your search, sir. And may you and Charles II come face to face, one day not far off.
We shall. Farewell. Farewell. Health and a long life, countrymen.
My thanks, countrymen. My thanks. I must be on the move. But where? Where?
You there on the bank.
Oh. Ahoy, canal boat.
Can you help me? I can't keep this barge in midstream.
Keep it headed straight. I'll jump aboard from the bridge.
Well, hurry.
Plenty of time now, lass. Plenty of time. Now, steady as you go. Steady.
I'm trying.
All right. Now. Quick, hand me the pole.
Here.
Good.
Hold it against your shoulder.
I see.
And push.
I have it now.
Oh, that's so much better. Jan would have been furious if I had grounded his barge.
Jan? Who's Jan?
He owns the boat. He lets me use it if I haul his cargo.
Is he your master?
My cousin.
Healthy?
Very.
Muscular?
A huge man.
And he lets you do his heavy work, does he?
He owns the farm next to mine, and he owns the debts on my farm and my inn. 3,000 guilders I owe Jan.
You have a farm and an inn, eh?
Ever since my father died.
Tell me, this farm and inn of yours, is it close?
Not yet. I must anchor another night.
Good.
Why?
I find leisurely travel sometimes very soothing. And you need help with this barge in swollen waters, don't you?
Yes.
Good, good. Well, I come from a seafaring nation. Consider me your crew. How sweet the moonlight sleeps upon that bank. Here will we sit and let the sounds of music creep in our ears.
How pretty. What is it?
William Shakespeare, a poet who had his day, 50 years ago. Soon forgotten, but while he sang right beautifully.
Oh. Charles.
Hmm?
I was just trying the name.
Try it again.
Charles.
Again.
Was not your English king named
Scottish king. Charles Stuart, and a Scot.
They say he was a most scandalous man.
A little rakish at times, but not too bad.
They say it is dangerous for an Englishman to side with the exiled king in these times.
Well, it's a little inconvenient at times, yes, but that is why I wonder, Mistress Katie, if I could hide with you for a while.
How?
Why, I could work on your farm and at the inn. I should ask nothing in return but shelter and board. Now tell me, how would you say, could you use an extra man in Dutch?
Kunt u een extra man gebruiken?
Could you an extra man...
Gebruiken.
Well, could you?
Yes.
Good. Good.
How sweet the moonlight sleeps upon that bank. It is very lovely.
You are lovely.
Are you sure he will be soon forgotten, this Willem Shakespeare? If he says such true and lovely things?
For weeks, the exiled king works at Katie's farm and inn, willingly, even gladly, performing the most menial labor. Only his Cavalier friends in The Hague have been told of his new hideout. And now, one day again, history rides the Dutch lowlands.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
Hyde, old friend.
I have news from England.
Come. Hyde, you might have been followed here.
Aye, but the news warrants great risks.
Oh?
Your Majesty, General Monk has declared for us.
General Monk? On our side?
Even now, his army marches against the Roundheads. England is split into more factions than ever. And General Monk thinks the country would rally to your side if you returned now.
Return? Now?
At once, Your Majesty.
I'm sorry, Hyde. No.
But with Monk on our side now, how can we fail?
I said no, Hyde.
These men are hungry. They yearn for home and family.
I know.
10 long years in exile.
I know
Majesty.
that, too. Bitterly enough.
Is this a time to show hesitation and fear and doubt?
Fear? Who speaks of fear? Great heaven, man, for 2 years after Cromwell killed the king, my father, I fought and met defeat, wasting the blood of men who trusted in me. And all because our hopes were false. False! I was told the 3 kingdoms would rise behind me to a man until I faced the enemy. And I was left alone with a handful of men. Brave men, but beaten beforehand and doomed in advance by false hopes. False hopes, false starts, false promises. And always the blood of free men uselessly forfeit. Now, I'll go home, Hyde, when I am freely called by all my countrymen. And not before.
The men are ready now. They call you leader, king.
King. What good's a king who's only king to some?
So be it, sire. There is other news, not quite so favorable. Colonel Ingram is in Holland.
Ingram? Here? That is evil news.
If there is one man in Christendom I fear above another, that man is the executioner Ingram. Oh.
Describe the man to me so I'll know him if we meet.
Think of the face and habit of death, and that is Ingram. His skin is parched and yellow like a dead man's. His lips are a straight white gash across his face, and his eyes burn with a light like grave worms in their bony sockets.
A consecrated man.
A fanatic, fearing nothing.
Naturally, what is death himself to fear?
Charles, if you will not return to England, then flee.
Flee Ingram? I think not, Hyde.
No, otherwise the cause is lost, Your Majesty.
Flee where? Holland is overrun with Cromwell's spies and swordsmen. Besides...
Charles, where are you?
Besides, I like it here. In spite of Ingram.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Guild production of The Exile, starring Douglas Fairbanks, and introducing the director of the film, Max Opels.
Two more weeks of idyllic pastoral life on Katie's farm. Then one afternoon, Charles is fishing in the canal, for if a cat may look at a king, then a king may look for a catfish. Unheard by him, a figure dressed in tarnished, regal clothing moves up behind him, leading a moth-eaten horse.
Are you a Hollander?
Huh?
A Dutchman?
Huh? Oh, good day, sir. Good day.
I'm told there is an inn hereabouts.
An excellent inn, my lord. I know, for I work there.
Ah, but you're English.
True.
What is your capacity at the inn?
I have been promoted to overseer.
Excellent. A fellow exile and an overseer. Tell me, what costs bed and board to a fellow countryman, you know?
2 guilders a night.
2 guilders. Suppose I tell you in all confidence, and that when I have spent the night at your inn, you may charge the next guest 20 guilders without protest, for you may tell him honestly, a king slept in this inn. Eh?
King? Which king?
Look at me. And though these English garments be the worse for hardship, and though my lineaments be weathered and war-beaten, say if you can that you do not recognize your king, Englishman.
Not Charles Stuart.
And the wandering, exiled Stuart. Yes.
Oh, sire.
Arise and lead me to your inn. You and your employer shall be rewarded handsomely someday.
Oh, come in, Charles. Did you finally get His Majesty, our guest, to sleep?
Finally, yes.
He is very indiscreet for a fugitive, Charles.
Very indiscreet.
Letting all those strangers in the tap room know who he is, but swearing us to secrecy.
I tell you, he'll bring Cromwell's Roundheads down on us looking for him.
Charles, he worries me. He told me he wants you with him when he invades England again.
Oh? And when may this be?
He said soon.
Uh-huh.
It's all so stupid and wasteful. There are far better things to do than quarrel over politics and kingdoms and all that rubbish.
We disagree there, Katie. England is a nation of some 7 million people who depend on their leaders. We owe them some sort of debt of...
Debt nonsense. You men will always find some excuse to start fighting and to be very proper about it. Debt indeed. Now, I have a debt, a real one that you can count and that means something to plain people. 3,000 guilders.
I know.
I gave you a job and shelter when you wanted it, and now you plan to leave me for that beerhead.
If my king calls me, Katie,
You will desert me?
I will follow my call.
Then I will not need your services any longer, Charles.
I'm dismissed?
Yes.
Now?
I will not spend my time and my money teaching you farming and management of an inn and see it all go to waste over politics. It is best you leave before...
Before what?
Before I come to depend on you too much.
I understand. I'll leave in the morning. Good night, Mistress Katie.
Come in, please.
Ingram.
The face and the habit of death, and that is Ingram. Like a dead man's, his mouth a straight white gash across his face. And that is Ingram.
Ingram?
Do you work at this inn?
Yes.
English?
Yes.
I've seen you before. Somewhere.
It may be.
Tell me plainly, of which party are you?
Party?
The parliamentary party?
You mean the Roundheads?
Do you call them so?
Candidly, sir, if I ever see my home again, I shall belong to no party. I have recently renounced politics.
Then perhaps I can trust a man without any convictions.
I suppose that depends on the trust.
I am looking for a man whose face I have not seen in many years. Rumor places him hereabout. His name is Charles Stuart.
You refer to the king?
We call him Charles Stuart.
What? Who down there takes the name of his sovereign, Charles II of England?
The fool, the pompous idiot.
And what is this? A despised roundhead in the royal presence? Bear your head. Bear your head, I say.
I remove my hat only in the presence of God and in the presence of death.
Sire, this gentleman here is looking for an uncrowned king. The gentleman's name is Ingram.
The executioner?
Your servant, sire.
I'll retire to my room.
Wait.
I'm tired.
You shall sleep soundly.
Oh, no.
Draw your sword.
No. Please, I'm not really the king. I'm not the king. I'm an actor. Dick Pinner. Pinner's my name.
Draw your sword.
But I'm just an actor. A poor, out-of-work actor. Believe me, please, believe me.
Enough, Ingram. The jest is over.
What jest?
Oh, can't you tell a knave from a king? Look at me, Ingram. Look at me. Spare this craven fool clowning for his keep and look at me. Surely you know a Stuart when you see one. Look at me.
To be sure. Stuart. To be sure.
Pinner, slide me your sword, quick. Thanks. Now, see how it is to deal with an armed Stuart for a change.
Charles Stuart, I charge you to surrender. You are trapped, Stuart. My men surround the inn.
In my service at this inn, I learned a famous recipe for rabbit pie. It goes like this. First, catch the rabbit. And keep a firm grip on your sword. Remember it, Ingram. Long live the king!
Robbins, Thurlow, all of you! Colonel Ingram, after him, men, dead or alive!
Oh!
Wait here, Robbins.
Who are you? What is the meaning of this?
You are the mistress of this inn.
What if I am?
Where is he?
Who?
The Englishman who works here.
If you mean Charles, my retainer.
Where is he?
What right have you to invade a Dutch house and hound a hard-working man to death because he is loyal to his king?
Don't play the fool with me. He is the king.
Charles? The king?
It's plain you're innocent in that matter. But mind you, don't shield the man if you would remain innocent in the matter.
What now, Colonel Ingram?
It's plain from her manner that Stuart's more than handyman to her. Watch her. She'll lead us to him.
Katie, you shouldn't have come here. They'll not admit to search around this windmill.
Charles, that man with the face like a skull, he told me who you are.
And let me tell you in a few moments what I wanted to spend my life telling you. I love you, Katie. Above all things, deeply and gratefully.
Gratefully? Why?
Because in your love, I've found a few precious moments of shelter. I've learned from you another life than fear and flight and battlefields and parliaments. If I should die, remember that I loved you. Not as King Charles, doubtful monarch of a restless realm, but as Charles, master of his own soul.
Charles, look, they're coming.
I knew it. Quick, inside the mill. Here. Against this wall. Hide. Behind these sacks.
Robbins, guard the door. Thurlow around the back. I'll meet the Stuart single-handed.
He's coming in alone.
God be with you, Charles.
Charles Stuart. Stuart, how will you die? I give you this chance to face me alone, for I would relish killing you with my own blade. Stuart!
I am here. Defend yourself, killer.
Rejoice, O England. Thy deliverance is at hand.
Oh, well spoken, sir. You write your own epitaph.
Well, we'll finish this alone. You and I.
You'll die for that vanity.
I'll live for my beliefs.
And I for mine. Back, Inquisitor. What? You give ground to a steward? Back, I say, back!
Rusty.
Rust, Ingram, is the color of old blood. Your crimes are upon you, killer. Back! Up the stairs!
Blasphemer!
Back!
Heretic!
Back, I say, up!
Ungodly steward!
Why? Because I think God made men free?
Die!
Another time, Ingram. Not just now.
Die! You must die if England is to live.
Rot. England will live no matter what happens to either of us. On guard. Killer!
Charles?
It's over, Katie.
Thank heaven. Charles, listen. Outside.
There's trouble. And surely Roundheads do not make trouble for other Roundheads.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
Hyde! How? What?
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Oh, thank God you're safe. I bring great news, great news.
Oh?
A new free parliament has, on behalf of all the people and all beliefs, asked you to return to England as their king.
No. They accept my terms. Religious freedom for all and all the rest.
Everything.
Oh. Will you leave me alone with Katie for a moment?
Your Majesty.
Katie.
I know, Charles.
What shall I do?
What your heart tells you, Your Majesty.
Charles, no, Charles.
Your Majesty. You are my Charles, but you're their king. And they are so many, and I am one.
But if that one is all...
Your people are hurt. There are many wounds for you to tend.
But what will happen to you?
I will have many things to do. I'm going to plant more tulips in the west field bordering the road, and my inn will be famous now. And I shall pay my debts.
Katie.
And my memories will be my greatest fortune.
And mine. And all these memories I'll put like rose leaves in a box. And I shall love you always, beyond measure, beyond proof, beyond battle and the folly of nations, beyond life, where we shall meet again.
Charles, England is at the door.
Coming. Goodbye, Katie. One kiss.
To last forever.
Coming. Coming.
Gentlemen, the king.
And I shall love you always, beyond measure, beyond proof, beyond battle and the folly of nations, beyond life, where we shall meet again.
The NBC Theater has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of The Exile, starring Douglas Fairbanks, with Janet Waldo, and introducing the director of the film, Max Opels. Next week, the NBC Theater brings you the world-famous screen director Alfred Hitchcock, introducing the delightful comedy Mr. and Mrs. Smith, with Robert Montgomery in the starring role. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Douglas Fairbanks and Janet Waldo, and screen director Max Opels.
Doug, this has been the way you told me the story?
Yes, and you said you'd direct the picture.
It must have been quite an experience for two such talented artists as yourselves to work together.
Yes, there's one of Mr. Fairbanks' accomplishments I shall never forget.
His acting?
Sure, and his practical jokes.
Why, Max, how can you say such a thing?
Well, one day I had a birthday, and they bring me such a beautiful cake on the set. But when I tried to cut it, a disaster.
Why?
It was made out of wood. Very embarrassing. But when Doc brought out a real cake, then we had a nice party.
Well, you see, we really loved you after all, Max.
So nice. And, but for your practical jokes, I forgave you when I saw your latest picture, The Fighting Old Flynn.
Did you like it, Max? I'm very glad. It's to be released next month, you know.
Yeah, I liked it very much. Miss Waldo, it's about a dashing, romantic Irishman who does the most amazing things you have ever seen, just to win the lady he loves.
It sounds wonderful. Mr. Fairbanks, I understand that besides starring in The Fighting O'Flynn, you also wrote it and produced it.
Well, yes, that's right. But I hope you enjoy it too, Janet. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
Good
night.
night, Max.
Good night.
And good night to you, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Janet Waldo, and Max Opie. Tonight's cast included Raymond Burr, Carl Harvard, Paul McVeigh, Joe Grandy, and Luke Krugman. The Exile was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, your announcer, Frank Barton. The Exile was presented through the courtesy of the Fairbanks Company and of Universal International Pictures, now releasing Crisscross, starring Burt Lancaster, Yvonne DiCarlo, and Dan Duryea. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild Assignment. Production, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Director, Alfred Hitchcock. Star, Robert Montgomery.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Your level best. That's how you'll feel when you light up a Lucky. Because Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. It's important to you as a smoker to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And every smoker knows LSMFT. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, mild, ripe, light tobacco. Remember, more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined. It's good to know that fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, by putting you on the right level to feel and do your level best. That's the Lucky level. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Get on the Lucky level where it's fun to be alive. Get a carton of Luckies and get started today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, in the life of Jack Benny, Saturday is a hectic day of rehearsals. Sunday is an exciting day of the broadcast. But Monday, Monday, that's the day for rest and relaxation. So if you promise not to disturb him, I'll take you out to Jack's home in Beverly Hills and see how he spends his day of leisure.
This is wonderful. Nothing to do but just sit here by the fire in this easy chair and smoke a cigarette.
Are you comfortable, boss?
Oh, yes, very comfortable. Rochester, move that ashtray a little closer, will you, please?
Here you are.
Rochester, move my chair a little closer to the fireplace, please.
Yes, sir.
What a way to relax. Rochester, flick the ashes off my cigarette. Will you, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to lift your eyelids so you can see the fire?
No, I'll do it myself. But with these long lashes, they are kind of heavy. Yes, sir, there's nothing like sitting by the open fireplace. What was that?
I just threw one in to help you out.
Thanks. Gee, this is wonderful. You know, I think I'll doze off for a while. This chair is so comfortable. Whoops. I'll have to get that spring fixed. You know, Rochester, I hope nobody stops in today. I just want to sit here and forget everything.
Boss, what are you fidgeting for?
My back itches. Scratch it for me, Rochester, will you please?
Okay.
A little higher. To the left. Lower. Up a little. Higher. Higher. Rochester, remember that Chinese back scratcher I used to have?
Yeah, why'd you ever fire him?
Now, Rochester, stop with those jokes. You know, your irrevocable propensity for jocularity is just an inept endeavor to be facetious.
Well!
Now, look, I want to be alone, so just let me... No, there's somebody at the door.
I'll get it. Oh, hello, Mr. Wilson.
Well, hello, Rochester. Is Mr. Benny in?
Yeah, he's right in the den. You know, Mr. Wilson, the boss was kind of upset last week after you got in that argument with him about Rudyard Kipling and Shakespeare.
He was?
Yes, sir. When he found out he was wrong, he felt so ashamed, he ran upstairs, threw himself across the bed, and cried like a baby.
No.
Yeah. What a pathetic sight. A gray-haired old baby.
Who's out there?
It's me, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don. Come on in the den.
Hey, how come you're not dressed?
Well, Don, this is my day off, and I'm sort of relaxing. Later on, I'm going to have a masseur come over and give me a massage.
Well, Jack, I did the same thing yesterday, only I had 2 masseurs.
2 masseurs?
Yes, they started working on me at noon. And at 6 o'clock, when they came up over my stomach, I introduced them.
Don, a masseur couldn't get over your stomach with a pick and a rope. I'm just kidding, Don.
Well, by the way, Jack, regarding that argument we had last week about Shakespeare and Kipling...
Yes,
I want to thank you for that letter of apology you sent me.
That's quite all right. Forget it.
Did you receive my reply?
Forget it, Don.
No, Jack. This whole argument was ridiculous.
Forget it, Don.
And I meant every word when I wrote to you and said that my irrevocable propensity for jocularity was just an inept endeavor to be facetious.
Uh-oh.
Where are you going, Rochester?
When that line came out of you, I thought you were delirious and called the doctor.
I didn't tell you I made it up, and besides, it wasn't easy memorizing it. Now, Don, what'd you come over to see me about?
Well, Jack, your quartet's here, and they prepared a commercial that they want you to listen to.
The Sportsman?
Mm-hmm.
But, Don, not today. I want to relax. I'll hear it tomorrow.
Oh, you've got to hear it now, Jack. They're going away on a little vacation tomorrow.
They are? Well, where are they now?
In the living room.
Oh, for heaven's sake. A fella tries to have just one day to himself, and all he gets is... Don, who's that guy on your back?
I'm his third masseur. He hasn't met me yet.
Well, get off of him. We got work to do. Oh, hello, fellas. Boys, Don tells me you're going away for a few days. Where are you going?
If you know what we know, then you'll go where we go, where they grow tobacco. Oh, LSMFT, you'd be so happy when you'd see a lucky. You cannot measure the pleasure that you will get from smoking Lucky Strike.
Very good, Don.
So
Very
Jackson, bye-bye, and don't
Boy.
cry. We're
Boy,
all
stop marching around the room.
happy day.
Boys, be
So
careful.
take it down.
Hey, fellas, watch out for that goldfish boat. Watch out.
That's where we belong. Forward men and stay in line. It's onward, onward to Caroline with Lucky Strikes in hand. Our favorite brand. Oh, LSSMFF, LSSMFF, it's LSMFT for me.
How do you like that? They marched into the closet. Fellas, the front door is over there.
Forward men and stay in line. It's onward, onward to Caroline with Lucky Strikes in hand. Our favorite brand. Oh, LSSMFT for me.
How do you like that? What dumb guys. Imagine them going into my closet.
Boss, they aren't so dumb.
What?
They marched out wearing 4 of your suits.
My suits? Hey, fellas! Fellas, Don Wilson! Oh, darn it, he's gone, too. Oh, well, I'll see him when they get back. I'm not going to let it spoil my day of relaxation. Now, let's see, what'll I do? Read a book or a magazine or maybe...
Read a book. Read a book.
Hello, Polly.
Hello.
Boss, is there anything you'd like me to do for you?
No, Rochester, I'm fine. I just want to take it easy.
Well, the television is on. Why don't you watch that?
Say, that's a good idea. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum, da-dee. Ah. Hey, look at that prize fight. Gee, television is wonderful. Say, those two fighters are really mixing it. A right, a left. Wow, he's on his knees. The referee's counting. 1, 2, 3. Oh, darn it, the Colemans pulled their shade down. Gee, I wish I had a television set. Hey, maybe my cast will chip in and buy me one for Christmas. Maybe my writers will give me one. Say, maybe my sponsor will give me one. Or maybe on New Year's Eve, I'll have an extra glass of sherry and buy one myself. Oh, well, I'll see what happens.
Mr. Benny, my money, please.
Huh? Gee, Polly, you sounded just like my violin teacher, Professor LeBlanc. Come to think of it, you look a little like him, too. Well, I think I'll go back in the den now. Oh, darn it. I'll get the phone, Rochester. Hello?
Hiya, Jackson. Hey, Jackson, I'm all alone at the house, and I want you to help me out.
What is it, Phil?
Well, I'm writing a letter to a friend of mine, and I'm stuck. How do you spell entertainer?
For heaven's sake, Phil, why do you call with the silly things like that? Why don't you look it up in the dictionary?
I did, and it ain't in there.
Entertainer? Of course it's in the dictionary.
No, it ain't. I looked all through the ends.
Phil, naturally you won't find it in the ends. Entertainer begins with an E.
Entertainer starts with an E?
Certainly, the E is silent, like the P in your first name.
My name starts with a P?
Phil, don't you even know how to spell your name? What do you do when you sign a check?
The same as you. I cry a little.
I don't mean that. Look, Phil, today is my day off. I'm trying to relax.
All right, Pops, relax. Maybe if you rest up real good, you can come along with me on the next hunting trip. The one I went on last week was a pip, Jackson. We went up in the high Sierras.
I know. You told me you were going. Tell me, Phil, did you hunt bear?
Well, one day we... Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. Hey, ask me that again.
Oh, no, he caught me on that last week. You're not going to catch me this
Come
time.
on, Jackson, ask me that again.
Okay. Tell me, Phil, did you hunt grizzly?
No, we shaved every day. Oh, Harris, the P in your first name may be silent, but the rest of you's dynamite.
Well, Philsy, boy.
Hey, no kidding, Jackson. I wish you'd have been with us. Really exciting, especially when you've got good hunting dogs. You shoot down them ducks and the retrievers bring them right back to you.
Oh, the retrievers, eh? Who went on the trip with you?
Just me and Remley.
Say, you guys are really pals, aren't you? You never go hunting without Remley.
I have to take him. He's one of the retrievers.
Remley?
Yeah, you ought to see him, Jackson, swimming across the lake with a duck in his mouth.
Oh, for heaven. Why doesn't he carry it in his hand?
What, and let go of the bottle?
That does it, Phil. Goodbye.
So long, Marcia.
I never saw a guy like Phil. Doesn't worry about a thing. Gee, I was hoping that call was from Daisy.
Daisy who, boss?
Daisy Dickinson. She's Mr. Osborne's secretary of Batten, Barton, Durston, and Osborne. I got a date with her tomorrow night. She's cute, too. She makes $85 a week. Her take-home pay is $63.40. Well, what'll I do now? Maybe I'll read a... Say, Rochester, what's this package here on the table?
It came in the mail this morning, boss. It's for you.
For me? I wonder what it is. Gee, it's a little phonograph record. That's funny. I can't understand. Well, I might as well play it and see what it is.
Hello, Jack. This is Eddie Cantor. Hey, Jack, I just want to remind you, you're going to be a guest on my program Friday night.
You didn't have to send me this record. I knew I was going to be on.
So long, Jack. I'll sign off now. This is Eddie Cantor.
Rochester, lift up the arm. The record is stuffed.
No, it isn't. I made it this way. Cantor.
What a hand! Imagine making a record just for that. Say, while I'm relaxing, I might as well put some other records on. Let's see, here's Brahms' Lullaby by Spike Jones. Here's White Christmas, sung by Bing. The last name is scratched out. I wonder who that is. Here's a new one. Who put the microfilm in Mrs. Murphy's pumpkin? Here's one. Oh, What a Beautiful Morning by Patrick J. McNulty. Hey, here's one that Dennis Day made with Phil's orchestra. You Must Have Been a Beautiful Baby. See, that's an old favorite of mine. I think I'll play it.
Must have been a wonderful child when you were only starting to go to kindergarten. I bet you drove the little boys wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, must have shown the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause baby, a little baby, look at you now.
Gee, that's a good number, and Dennis sings it so well, too. Phil's music didn't spoil it a bit. Well, what else can I do to while away the time? I think I'll read a book. I must have been a beautiful baby. I must have been a wonderful child. When I was I don't know what to read. When I was only starting to go to kindergarten, I really drove the little girls wild, oh yes. And when it came... Oh, here's Billy Rose's new book, Wine, Women, and Words. Yeah, I read that. It's great. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, I really showed the other kids how. I can see... Gee, I don't know whether I'd like to read a mystery or something romantic. I can see the judge's eyes as he handed me the prize. I'll get the door, Rochester. I made the cutest little bow. Oh, I must have been a beautiful baby.
But, brother, get a load of you now.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. I'm going to do a little Christmas shopping. Would you like to join me?
No, I'm not going to shop till next week. This is my day of relaxation. You know, Mary, a man should begin to take things easy, when he's pushing 40.
Pushing 40?
Yeah.
You went through it like a Michigan halfback.
All right. Come on in for a minute. You can shop later.
Okay. You alone?
Yeah, Phil called a little while ago. He just got back from a hunting trip up in the High Sierras.
The High Sierras, eh? Did he hunt bear?
Well, he... Uh-oh. Hey, Mary. What'd you say?
I said, did he hunt bear?
No, he took his razor with him. Oh, Jackson, you may not be a retriever, but anyone who throws you a lead is a dead duck.
Jack, what are you talking about?
It's over your head, sister. It's over your head. Come on in the den, Mary. I want to get back to that old fireplace again.
Don't bother, Jack. I'll answer it.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello. Can I please speak to little old Jack Benny?
Just a second. I'll call him.
Oh, are you his mother?
No, are you?
Goodness, no, honey. I'm just little old Daisy Dickinson. Will you please call Mr. Benny for me?
Okay, just hold a little old while. Oh, Jack, it's for you, Daisy Dickinson.
Well, hello.
Hello, sugar.
Hello, Daisy.
Oh, I just called to thank you for the lovely bouquet of flowers you sent me.
Oh, did you like them?
Oh, yes. Oh, and I just loved what you said on the card. Daisies for Daisy.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I wrote that without my writers.
You did? Oh, but golly, sugar, when I saw Daisies for Daisy, it made me wish my name were Orchid.
But that would sound silly, Daisies for Orchid, I've been waiting for your call, honey.
Well, everything's okay for our little old date tomorrow night.
Good. We'll do something special. We'll have an early dinner, and then I know the most romantic place to park on Wilshire Boulevard.
But, sugar boy, Wilshire Boulevard romantic?
Have you ever watched the moon come up over the Bank of America?
Huh? Oh, you're so night, you little old boll weevil.
Okay, you little old possum, you. Goodbye. Gee, Mary, she's so nice, you know? She's awfully nice.
How'd you meet her, Jack?
She's a secretary at my advertising agency, Batten, Barton, Durson, and little old Osborne.
Oh, well, Jack, I can't wait any longer. I've got to go shopping.
Okay, Mary, see you later.
So long. Oh, by the way, Jack, maybe you can help me out. Can Rochester hear us talking?
No, he's in the kitchen. Why?
Well, I want to know what to get him for Christmas, and it's kind of tough to think of a suitable gift.
Yeah, Rochester is a problem at Christmas time. What can you get him? He's been with me 10 years. He's got nothing.
I know. Say, Jack, do you think Rochester would like it if I got him a pair of bedroom slippers?
Sure, Mary. Bedroom slippers would be fine.
Well, thanks a lot for helping me. I'll be running along now.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Size 8.5.
Rochester, that wasn't very nice. You know what happens to people who eavesdrop?
Yeah, they get the right size.
I guess you're right. I just didn't get the right line. You got the right size. Well, I think I'll go back in the den and read a book. I must have been a beautiful baby. See if there are any books that I haven't read. Here's a good one, The City Boy by Herman Wouk. Oh, he's the fellow who used to write for Fred Allen, and then he left Allen and went to war. A coward. Say, I think I'll read that one. Oh, darn it, why can't I? Come in! Come in! Oh, hello, Dennis.
I came to say goodbye. I'm going to jail.
Jail?
Unless you can straighten out this traffic ticket.
What'd you get a traffic ticket for?
I took a 4-way cold tablet on a one-way street.
Dennis, let me see that ticket.
Here.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Dennis, you got this ticket for riding your bicycle up the escalator in the May Company. I don't blame him for being mad.
Neither do I. I bought it at Bullock's.
Look, kid, I'm trying to have one day of complete rest, so I don't want any more of this silly talk. What'd you come over here for?
I thought Phil was here. I wanted to talk over an arrangement with him.
Well, he's not here. He called me up a little while ago. He just got back from a hunting trip in the high Sierras.
Oh? Did he hunt bear?
Hey, Dennis. Dennis. Ask me that again.
Ask you what?
Did he hunt bear?
No, he had his clothes on.
I'm glad I got rid of him. How can a kid think of such silly things out? Hello?
Oh, Dennis, you've got 2 shows and a head for each one of them.
Dennis, how did you get to a phone booth so fast?
My bicycle's got a motor on it.
Goodbye! That kid's gonna drive me nuts. One of these days... Oh, now who can that be?
Goodbye.
Well, I'm too tired to try and figure it out now. I'm going in the den and relax.
Oh, Mr. Benny! Mr. Benny! Look at him curled up in that chair fast asleep. I won't wake him. I'll just pick him up and carry him upstairs and put him to bed. Just look at him. Not a care in the world. Look at the way he snuggles in my arms like a little child. He must have been a beautiful baby. He must have been a wonderful child. When he was only starting to go to kindergarten, I'll bet he drove the Indians wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, he must have shown the other
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. You see, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. It's good to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And that's why it's so important that you select and smoke the cigarette of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
And as every smoker knows,
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. No wonder Lucky Strike is the overwhelming favorite of tobacco experts. For more independent auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky's regularly than the next two leading brands combined. So,
smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Get on the right level, the Lucky level, where there's real joy in living, where it's fun to be alive. The Lucky level, where you feel your best and do your best.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
And remember, here's a gift every smoker on your Christmas list is sure to appreciate. A carton of Lucky Strike cigarettes in beautiful holiday wrapping. And for that special someone, get Lucky Strike 500s, the handsome gift box of 25 packages of Lucky Strike cigarettes.
I'm sorry I woke you up, boss.
That's all right, Rochester. I'll go right back to sleep again. Good night.
Good night.
Well, I guess my day is just about over. I'll have to make the cutest little bow. Next is Phil and Alice Faye, Dennis Day on Saturday. Be sure to listen there a while. Oh, they must have been such comical babies. 'Cause, brother, get a load of them now. They both got 2 shows. Brother, get a load of them now.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to hear the Lucky Strike Hit Parade starring Frank Sinatra on Saturday, and don't forget the Lucky Strike program, Your Lucky Strike.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
I was a communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
For 9 years, I managed to live on a communist diet, a diet of indigestible ideals and poisonous philosophies. But even I was shocked to learn that red poison came in cans. This story may save you from a violent case of political ptomaine.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked, Treason Comes in Cans.
I should have been used to darkness by now. My life had become a series of grotesque shadow dances for the FBI, with the commies playing the music. But you never get used to darkness when the shadows are alive with treachery, when the mist is like the breath of disaster. The fog hung like a soggy veil over this tiny waterfront town. The buildings, the bleary street lights, everything seemed without shape or form, swimming in a limbo of mist and darkness. And what was I doing here, walking the wet pavements of this waterfront street? I was looking for one particular building, the home of the Oceanic Import Company, a food importing concern that no one ever heard of. That is, no one but me and the commies who'd sent me here. And then, almost too suddenly, the fog swirled with movement. A light appeared over a doorway just ahead, and the darkness spoke to me.
Cvetic.
Who's that?
Wagner.
Oh, I've been looking for you, comrade.
Never mind that. This way, in here.
I stepped out of the darkness into the lighted doorway. A door closed behind me. When it stopped blinking, I found myself facing the distinguished director of the Oceanic Import Company, Comrade Eric Wagner. He welcomed me with typical commie friendliness.
You're late, Svetic.
I know. That fog is...
Of course, the fog. Nevertheless, you're late, aren't you?
Well, I suppose I am.
Aren't you?
All right, I'm late. You want a note from my mother?
I suppose your record for competence makes up for your lack of discipline.
Yeah.
Come along. Here, sit down.
Thanks.
You've been briefed on this project, I imagine?
No. I was told to report to the Oceanic Import Company. I was to find you there. It looks like you found me.
Yes. This is the Oceanic Import Company.
This? Well, it's practically a barren room.
All we need. Now, about your reason for being sent here. You know nothing about it?
Well, nothing.
Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, a foreign freighter will dock at Pier 2.
A freighter? I didn't think this port had any overseas traffic.
Very little. It's primarily a fishing town. But as I say, tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Pier 2, okay.
In that freighter's cargo is a small crate of canned tuna. It's listed for delivery to the Oceanic Import Company.
Canned tuna?
That's right.
What in the world does the party want with
Everything in time, Svetic. Everything in time.
All right. Go on.
You will meet that freighter in the morning, comrade, as a representative of Oceanic Imports. You will check with the cargo inspectors to see that our crate is properly dispersed.
That's all?
That crate of canned goods must not go astray.
Why not?
Because, Svetic, in those cans are microfilm of top-secret documents from the Communist International.
Oh, I see. Oh, what sort of documents?
The new revised plan for red action within the United States. The new timetable for the proletariat advance.
I see. Canned goods seem to be going up in value.
Yes. But if you should permit these canned goods to reach the open market, the price will be frightening.
Let's see here. Here we are. Oceanic Import Company. That it?
Yeah, that's it. Has the crate been checked through yet?
Not going to be checked through at all. Crate's gone.
Gone?
Yeah?
What are you talking
about? Here's a manifest straight from the ship. Says that the canned tuna was damaged in shipment. Started to spoil, went bad.
Here, just a minute. Let me see that.
There it is, black and white. Your crate of canned stuff went bad. Last night, the crew dumped the crate overboard.
It was there in black and white on the cargo report, all right. A crate of canned tuna had been tossed to the bottom of the murky harbor. Now the official red timetable had been put to sleep in the deep, out of reach of the eager commies. But I was still very much within reach of Comrade Wagner.
This report from the cargo inspector, Svetic. You're sure it's complete?
I'm afraid so, Comrade.
Get your coat.
What?
Your coat. Put on your coat.
Where are we going?
I'm taking you for a boat ride.
Now, look, Wagner, it's not my fault that the crate
You
was
needn't
thrown.
try explaining anything, Svetic. Just get your coat and come along.
Just 1 minute.
Are you afraid of the water, Svetic?
All right. Let's go.
Just like the American bourgeoisie, eh, Svetic? Our own little yacht and everything.
Yeah, everything.
Why so glum, comrade? Don't you enjoy the sea air?
I'm a little fed up with this mystery routine you've been giving me. My stake in this project is as great as yours, Wagner, and I don't know...
Relax,
I
Svetic.
think I'm entitled...
Relax. I'm about to show you exactly where our crate was thrown.
Our crate is at the bottom of the
There's
harbor.
Point Frugas over there, the entrance to the harbor. Just beyond it, our diligent comrades tossed the crate off the freighter into the water.
Comrades? You mean we had party workers on the ship who...
Svetic, you really didn't think the party would let so valuable an item out of its hands for even a moment.
Well,
The crate was tossed overboard at a specified point by specially instructed comrades on the crew of the freighter. In this way, we avoided the risk of a possible cargo inspection on the dock. Understand now?
Yeah, I guess so. Seems like the hard way to do things, though.
Difficult, perhaps, but safe. Now, note this location carefully, Svedek. It will be up to you to get the crate with the microfilm out of the water.
Oh, I see.
You'll hire a diving crew, dredge the bottom. Oceanic Imports will secure the permit.
Hey! Hey, signore! Hey, you with the motor!
Who's that doing that hollering?
Go away with the motor, signore! Por favor, signore, go away! You scary fish!
One of those fool fishermen.
Better change your course, Wagner. You're heading toward his net.
Go the other way, signore! Go away with the motor, please!
Hey, take it easy. What are you doing?
Let him change his course. He's out to snare some measly fish. We're out to haul in the world.
Well, thank you, operator. Here you are. Beaker, this is Red.
Oh, hi, man. Where are you?
Still sloshing around the waterfront. Listen, Beaker. My little chums have tucked away a crate of hot microfilm. The FBI can use it.
Yeah? Where is it?
At the bottom of the harbor.
At the bottom? Oh, fine. Can we reach it?
I'll give you the location. I've been ordered to dredge it out for the commies, but I'll stall it off till
We'll
you can...
put the Coast Guard right on it. Take it. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
What about you? Won't your red playmates get wise?
Well, if you get the job done tonight, they'll...
Look, Matt, we don't want to be fishing you out of the drink, too, you know.
Get it done tonight. I'll keep Wagner away from the shore. Now, look, here's the location. Got a pencil?
Right. Let's have it.
The fog that night was thicker than ever. A sodden blanket that smothered all activity in the harbor. I kept Wagner away from the shore, all right, but the fog kept the Coast Guard away, too. When Wagner met me the next morning, the commie timetables were still asleep in the deep. Wagner, however, was very much awake.
The diver to get the crate, Svedek. All arranged?
Well, you know, the crews around here are pretty expensive. I've been shopping around for a decent price.
Price? Svedek, do you realize what the price will be if we lose those microfilms? No time for false economy now, idiot. Just get that job done.
It just couldn't be done last night, Matt. If you can figure a way to sweep the fog out of the harbor, we'll get that crate lifted. But...
Beaker, I can't stall Wagner any longer. You've got to get that job done tonight, fog or no fog.
Well, we'll try, Matt. We'll do it somehow.
Svedek, just why are you in the office now?
I just got in. Why?
This is the second day you postponed the diving job.
I know. That fog's been awful soupy out
At night, yes. But the days have been clear enough. If you can't handle a simple task like this, comrade...
I can handle it, Wagner. Don't worry about that.
I'm not worrying, Svedek. But I suggest you start worrying a little more. If the crate isn't out of the water and in our hands tomorrow...
Beaker?
Well, this is Red, Beaker.
Oh, I've been waiting for you to call.
What's the matter?
Matt, are you sure you gave me the right location for that crate?
Sure. We checked it twice, didn't we?
Well, the Coast Guard had divers walking all over the harbor bottom. They combed every inch of it. No crate, no microfilm, nothing.
Nothing. Beaker, it's got to be there. I know it's there. Maybe the tide or the currents or something.
The Coast Guard knows enough to allow for that. The crate just isn't there, Matt. Somebody has picked it off the floor of the harbor, and it's not the FBI.
Oh, great. Great. Well, keep your boys around, Beaker. They may be picking me out of the harbor next.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Severik in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
The United States Coast Guard had spent the night scouring the bottom of that murky harbor, searching in vain for the creative communist microfilm. Now it was my turn. By early afternoon, I was on the barge with the diving crew and Comrade Eric Wagner, who had come along, evidently, to expose his nerve ending. We inched toward the area beyond Point Frugus, with Wagner becoming increasingly jumpy every bit of the way. I was wondering how he was going to react when he learned the bitter truth when one of the crew hopped from the deck of the tug to the barge.
Hey, which one of you is Mr. Svenik?
I am. What's up?
Well, I was up there checking these instructions with the pilot of the tug, and
They're all right, aren't they? Your crew can understand them, can't they? I mean, nothing is wrong.
No, everything's fine. You're sure you want the divers to go ahead with this job?
Well, yeah. That's what we hired them for.
Huh? Okay. You're the boss.
Now, just a moment. What's on your mind?
Well, this crate we're looking for, it's a crate of canned tuna fish, ain't it?
Yes, of course it is. Is there any doubt about that?
No, just that one of them Portuguese fishermen pulled in a whole crate of canned tuna the other day.
What? What's this? Where? Where was he fishing?
He'd spread his nets right out there where we're going. Leastwise, that's what I understand.
And you say he pulled in a case of canned tuna?
Yeah. I saw him tie up at the dock. He was one happy fisherman, that guy. No, I ain't sure it was your crate he hauled in, but...
Turn back. Tell the pilot to turn back.
Don't be foolish, Wagner. We've gone this far. We might as well
Turn back, I said. We can't let that fisherman... You. Who's the fisherman? What's his name?
How do I know his name? I just see him once in a while on the docks.
Who is he, man? For the love of heaven, who is he?
Quit yanking up my shirt.
Mike, we'd like to find that fisherman. What did he look like?
Well, like a fisherman. They all look alike to me.
Well, isn't there anything that... Well, you saw his boat. Did it have a name or anything?
Yeah. I come to think of it, in Spanish name, or maybe Portuguese. A pal, you know, like the song. Paloma, that's it, La Paloma.
Turn back. We have to find him. Turn back, I said.
Listen, will you quit clawing at me?
Tell that pilot to turn back immediately.
It'll be a pleasure. More ruckus about some crummy Kansas spoiled fish.
For the sake of that unsuspecting fisherman, I had to find him before Wagner did. If he'd opened those cans and found the secret commie microfilms, the Reds were licked. But if Wagner got to the fisherman first, he was in for trouble. Bad trouble. Searching the harbor area, we found that most of the fishing boats were out at work on the water and wouldn't return until about sundown. As for the inevitable fog, it didn't help a bit. The only thing I could find with no trouble was Wagner. He stuck to my side like a barnacle with a complex.
Setic, I hold you fully responsible for this mess.
Me? Why me?
If you hadn't postponed the diving for 2 days...
Oh, cut it out.
I intend to file a complete report of your laxity with the Control Commission as soon
Look,
as...
Wagner, we're wasting time this way. We ought to split up. Go in different directions.
Might be wise.
Look, you search the south end of the harbor, and I'll cover this bay area. We'll cut the time in half.
Good idea. And Setic, don't stop looking till you find that boat, the La Paloma.
Don't worry, comrade. I'm as anxious to find that fisherman as you are. The murky waterfront was well covered that afternoon. I roamed the bustling piers, creaking docks. I studied the flocks of fishing boats huddled at anchor in the crescent of the shoreline. But La Paloma seemed to have flown from her nest. I walked along the edge of the seawall, trying to read the names on the boats that swayed at anchor below me. One boat swayed more than the others, as if to keep time with the loud singing that flowed from her deck. That boat bore the name La Paloma.
Hey, mister! You call me, senor? Yeah, that your boat? Si, she's mine. My bonita. Mind if I come aboard? Come down, amigo. You can jump from the wall, all right? I can try. Okay, amigo, take a chance. Leave. There goes. Buenos dias, senor. You know how to mend the net?
No, I'm sorry. I came to talk business.
Fishing's my business, senor. So we talk about mending nets, eh?
Well, I'm with the Oceanic Import Company.
Huh?
Yeah, we import food, canned goods, tuna fish, that sort of thing.
Tuna fishing? I import, too. I catch a whole crate of canned tuna in my net. Big importer, that's me. I give you competition, eh?
Oh, that tuna you found. That's why I want to talk to you.
You want some? I sell you some pretty cheap.
No, I don't think you'll want any either. The fish in those cans is bad. It's spoiled.
Bad fish in cans?
Yeah, I hope you haven't eaten any. Spoiled tuna can poison you, you know.
Si, I know. You sure my tuna is bad, senor?
Look, I spent all day looking for you so I could warn you. I didn't do it because I needed the walk.
Si. Maybe I'd better tell my wife, eh?
Well, look, I'll do it for you if you like. After all, my company's responsible.
Si, you do it. You tell my wife I'm in the net.
Okay, where do you live?
Right down the bay shore. 221 Bay Shore. Over that way.
Okay. Oh, my name's Savetic. What's yours?
Tamorina. Pietro Tamorina. My wife, she's Marie. You see her. Make her give you up the canned fish.
I hope she won't mind my butting in.
Go on. You tell her. But, amigo, hey. You be quiet about it. Do not wake the baby.
Well, I was in the lead now. I'd found the fisherman, and I knew now where the crate was located. I was all set for the home stretch. I looked up to judge the distance for my little leap back to the seawall, and suddenly I knew my lead was gone. There on the seawall, looking down at Tamorina and me, was Comrade Wagner.
Come up here, Static.
Sure. Give me a hand.
You found the boat and the man, I see, Static.
Uh-huh.
Does he have the crate?
No.
He hasn't? Then who has it?
Well, I'm not sure. Come on, let's walk.
Hey, signori!
Oh, what is it, Tamorina?
You head for the wrong way, amigo. I told you my house is that way.
Losing your sense of direction, Static? Come on.
This is Tamorina?
What do you want?
I'm Matt Svedic. This is Mr. Wagner from the Oceanic Import Company.
No, nothing today.
It's imperative that we talk to you, madam.
My baby is sleeping.
We must talk to you now, right now.
Por favor, senor, not so loud, eh?
We just talked to your husband. It's about that crate of canned food he hauled in the other day.
So? It is his, no?
It belongs to our company, madam. We've come to claim it.
Oh, nobody claim it. Pietro hauled it from the water in his snare. What's not yours?
Well, let me explain, Mrs. Tamorina. That canned fish is bad. It's rotten, spoiled.
Bad? Why so bad?
Bad. No good. Can't you understand that?
Senor, if you wake my baby, I'll call a cop.
You'll do nothing of the sort. You.
There you see you wake my baby. Adios, señoras. Go away, adios.
Mrs. Tamorina, please. This is important.
Adios. Go away, go.
Madam, you're a fool. If you eat that canned stuff, you may kill your whole family.
Eh? Kill, huh?
The tuna fish is no good. It's poison.
What?
That's why we threw it to the bottom of the harbor. Food like that is dangerous.
Oh.
What's wrong?
Oh, my sister. I gave some of them to my sister.
Will we never see the end of this chase?
Where does your sister live?
Come in. I must kiss thee, baby. My sister, she lives on the street, right close to the bait shop. Por favor, senor, the baby.
Static, stay here. I'll get the sister.
No, you stay with Mrs. Tamorino. I can make it faster.
You get along better with this woman.
Just stay put. I'll be back.
Static, just a minute.
There was no time to argue now. I had to get away from Wagner in a hurry. I ran toward Mrs. Tamarina's sister's house, passed it, and kept right on running till I reached the bait shop. There was a payphone on the rear wall. I started dialing the local FBI office, but I realized that by the time they'd covered the distance, Wagner and the microfilms would be gone. Hello? Police headquarters? Oh, senor, a policeman to my house. Hurry. I live at 221 Bay Shore, senor. A man is trying to steal from my house. Hurry, please. A name? Or me? My name is Tamorina. You got that? Pietro Tamorina. I knew the local police would find Wagner there, all right. But to make sure the evidence was found, too, I called the FBI and told them to follow through on Wagner's arrest. Once those microfilms were linked to Wagner, one more red would be erased from the commie spectrum. In a matter of minutes, the police car zoomed by the bait shop and stopped at the Tamorina home. I walked away from the phone and turned inland, away from the shoreline. The fog was beginning to roll in from over the water. A soggy veil to hide the face of the waterfront. But this time, the fog was like a welcome friend. It gave me cover, obscurity, the security of darkness. But when you must wallow in treachery to defeat treachery, you learn to greet the gloom more readily. You walk more securely in darkness, as long as you walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews, ladies and gentlemen. It was Ralph Waldo Emerson who said, "We want a state of things which allows every man the largest liberty compatible with the liberty of every other man." We have that state of things in America today. 150 million definitions of the word liberty, one for every citizen of the United States, and room for every one of them to flourish. That in itself is the essence of liberty. In the story you just heard, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Severik, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us then, won't you?
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in 7 Keys to Baldpate.
Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the dauntless Jack Benny and the laconic Mary Livingston lead us into paths of peril and adventure. Laughs, chills, crooks, treasure, a damsel in distress, a mad hermit. This is only part of what Jack Benny encounters tonight in that grand comedy mystery by George M. Cohan, 7 Keys to Baldpate, adapted from the novel by Earl Durr Biggers. You'll hear also, as special guest, the world-renowned violinist Ephraim Zimbalist. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. Tonight's play is brought to you by the makers of Lux Flakes. Before I introduce our producer, let me remind you that it's thrifty to buy several big boxes of Lux Flakes at a time, so you'll always have it handy in bathroom and kitchen. Every box of Lux Flakes means longer life for your washable nice things, kind care for your hands. You're thrifty every time you use these gentler, finer flakes. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Before we raise our curtain, we wish to advise our listeners that if any important news bulletins on the European situation are received at the Columbia Broadcasting System headquarters, they'll be given you at the intermission during our program. Now to our play and personalities. When George M. Cohan adapted 7 Keys to Baldpate for the stage, he had no intention of starring in it. But just before the opening, he and the leading man met with an accident. The leading man was too seriously injured to go on, so Mr. Cohan, broken collarbone and all, stepped into the breach. When I related these facts to Mary Livingston, she threw back her head bravely and declared that if Mr. Cohan could carry on with such a handicap, she could carry on with Jack Benny. Mr. Benny is not, however, without some talent. He often entertains the guests at his home with his debonair violin playing and witty sayings. He's quite a familiar figure on the streets of Beverly Hills, whizzing past the admiring spectators in his flashy Maxwell town car. And I almost forgot. Mary always brings Jack to her radio program. And when she goes back on the air next Sunday, she'll once again try and have a place for him. For tonight, we've made a special treatment of 7 Keys to Baldpate, which finds Mr. Benny tackling one of the most difficult roles in his career, the role of Jack Benny. And Miss Livingston comes to you in her own interpretation of Mary Livingston. There's another character in our adaptation called Cecil B. DeMille. 1,400 actors in Hollywood have refused my generous bribes to play the part. So there's nothing left for me to do but to play myself. This being the case, my customary duties for the evening will be assumed in part by the highly capable Melville Ruick. And now we light the stage. It's curtain time and start time as the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in 7 Keys to Baldpate with Cecil B. DeMille. Mr. Ruick, will you set our scene? On the lot at Paramount Studios in Hollywood, a building stands apart from the rest. On its door, the legend, Cecil B. DeMille Productions, Incorporated. The door has just opened, and C.B. himself strides quickly across the reception room toward his private office. A small army of assistants and secretaries hinder his progress with innumerable requests.
Good morning, Mr. DeMille.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning,
Oh,
darling.
Mr. DeMille, I had that set
See
made
me
up
later,
now.
will you, Joe?
Hello, C.B. Here's that script you asked
Thanks,
for.
I'll read it tonight.
Mr. DeMille, would you see Mr. Nelson?
I can't see anyone this morning. Ask him to come
Mr.
back.
DeMille, there's
Not
a man
now,
out here.
Harry. Sorry. Or Bill, come into my office, will you?
Okay, C.B. Well, Mr. DeMille, about
All
that
right,
set.
all right.
I
I'll take
want
care
you
of
to see it.
everything.
It's very
See me
important,
later.
really.
Sit down, Bill. Morning, Miss Cole.
Good morning, Mr. DeMille.
Anything happen?
Nothing much. Mr. Henry called about that script. Frank Donnelly has a new star for you, and, oh, yes, Mr. Benny called again.
Who?
Mr. Benny. Jack Benny.
What did he want?
The usual thing.
What did you tell him?
The usual thing. I said you were out to lunch.
I'm beginning to feel a little guilty about Jack.
What's it all about, C.B.?
Well, I was a little tired one night, and I half promised I'd make a picture with him.
No.
Yes. And he calls me up every once in a while to remind me of it.
Well, he isn't serious, is he?
And that's just the trouble. He gave me a long talk about how his soul is starved in comedy. He wants to branch out into drama, heavy acting parts.
Well, he must be crazy. What'd you tell him?
Well, I couldn't tell him the truth. It would have broken his heart, not to mention Paramount. So I just keep telling him I'm still looking for the right story, but it's becoming very embarrassing.
He seemed pretty discouraged this morning, Mr. DeMille. I really think you ought to call him. He said you could reach him at Mary Livingston's house.
Well, I'm not looking for trouble, but if he calls again, I suppose I'll have to speak to him.
Oh, Jack. 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 Hey, Yasha.
Yes, Mary.
Jack, why don't you give that cigar box a rest? You've been scratching on it for the last 2 hours.
In the first place, it's not a cigar box. In the second place, I wasn't scratching. That was music, whether you like it or not.
Thanks for the choice.
Oh, well. If that's the way you feel, I'll put it away.
Oh, Jack, I didn't mean it like that. Gee, you certainly are getting cranky lately. Come over here to say hello, and every time I open my mouth, it gets sore. What's the matter with you, anyway?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'm in one of those moods again. I'm sorry, Mary. Gosh, why doesn't DeMille call?
Oh, so that's it. I knew there was a reason for that long jaw you're wearing.
I'm not wearing a long jaw.
You are, too.
Well, I saw it in Esquire. Gee, I've called DeMille about 20 times. I'll bet that secretary never gave him the message.
Jack, I hate to be a wet rag, but did you ever think that maybe Mr. DeMille doesn't want to speak to you?
Oh, don't be silly. What makes you say that?
Well, he certainly goes out to lunch at funny hours.
Well, that doesn't prove anything. He told me himself he wanted to make a picture with me, and he wasn't lying.
Yeah, I'll bet he looked you right square in the chest when he said it.
Oh, no, he didn't. Listen, Mary, Mr. DeMille knows how I feel about comedies. We're going to make a serious picture, something that'll give me a real chance. See, the only thing that's holding it up is the story, and we'll have one if I have to sit down and write it myself. I'll write something I can sink my teeth into. With my ideas, all I need is paper and pencil.
And teeth.
See, you don't give me credit for anything, do you?
Oh, Jack, why don't you come down to earth? You're a comedian. You made your name in comedy, and you ought to stick to it. This other stuff isn't for you.
What do you mean it isn't? I'm an actor, ain't I? Aren't I? First, lost, and always, I'm an actor. And here I am laying around wasting my talents because nobody will give me a chance. DeMille makes the Plainsman, and he uses Gary Cooper. Then he turns around and makes the Buccaneer and uses Frederick March. What they want with me at Paramount, I don't know.
If I were you, I wouldn't even ask.
That's so.
And I certainly wouldn't keep pestering Mr. DeMille all the time.
I'm not pestering him. He's just as anxious to do this as I am. I'll give him a ring right now. Hello? Give me Hollywood 06746, please. It's probably out, but I'll take a chance. Hello? Mr. DeMille's office? Well, this is Jack Benny speaking. Is Mr. DeMille back from lunch yet? Oh, he is? Well, can I speak to him? Thank you. There you are, Mary. Yeah, I told you he was just as anxious. Hello? Well, how are you, Mr. DeMille? This is Jack Benny. Oh, I'm pretty good. Say, listen, I just called... Mary? Oh, she's fine. She's fine. Say, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about that story. What's that? Why, no. No, I haven't got a cold. Well, maybe just a little cold. Look, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about that story. Huh? Oh, hot lemonade, huh? Yes, I'll do that. Say, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about... Quinine? Well, I don't think it's that bad. Oh, is that so? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No sneezing. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Ask him what's good for falling hair.
Quiet. Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Mr. DeMille, but look, what I called you up about... Oh, it did, eh? Fixed you right up, huh? Well, thanks very much, Mr. DeMille. Yeah, goodbye. No, wait, what I wanted... Hello? Hello? Can you imagine that? We were cut off.
Good morning, Cecil B. DeMille Productions. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in conference. Mr. DeMille is in conference. Call later, please.
I'm still not satisfied. Before I start casting a picture, I want to know that the story is right. And this story certainly isn't.
Well, it's a perfect part for Gary Cooper, Mr. DeMille.
And the character's all right, yes, but he doesn't do anything. What is it, Miss Cole?
I hate to disturb you, but Jack Benny is here.
Jack Benny? Didn't you tell him I was in a story conference?
Yes, sir, but it didn't do much good. He thinks it's about a story for him.
Oh, I was afraid of that. Well, send him in.
Yes, sir. Come in, Mr. Benny.
Oh, thanks. Well, hello, C.B. How are you?
No, I'll pull through. Sit down, Jack.
Thanks. You know Mary, don't you?
Of course I do. Glad to see you, Mary.
I just want you to know, Mr. DeMille, that I'm not here of my own free will. He dragged me.
Oh, stop it, Mary. You know, C.B., Mary thinks I'm making a pest out of myself. You better tell her.
I don't think that's necessary.
Oh. Well, how's it going, C.B.? Miss Cole told me you were having a story conference. That sounds like pretty good news.
It might be if we had a story to confer about. Nothing doing yet, Jack.
Oh, I see. Well, that's Too bad.
You know, Jack, I've been thinking. Here you and I have been stalling around, wasting all your time, and we're not getting any place. Maybe you ought to try some other producer.
What? You mean walk out on you? I'm not built that way, Mr. DeMille. I'm not a quitter. I'm the kind of an actor who sticks.
What?
I said sticks. Now, look, Mr. DeMille, I don't care what happens. I'm with you right to the end.
Well, that's very kind of you, Jack.
Yeah, I'm not going to let a little thing like a story lick us. Not if I have to write one myself.
Just like that, huh?
Well, sure, I can do it all right. After all, I've had some experience, you know.
Well, it'll take you quite a while. Say, maybe it's not such a bad idea at that.
Well, of course it isn't.
No. Now you run along and write that story, Jack, and I'll give you plenty of time to do it.
Okay.
Well, I'm going out to lunch. I'll see you in a couple of months.
What are you going to eat, a whale?
Mary. Now, look, CB. Now, look at here. I don't need a couple of months to write a story. When I get started on it, I'll probably knock it out in a couple of days. One day, if I'm in the mood. Well, what's the matter? You don't believe I can do it, huh?
A complete scenario in 24 hours? I don't believe anyone could do it.
Oh, you don't? All right, Mr. DeMille, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a story tonight. If I finish it in 24 hours, will you produce it?
Well, it'd have to be good.
Oh, I'll take care of that. Will you produce it?
If it's a good story, why not? Now, I'll tell you something else. If you can write a complete and original story in 24 hours, I'll let you play the lead in it.
Mary, you heard that. You heard what he said.
You're letting yourself in for it, Mr. DeMille.
I don't think so. It's a mental and physical impossibility.
That's Jack, all right.
You'll find out, CB.
So will you, JB.
Well, all I need is a quiet place to work in. I may have to go out of town.
That's all right with me. Any place you want.
Okay. Now, let's see if I can...
As a matter of fact, Jack, if you really want a quiet place, you could use my place up on Baldpate.
Where?
Baldpate Mountain. It's an old house I picked up a couple of years ago. I've never lived there. And no one can bother you because no one else can get in.
Oh.
There's only one key in existence, and I'll give that to you.
Only one key, eh? Hey, that sounds great.
Here it is. Yeah, that's the only key to Baldpate.
Well, say, where is this place? I mean, how do I get there?
Well, it's on top of Baldpate Mountain, about 17 miles from the village of Baldpate. You'll probably have to cut your way through the snowdrifts, but once you get there, you'll love it. The only thing you'll hear is a couple of hoot owls and the moaning of the wind.
What, no radio?
No one ever goes near there. It's an ideal place to work.
All right, the bet's on. I'll go pack now, and I'll leave for Baldpate in an hour.
Good. But remember, Jack, a complete and original scenario in 24 hours.
Listen, Mr. DeMille, if I don't bring you back a complete and original story in 24 hours, my name ain't Jack Benny.
Confidentially, Mr. DeMille, it ain't.
Oh, come on.
Well, this is it, Mr. Benny. This is Baldpate. You got that key?
Right here. Say, it's kind of dark up this way, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. Belinda and me is the caretakers of this place. But we don't get over more than 2 or 3 times a year.
If you ask me, that's 2 or 3 times too much.
Now, you hush, Belinda. Hush up. Go on in, Mr. Benny. I'll make a light for you. Ought to be an old oil lamp around here somewhere.
Well, hurry, Jed. It's black as pitch. Say, Mr. Benny, you ain't really set on staying here all night, are you?
I certainly am, Mrs. Waller.
Oh, but you don't have to stay, do you?
Well, in a way, why not?
Why not? Jed, he asked why not. I'll tell you why not, Mr. Benny.
Now, hush up, Belinda, hush up. No need to go worrying him with all those tales. Why, it's 20 years or more since old man Crummett passed away. I never did believe in ghosts anyway.
Say, who was this old Crummett?
He owned this place. May heaven help him.
But he's dead now. Dead and gone in his grave these 20 years.
In his grave? When he ain't out of it.
Now, hush, Belinda, hush up.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Waller. I'm not very much afraid of ghosts.
Oh, of course you ain't. Of course you ain't. I never would have believed a word of it myself. Except for what happened to the last feller that stayed here. Would you like to hear about it?
Well, not particularly.
Well, 'twas a night just like this. Black as a crow's feather. With the wind a-howling and a-moaning through the trees. Just like now. Yes, I guess that's why no one ever heard his screams. You see?
Here, stop it. I don't want to hear any more about it. I got a story to write here, and by heaven, I'll write it or my name ain't... Now get out of here, both of you. Go on, scat.
Then you set on staying, huh?
Yes, I'm set on staying, huh?
Come on then, Jed. We can go. Our conscience is clear.
Yep. Goodbye, mister. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
Let's see. The scene is in the library at night. The girl walks in, suddenly discovers her. Yeah, that's it, I think. Who's that? Who's out there? Who's outside that door?
Hiya, Morgan. Gee, it's dark in here.
Who are you?
It's okay, Morgan. I'm Cookie Bland.
That's fine, but I'm not Morgan. How'd you get in here anyway?
Why, come through the door.
Yeah, I noticed that, but I happen to have the only key to that door.
Oh, is that so? What do you think this thing is, a crochet needle?
Oh, so you've got one, too. What are you doing here?
Ah, can of chatter. You know I was supposed to meet you here. You come for the dough, didn't you?
The dough?
Well, sure. Hey, you cracked the safe yet?
Why, no. Say, what is it?
Now, listen here, Morgan.
My name isn't Morgan. I'm Jack Benny.
What?
You heard me, Jack Benny.
Oh, I'm dealing with a screwball, huh?
Oh, listen, go away, will you? I've got a story to write. I'm right in the middle of a plot.
Yeah? Well, if you ain't Morgan, you're going to be in the middle of another kind of a plot. And it don't have no happy ending.
What are you talking about?
Stick 'em up, pal.
Stick 'em up?
Stick 'em up or I'll blow you through the wall. Hey, listen. What's that?
Somebody else is trying to get in. They told me there was only one key to this
Shut up. Look here, screwball. I'm going to hide in the next room, see? And you get him out of here. And don't mention nothing about me being here, see? Because if you do, it's curtains. You understand? Curtains.
Curtains.
Right.
Good evening.
Well, good evening. Who are you?
Who are you?
Now, I asked first.
Oh, never mind that. How did you get in here?
Well, no trouble at all. I had a key.
You lie. There is only one key to Baldpate, and I have it.
Well, it sure gets around. Now, listen, miss, I'm a very busy man. I came here to write...
What is your name?
My name is Jack Benny, I think.
Please, this is no time for jokes.
All right, then have it your own way. My name isn't Jack Benny. It's Morgan.
Morgan?
Yes, Morgan.
Put up your hands. Put them up.
Say, this is getting a little bit monotonous.
I am going to kill you, Mr. Morgan.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't shoot. I'm not Morgan. I only said that because the other fellow told me if I wasn't Morgan...
What other fellow?
Huh?
What other fellow? Are we someone else here?
Oh, no. It's a fellow I met last week. He's in the curtain business. But I'm not Morgan. You gotta believe me.
Very well. It is good for you that you spoke in time.
Well, thank you. Wow. Well, maybe you'll tell me what this is all about. I mean, why do you want to shoot Mr. Morgan?
Why? Because he is a beast. Because he is planning to rob me of my inheritance. Listen, do you know who I am? My name is Crummett. Rita Crummett.
Not one of the grave-walking Crummets.
No. I see someone has told you about my grandfather.
Yes, casually.
20 years ago, my grandfather died very mysteriously.
Hmm?
When he died, he left over $100,000. No one ever received a penny of it. Do you know why?
He forgot to put stamps on the envelopes.
No. No one knew where it was. But recently, some new facts have come to light. Facts which prove definitely that the money is still in existence. That it is buried here in this very house.
$100,000 in this house?
Yes, and it is all mine. All mine, do you hear?
Faintly.
But a man named Morgan knows of this, too. He is planning to come here, to take the money, to rob me. Oh, you must help me.
Well, I'd like to, yes. But I have a story to write, and I've only got about 3 minutes.
Listen. Who is that?
I don't know, and don't introduce me.
Look, there is someone coming down these stairs. He is carrying a lantern.
Who's down there?
Who's down there? Shall we answer him?
Miss Crummett, did your grandfather carry a lantern?
Never.
Was he a tall, thin man, all bent over with a long gray beard?
No.
Then there's a stranger in the house.
Who's there, I say?
It's us.
What are you doing here? Who's that woman? I don't like women.
Now, just a minute, my friend. If you'll come out from behind that beard, I'd like to ask a couple of questions myself. I mean, how did you get in here?
I came through the back door.
There is no back door.
I made one.
It wasn't that funny.
I know who he is now. He is the hermit of Baldpate Mountain. He is crazy, a maniac.
Oh, so you're a hermit, eh?
Yes, I am. I live alone. I live alone, but I don't like it. Get that woman out of here. I can't stand women. I hate women. I hate all women.
How about Hetty Lamar?
I don't like her either.
Boy, you are nuts.
Mr. Benny, please, do not joke with him.
Shh. They're coming. You hear the drums? Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. They're coming. Legions upon legions. Marching, marching. Closer and closer. Legions upon legions. And they're all dead.
That man, I have heard of him. He is very dangerous. There's no telling what he will do. If he comes back, we must humor him.
Yeah, if I come back, humor me.
Oh, no. No, do not go, please. You must not leave me alone now.
Look, I came here to write a story.
Listen. There is someone at the door again. Someone is trying to get in.
It's about time somebody tried to get out.
I must not be seen here. I will be up in the attic. Do not breathe a word.
Hello, Jack.
Mary, you?
Who'd you expect, Corrigan?
Why not? How'd you open that door?
With a key, why?
That's ridiculous. Don't you know there's only 4 keys in existence?
Well, mine makes 5. I didn't want to disturb you, so when I came through the village, I borrowed it from the grocer.
A fine place that DeMille sent me to. Wait till I see him again. What'd you come up here for, anyway?
Well, don't look so annoyed. I got worried about you. I thought of you up here all alone, and, well, I thought you might like some company.
Company? Got more company now than a sweepstake winner. Mary, this is no place for you. You gotta leave right now.
What do you mean, leave? I just got here.
I know, but you gotta go. Now, don't ask questions, please.
Are you trying to get rid of me?
Oh, yes, I'm trying to get rid of you.
Why?
Mary, will you please do what I say?
Not until I know what's behind all this. What's going on here anyway?
There's nothing going on here. Nothing.
Well, boy meets girl.
Here, what's the matter now?
That man is trying to kill me. He's mad. Oh, you've got to help me. Stay near me. I can't stand it.
Here, now, stop. It's all right. It's all right. I'll take care of you. Just calm yourself. Now, everything's going to be all right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Who's the foreigner?
Her name is Rita Crummett, and she's in a lot of trouble. I'm trying to help her out. Miss Crummett, this is Mary Livingston.
Oh, how do you do? I am very pleased to meet you.
I'll bet you are. So this is the story you were going to write, eh?
Well, I started to tell you.
I thought there was some reason why you wanted to get rid of me.
Now, listen, Mary.
Oh, don't try to make excuses.
Oh.
It's too bad I happened to come up here, isn't it? But I'm glad I did. Glad I found out about you before it's too late.
Mary, are you crazy? I never saw this woman before in my life.
Then what is she doing here?
I'll tell you what she's doing. She came here after $100,000.
Oh, bank night.
Now, look, Mary, this money
Oh,
was...
you can't pull the wool over my eyes. It's all off between us, Jack. This is the end. Take Miss Crumpet and go.
It's not Crumpet, it's Crummett.
Well, she certainly looks it.
Mary, look, this is silly. It's her money, and she came here to get it. Now, there's a man named Morgan who's trying to take it away from her, and there's a fellow named Cokie Bland who's hiding in the other room, and he's trying to get it.
All right, wise guy, stick him up.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Bland. Wait a second. I didn't mean to tell her, really. I didn't. It just slipped up.
Stick him up. Come on, all of you.
Now, look what you done, Mary. I hope you're satisfied.
I warned you not to squeal, didn't I?
Oh.
I warned you, pal. But you double-crossed me, see? And now I'm gonna lump your dumplings.
You're gonna what?
Lump your dumplings!
You're gonna lump my dumplings?
Jack, what does he mean?
I'm not sure, but if it's what I think it is, you better shake the mothballs out of your old black dress.
We return in just a moment to the second act of Seven Keys to Baldpate, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille. Now for a brief intermission, during which we overhear your friends, the Browning family. In their living room, Mr. Browning is discovered checking over the month's bills. Dot sits by the window sewing. Betty has the radio tuned in to Flatfoot Flugie, while Dad is vainly trying to add a column of figures.
26 and 43 is... Quiet. Isn't it enough that I have to pay the bills? Or do I have to add them up in a madhouse, too?
What bills, Dad?
What bills? These bills. What on earth does this family do with stockings?
We hang them up at Christmas and wait for Santa Claus.
Well, you're looking at Santa Claus right now. But I can't be Santa Claus on stockings much longer. In fact, I don't think I'll buy another pair until you tell me why you can't make them last.
Why, Dad, stockings just wear out. They pop runs and... Oh, Betty, if you'd only wash your stockings the way I told you. Yeah, Dot, I know. Every night in Lux. Don't forget the Lux. It does make a difference, Beth. My stockings last lots longer than yours. On account of this elasticity you're always talking about, I suppose. Stockings should stretch and then spring back.
Oh, I wish this budget would.
Honestly, Betty, it's dopey to wash stockings the way you do. Come on, be a good egg. Use Lux and help Dad out with the bill.
Is somebody in this family actually going to do something to help me? Mother, come quick. It's a miracle. That's what it is, a miracle.
Yes, the girl who wears the stockings and the man who pays the bills are both thankful for Lux Flakes. They cut down on costly runs and protect the beauty and fit of your stockings, too. Wash your stockings after every wearing in gentle Lux Flakes. To save money, buy the big box. We continue with Seven Keys to Baldpate, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille. A few minutes have passed. In the old house on Baldpate Mountain, the situation remains unchanged, and Jack is still unshot. Rita Crummett, Mary, and Jack are seated in a row against the wall. Bland covers them with an automatic.
And I don't want nobody to make any false moves, see? If anybody bats an eyelash, I'll... you know what.
You'll lump his dumplings.
Right.
Keep quiet, Mary.
Well, that's what he said he'd do, didn't he? He was going to lump your dumplings.
Well, you don't have to remind him of it.
Don't worry, screwball. I changed my mind about that. I'm going to wait here for Morgan.
Well, I can wait if you can.
Morgan is a beast.
Nobody asked you, sister.
He's trying to steal my money, but he won't. He won't, I tell you. I'll get that money tonight if it's the last thing I do.
You lay one finger on it, and I will be.
Hey, what is all this about money? What's everyone doing up here anyway?
Oh, she came up here for some money, and this guy came up ahead of her. I came up to write a story. You came to keep me company. Not one of us had sense enough to bring sandwiches.
Shut up.
Well, why don't you all go home and leave me alone?
Shut up, I tell you.
I won't shut up. You can't intimidate me. Anyway, not until Morgan gets here.
Well, maybe I won't wait for Morgan, see? Maybe I'll break the rules for once and let you have it right now.
Here, stop! Put that gun down. Put it down.
Everybody stand where you are. I've got you covered.
Look, it's the hermit.
Drop that gun. Drop it, I say!
Oh, nuts.
There, smarty pants.
Hey, Jack. Who's the guy with the long beard?
That's the hermit, Mary. Hiya, Hermie.
Wonder what he looks like.
I'm not going to get a lawnmower just for that.
Who's this woman? Why is she here?
Now, Hermie, control yourself. You certainly showed up at the right time. Where'd you get that gun?
That's none of your business. I heard what you said. Up here after old Crummett's money, huh? Well, you won't get it. None of you will get it.
Listen, look, I don't even want the money. All I want is to be left alone, that's all. And this guy here was going to shoot me.
Oh, he was, eh? Well, he won't.
There. You see, Mr. Bland?
But I'm going to shoot you myself.
What?
There, you see, Mr. Bland?
Quiet. Listen, Hermie, look. Be reasonable. What did I ever do to you?
You brought these women here.
Oh, he did, eh?
I did not.
He did, too. Listen here, Hermie. I heard the whole thing. This dame came here for the dough. And this here guy promised he'd get it. There were a couple of crooks. And if I was you, I'd give it to him right now.
Hermie, don't listen to him. He's crazy.
He is, eh?
Sure he is. He's stark raving mad.
So am I. Shake, brother.
Shake.
Gosh.
Stop shaking, Jack. You're not in it.
Go on, Hermie. Let the rat have it.
Right now?
Sure, right now. Why not?
Hey, you keep out of this. If he wants to wait a little, that's his business.
Go on, Hermie. Give it to him.
No. We must wait.
That's right. We got to wait for Morgan.
No, not for Morgan. We wait until midnight. I'll sit here and watch you squirm. Then when we hear the old village clock striking the hour, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Stop! Hermie, you can't do that. You can't shoot a man down in cold blood. Why, you don't know me. You don't even know who I am. You can't do it, Hermie. I tell you, you can't do it.
Pick up your hand. Come on. Up with him.
Now I know somebody's selling keys outside.
Put that gun down, Santa Claus. I'm taking charge here. Now, don't move. Anybody.
Brother, I don't know who you are, but you certainly are a lifesaver.
Yeah? Hello, Bland.
Hi, Morgan.
Morgan?
What are you laughing at?
Hello, Morgan.
Mary.
What's going on here, Bland?
Well, I don't know, boss. I come up here like you told me to, and I find this guy pounding on a typewriter, and this here dame walks in and she...
Rita! So you're here, eh?
Well, what of it?
You double-crossing little snake.
Say, you can't talk to Miss Crummett like that.
Crummett? That's a laugh. Do you know who this dame is?
If she's Miss America, I'll scream.
Quiet.
Her name is Nolan. Rita Nolan. She's the slickest little crook in the business.
What do you mean, crook? That money belongs to anyone who finds it.
Nobody will find it because it's mine. Every penny of it mine.
Keep your mouth shut. Put up your hands, everybody.
Me too?
Yeah, you too. Keep them there, you hear?
Yes, sir.
Come here, Bland. I want to speak to you.
Okay, boss.
Rest of you sit tight. I got my eyes on all of you.
Phew. Gee, Mary, I guess we're in a tough spot. I wished I had a gun.
What for? You wouldn't shoot anybody.
No, but I could commit suicide. Mary. Hey, Mary. Don't make a move, but listen to me. We gotta get that gun away from Morgan. I got a plan.
What is it?
When Morgan comes over here and starts to talk, you look behind him, see? And then you yell, "Look out behind you." Then when he turns around, I'll grab his gun. How do you like that for an idea?
I think it's corny.
What do you mean, corny? Shh. Here he comes.
All right, Bland. Let's get after that door. It's in the house somewhere. We've got to find it tonight. Here, you take the upstairs, and I'll search down here.
All right, Mary, remember the plan?
Oh, yes. Say, Mr. Morgan, will you come here a minute?
Huh? What do you want?
Personally, I don't think this is going to work, but look out behind you.
Huh? What?
Hey, give me that gun.
Why, you...
Stand right where you are, Mr. Morgan. Now put up your hands, everybody. You didn't think it would work, eh, Mary? Say, I guess I'm not a scenario writer for nothing. Everybody line up against that wall, see? I mastered this situation, see? I got you all in the palm of me hand. If anybody moves, I'll dump his lumplings.
The telephone.
Who had that phone connected?
I'll answer it.
Oh, no, you don't. Get away from that phone.
Then call for me.
No, it isn't.
Stand back, all of you. I'll take care of this, see?
Be careful what you say, Jack. You can't tell who it might be.
Don't worry. I guess I can handle it. I guess.
Go ahead, Jack.
All right. Don't push me. Hello? Hello? What? No, madam, this is not Sam's Delicatessen. Can you imagine that? Now what are we going to do? Anyway, I've still got the gun. We're going to stay here until I can reach the police.
The police?
Yes, and we have to wait here all night.
Jack, why do we have to sit around waiting for the police?
Why? Because nobody knows we're here, because I'm not a mental telepathist, because we haven't got a shortwave radio.
Well, we have a telephone. Why don't we call them?
Well, I'd have thought of that, too. I'll call him right now. Now, don't move, anybody. Hello? Hello, operator. Give me the police department and hurry.
You're making a mistake there, buddy.
You don't say, huh? Well, you made a mistake when you walked in here and tried to push me around. Hello? Is this the Baldpate Village Police Station? Well, this is Jack Benny, and I'm up on Baldpate Mountain. Yes, Jack Benny. What do you mean, a gag? I tell you... What? All right, then you can be the King of Bulgaria. I'm still Jack Benny. The King of Bulgaria.
Let me talk to him, Jack.
Okay.
Now listen, Your Majesty.
Give me that phone. Now get this. I'm up here on Baldpate Mountain. I've got a... Yes. Yeah, I know that. Look, I know no one lives on Baldpate. That's why I'm here. No, I'm not crazy. Hello? Hello? Hello, listen. Hello? You beat that. He hung up. I'd like to go down there and stuff that phone down his throat.
Why don't you?
And let all these crooks walk out on me? Oh, no.
Don't worry about them. You leave the gun with me, and I'll keep school till you get back with the cops.
Now, don't be ridiculous. You couldn't handle this mob. All alone and everything.
Sure I could. If anybody tried to get out, I'll do that stuff with the dumplings. Give me the gun.
Oh, I don't like this. Suppose something happened.
Nothing's going to happen. Go ahead, Jack, and get back here as soon as you can.
Well, all right, but keep your eye on him. I'll be back in an hour, and I'll have the whole police force with me. Hey, open this door. Hey, Hey, what kind of a police station is this? Open up, will you?
Hey, what goes on here?
Hey, let me in. Is this the Baldpate Village Police Station?
It ain't the morgue.
Well, you can't prove it by you. Where is everybody?
Oh, we close early on Mondays.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, I want to see the chief constable. Where is he?
Chief Constable? You'll find him in cell number 6. He's playing draw poker with the 3 prisoners.
Playing with the prisoners? Isn't he taking a chance?
No, they're his cards.
Oh.
Just go right through that door. The chief is the guy without the stripes.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief, I'll raise that bid.
It'll cost you a dime to see him, Chief.
And it'll cost him another dime to see me.
Hey, say, Chief, can I interrupt you for a minute? I'm the guy that called you up about an hour ago from Baldpate Mountain.
Oh, yeah?
I came down here to tell you there's a gang of desperate crooks up there, and you got to do something about it.
Crooks, eh?
Yeah.
What do you got, Joe? 3 kings.
Hey, will you wait a minute? I just left them.
I got 3 aces. Your pot, Chief.
Look, I just left them up there. They're being held by Mary Livingston. They're dangerous, Chief. You got to come right away.
Whose deal is it?
My deal, Chief.
Look, will you listen? One of them's going to kill me at 12 o'clock on the dot. He's a maniac. And if he misses me, there's 3 others who won't.
Well, I can't quit winners, can I?
Oh.
I'll open a new deck. Take out the 2s and 3s.
Look, Chief, I hate to be a kibitzer, but this is a matter of life and death.
Who opened? You did. I did not.
You did, too. Now, look, Chief, all I want is
10 cents blind, Joe. I'll see that and raise it a dime.
Look, all I want is
Up a nickel.
All I want is
a nickel and 1 better.
Chief, it's a matter of life and death.
And a nickel again.
It's $100,000.
What? Well, that's too high for me. I pass. Wait a minute. What did you say?
$100,000 on Baldpate Mountain.
Well, what are we sitting around here for?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. There's a whole gang of crooks. They're after the money.
Not while Kennedy is chief constable. Can you show me the way?
Follow me.
Then let's go. I've kept this county clean of crooks for 10 years. And by heaven, it'll stay clean.
Now, come on.
Wait. Where's my holster?
Here it is, Chief, hanging on your chair. Hurry up.
Is my gun in it?
Yes, and 2 aces. Let's go.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes. And now, before bringing you the third act of our play, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille, we have a little intermission. During the week, one of the most distinguished violinists in the world, Mr. Ephraim Zimbalist, boarded a plane and headed west just to be with us tonight, a tribute for which we're most grateful. Due to the insidious machinations of Jack Benny, all violinists have fallen into a mild sort of disrepute, and especially a certain composition for the violin, written by Schubert. A composition spelt B, as in Benny, E, E. Like a knight of old, aglow with the fierce flame of vengeance, Mr. Zimbalist is here to right ancient wrongs, and to play the B with some regard for Mr. Schubert and the sensibilities of listening America. At last, Mr. Benny is cornered. Mr. Zimbalist, are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Wick, but there's no hurry. Let him suffer for a while longer.
Well, why not? Oh, by the way, Mr. Zimbalist, what do you think of Jack as an actor?
I find a remarkable similarity, Mr. Wick, between Mr. Benny the actor and Mr. Benny the violinist. Even as an actor, he insists on playing in 7 keys.
Mr. Zimbalist, well, shucks, I play the violin, too. Maybe you heard me in The Buccaneer. I was the pirate who played the violin for Frederick March to soothe his nerves.
Oh, is that so? May I suggest, Mr. Wick, that next time you give him a nice cup of hot milk?
Oh. Don't you like anything around here, Mr. Zimbalist?
Oh, of course. I'm just trying to be funny, Mr. Wick. When a violinist tries to be a comedian, or when a comedian tries to be a violinist, heaven help the audience. I think I better play the B.
Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ephraim Zimbalist, accompanied at the piano by Theodore Seidenberg. America thanks you, Mr. Zimbalist, and we all trust Mr. Benny's musical dumplings are at long last properly lumped. We hear him now with Mary Livingston and Cecil B. DeMille in Act 3 of 7 Keys to Baldpate. An hour later, Jack Benny has enlisted the aid of the Baldpate Village Police. A car containing our hero and the chief constable pulls up the rugged mountain road, comes to a stop just outside of the old house.
There's the house, Chief Kennedy.
All right. Now, don't get excited. We're around a whole bunch of them up. Come on.
Wait. Gosh, I forgot. We can't get in. I came out without the key.
Oh, don't worry about that. I got one.
Oh, you have? Well, don't lose it. They're awfully scarce. Hey, look.
Huh? What's the matter now?
Gee, I left the light burning in that room. Now it's dark.
All right. Take it easy. I've got a flashlight. We'll break in on them and take them by surprise. Ready?
Right.
Now. Put them up! Everybody!
Wait a minute. Why, there's nobody here. Hey, Mary! Mary! Why, they've all gone.
They can't be gone. We'd have seen them coming down the mountain. Say, I thought there was something screwy about you.
But I'm not screwy. They must be somewhere in the house. You look upstairs and I'll take the cellar.
Okay. Here, take this other gun out of my hip pocket. And if you see anybody, shoot first.
Gee, I hope nothing happened to Mary. Mary, are you in the cellar? Mary, if you're down here, turn on a light. I can't see a thing. Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, Mary, you're safe. Where are you? I can't see.
I'm over here, Jack, sitting in a rocking chair.
Oh, I thought something happened to you. Well, get out of that chair and come over here.
Okay, but you'll have to untie these ropes first.
What ropes? You mean you're tied to that chair?
I couldn't help it, Jack. Really, I couldn't.
I might have known this would happen. Let me at those ropes. Who did this?
Mr. Morgan.
Oh, Morgan, eh?
Yeah, right after I dropped the gun.
Oh, you dropped the gun.
Well, I couldn't help it. I was standing there covering him just like you told me. And all of a sudden, Morgan yelled, "Look out behind you." And when I turned around, there was nobody there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that trick is better than I thought it was.
Oh, shut up. Hey, listen, they're all upstairs again. Come on, slip out of those ropes.
I'm ready.
Up the stairs, quick.
Jack, maybe we better not go up there.
Well, what are you talking about? I brought the law back with me. Kennedy's taking charge. He'll have those crooks in jail in an hour. They don't end up in a card game. Come on.
Shut up, everybody. Shut up or I'll plug somebody.
Now, what goes on, Chief? You got the whole crowd, huh?
And I got the money, too. It's in that big bag on the floor.
That's my money. It's mine.
Quiet, Hermie.
You. I'll get you at 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, eh? You got to get free first. Where'd you find the money, Chief?
That hermit dug it up. This woman took it from him, Bland took it from her, Morgan took it from him.
And I'm taking it from all of you.
Put that bag down.
Give me that bag. It's mine.
Don't let her take that. Keep your hands off.
Put down that bag,
Drop
Morgan.
that bag, all of you. Drop that bag. The law's here now. The law will take care of that dough in its own way.
That's telling them, Chief.
Where's the phone?
Right over there on the desk.
Put that money up here next to me.
Here you are, Chief.
Now, everybody stay nice and quiet. Hello, operator. I want Village 826. Yeah.
Who you calling, Chief? The riot squad? I guess all you crooks will have a lot of time to think this over.
Hello, Village 826. Is this Joe's pool room?
Pool room?
This is Chief Constable Kennedy. Let me speak to my wife, will you? What? You don't see her around?
Maybe she's behind the 8-ball.
Mary.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, put her on the phone.
Look, Chief, I don't want to interfere with your business, but why don't you call up the station?
Hello. Is that you, Agnes? How's the game tonight, honey? That's good. Listen, honey, get this clear. I want you to get some clothes together in a hurry and catch the next train for Canada. Now, don't ask questions. I'll meet you there Wednesday morning. Yeah, with $100,000.
Say, what are you trying to...
Shut up! You got that straight, honey? Okay. Goodbye, sweetheart. What? Oh, all right. Goodbye, dear. Now, everybody stay where you are.
Say, what do you think you're going to do?
You heard me, buddy. I'm going to Canada.
It's a fine time to visit the quintuplets.
Shut up.
Why can't you can't get away with this? I'll have the law on your trail in 3 minutes.
No, you won't. I took care of that. There's 4 of my boys guarding the mountain road right now, with orders to shoot anybody trying to leave. You're all going to stay right here until I get a head start. Then you can do what you want.
You certainly are a fine cop stealing that money.
Yeah.
Why don't we divvy up, even Stephen?
You keep out of this. Why shouldn't I steal it from a gang of crooks like you? It's one chance in a lifetime to get this much dough, and I'm going to grab it. Yeah. I'm going to live in a marble hall and eat off gold plates and send my 2 boys to college. What do you think of that?
You won't get away with it. I'll shoot you dead. You're second on my list right now.
Come back here, you.
Shoot. Go on, shoot. Missed me.
He's gone. He's loose again. A fine mess you made out of this, Mr. Kennedy.
Keep quiet.
Why, that man's a maniac. He's crazy. He's going to kill me at 12 o'clock on the dot.
If he bumps you off, he's not as crazy as I thought.
Listen, Kennedy, you'll never get away with this. Hand over that dough.
Stand back, you.
want that money.
No, you don't. Get away from me. Get away or I'll plug the whole bunch of you. Get away.
Come on, everybody, grab him.
Everybody, stand right where you are. Put up your hands. Go on, put them up, everybody.
Mary. Mary, look who it is. Look.
Who are you?
I'm Cecil B. DeMille, the owner of Baldpate. 2 policemen refused to let me pass, and I shot them dead.
Oh, this isn't true. Why, it can't be true.
What's the matter here, Jack? Who are these people? How'd they get in here?
Gee, I don't know.
Have they disturbed you in your work? How are you getting on with this story?
How am I getting on? It's a nice question. Fine place you sent me to. Nothing but ghosts, crooks, murderers, maniacs, and now a director. You told me there was only one key. This place has more keys than a grand piano.
But, Jack...
You win, I lose. 24 hours. I couldn't write a story in this joint in 24 years. Well, what's the matter with you? What are you all laughing at? Hey, what goes on here, anyway?
I just want to tell you, Jack, I hope you're not going to be mad, but the whole thing was a joke.
What was a joke?
I sent all these people up here just for a gag.
A gag?
That's right. This girl you thought was Rita Crummett. Her real name is Eve Forsythe. I used her in my last picture.
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
Well, Al, this is the darndest thing.
Cokie Bland isn't a crook. He isn't even Cokie. He's my old prop man.
How are you, Mr. Benny?
Well, this is very funny.
And Morgan here is an actor I've been using for years. His name is Jones.
Jones? Well, what an odd name.
Yeah, Kennedy isn't a real chief constable, but he's a real actor.
Well, thanks, Mr. DeMille.
I'd say he's a real actor. He certainly had me going. Well, this is quite a surprise.
And, of course, Mary was in on the whole thing from the start.
Oh, she was?
Hello, Jack.
Mary. Oh, gosh darn you. Oh, this is very funny. Say, Mr. DeMille, who was the hermit?
Huh?
You know, the hermit. The guy you sent up here to act like a crazy man. Oh, he had me scared for a while. Who was he?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, the crazy guy. The guy who said he was going to shoot me at 12 o'clock.
Well, not me. I figured he was one of the actors.
Well, I didn't send him.
What? You mean you...
There must be some mistake. I don't know anything about a hermit.
Well, neither do I. I thought that...
Wait a minute. Do you mean this hermit is on the level?
Well, he must be.
But he's going to shoot me. He's going to kill me at 12 o'clock.
Now, keep calm, Jack. There must be something we can do.
But he's a maniac. He's crazy. He's roaming around loose. Listen, what time is it? What time is it now?
It's exactly 2 minutes of 12.
2 minutes of... Oh.
Jack, look at me. Are you all right?
He got me, Mary. He got me. Mary,
Yes, Jack.
tell DeMille.
Yes.
Tell DeMille.
What, Jack? Tell DeMille what?
Tell DeMille his watch is 2 minutes slow.
Mr. DeMille's office. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in conference. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in a story conference with Mr. Benny. Mr. DeMille is in a story conference.
And there's your story, Mr. DeMille. At the finish, the hermit shoots me and I fall to the floor. Mary leans over to me and says, Jack, look at me. Are you all right? Then I look up at her and say, tell DeMille his watch is 2 minutes slow. Finish. There's your story, Mr. DeMille, and I finished it in 24 hours.
Gee, Jack, that's swell.
What do you think of it, C.V.?
Did you write all this since you were in this office yesterday?
I certainly did.
Did you work at my place on Baldpate?
Yes, and you were right. I never heard a sound. But I used it for the locale of my story and brought in a lot of crooks and things. Well, I even put you in it. I had you come in at the finish to tell me it was all a gag.
Yeah, I know.
And I wrote a part for Mary, too. Well, how do you like it?
It's very good, Jack.
Thanks. Now, you remember your promise, C.V. You said you'd produce it.
I certainly will.
There you are, you see?
Gee.
And Gary Cooper is just the man for it.
Gary Cooper? Now, wait a minute, Mr. DeMille. You said I could play the lead in it.
I said you could play the lead if it was an original story.
Well, it is original. And it's good, too.
Yes, but it was also good in 1910 when Earl Durr Biggers wrote the novel.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, and in 1913, when George M. Cohan produced the play.
Oh, what a coincidence.
Yeah, and in 1925, when Paramount produced the silent picture.
Oh, they got in it, too.
Yeah, and in 1929, when RKO made it as a talkie.
Well,
Yeah, and I believe they all called it 7 Keys to Baldpate.
They did?
Ah.
Gee, and I was so proud of it. God, I thought it was my own brainchild, didn't you?
And it turned out to be an orphan.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm licked. So the picture's off, ACB?
I'm sorry, Jack.
Gee, and I wanted to play the lead in it. Well, that's the way it goes. Yeah. Come on, Mary, let's go home.
Wait a minute, Jack. You've still got a chance. Grab that script.
What for?
We'll take it over to Walt Disney. He'll produce it.
Gee, Walt Disney. Say, there's an idea. Come on, let's go. Walt Disney.
So long, Jack.
Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack, quack.
Only red, rough hands? If you only red, rough hands? If you want the smooth, white hands everyone admires, try changing to Lux Flakes for washing your dishes. Your hands may spend as much as 500 hours in the dishpan every year. Think of the damage a harsh soap may do. Such soaps are drying. They rob your skin of its natural oils. But Lux Flakes have none of the harmful alkali so drying to the skin. They leave your hands lovely. Do as so many clever women do nowadays. Use Lux for dishes. Buy the thrifty big box tomorrow. And now, Mr. DeMille, the actor, surrenders to Mr. DeMille, your host. And now, Mr. DeMille, the actor, surrenders to Mr. DeMille, your host and